Hey there friend, you click that link. Don't flinch now, don't even blink. It's just a stream with haunted flair, not a trick or murder lair. Come inside, ignore the cold. The fire's fake, but the vibe is bold. Sign this waiver, seal your doom. Screams await inside this room.
And yes, the decor screams too. Got a mic with feedback crack, cams all glitchy, fears on track. Streaming live from Limbo's gate, with cursed alerts that fluctuate.
Smiles too wide, eyes too bright. Ignore the bones off screen just right. I sing, you click, the chat ignites. One scream earns 10 views overnight.
Disclaimer: no souls were monetized, maybe.
Starting soon, don't walk away. Banshees beg you just to stay. Click that heart, unleash your doom. This stream's alive inside your room.
Starting soon, just count to 3. Whisper your name real slow for me. No stars, no bloom, no happy tunes. Just glitch, pop, hell, and dancing ghouls.
Alerts that wail, donations scream.
My mods are ghosts from broken dreams,
They're mostly chill, they joke and laugh.
but cross the line, they'll cut your path. And yes, they take coffee breaks in purgatory.
A folding chair, a witchy brew.
And yeah, that whisper's aimed at you.
We're casual here, no big alarms. Just jump scares tucked in demon charms. Starting soon, the bass ignites. The lights go wild with eldritch rites. If you hear voices, don't you cry. It's just the devil screaming, you won't die.
Starting soon, it's going down. We'll flip your grin into a frown. You clicked for laughs, now face the beast. You're on the menu at this feast.
My spell book logs your every scream. Clip that moment when you lost your dream. Merch is cursed, the tip jar bleeds. Sponsored now by Demon Seed.
This stream is brought to you by Possessos, the cereal that eats you.
I'm not mean, I'm just obsessed.
With haunting folks who failed the test.
But if you vibe and hang around, we'll drag your shadow underground.
You laughed, you screamed, your lights now fade. We're peeking out from where you stayed. So brace yourself, ignore the shade. Just ride the storm this stream has made. And remember, ghosts don't respect your space.
The lights go red, the screen goes black.
The chat types things it can't take back.
You blink again, the overlay tears. You're now the ghost caught in my layers. Don't say hi, don't drop a heart. That's how the haunting really starts. You came to watch, just passing through, but now the stream is watching you.
You should have read the terms of service.
Mic cuts out, but still you hear.
A lullaby sung in your ear.
Captions show what no one said. A nursery rhyme from something dead.
The chat screams run, but you don't move. You're vibing now inside the groove. You came for chaos, stayed for lore. Now you're part of Stream Corp's core. And hey, free membership for eternity.
Starting soon, don't close your door. You're not on Earth, not anymore. Share the stream or chant a spell. Let's raise the views and raise some hell.
Starting soon.
Hello, hello everyone, how you all doing? Yes, Chris threatened me with the stick again, so I had to stream. And we want to finally get this topic done with, so I know everything that's going on here. Hi K-Hack! So first, immediately Godspeed K-Hack. Hello Metal Man, hi Chris, hello B, hello Wayne, hello Kyres. Hello Random Web Abuser, more pain indeed, more pain is always there. This morning or Monday there. But F. Hey Fishy, how you doing? Hello Monstrous. Everyone here. Hello Rose. Welcome, welcome, welcome to Pain. We will finally continue. Been a bit busy last week, so here we are. We have almost done with the first video. Only 10 more hours. We miss you all. Thank you. Yes, don't forget to like the stream and share. We are 25 away from 500. Fishy has already tortured me today. Yeah, he tortures everyone. Hi Ace. Tuesday's my name. Monstrous. So, we will continue the pain. Where did we stop? Well, a lot of how it all began. We are the biggest victims. People talk shit behind our backs. We don't know why. It's terrible. I was sexually assaulted by the lolly cult in my youth. That's where we pretty much stopped. And also a big discussion about if a certain band is emo or not, and they were very indeed was very offended that the band was called emo. Somehow that was a topic for almost an hour. So we immediately speed up to 1.75 because they talk very slow. And I hope there will be no more skits, but we will see. Anyway, end of the stream. I hate them.
Jace is a strange one. And I say that because Michael and I barely knew this
Glass houses.
guy. The former over the latter, actually, because, like, I genuinely did not know who this guy was until now. But he engaged in this thread, and the things that he said were vile enough to dedicate an entire segment to him. And that's saying something, given my own sexual harasser is in this thread.
Who didn't sexually harass me? Oh yeah, and she was sexually harassed because she sexted with a guy. Or talked about kings and then got sent king pictures. K-Hack hates me. Why does K-Hack hate you, Ace? I'm gonna talk about a parasocial stand today in the MC community and die. Beautiful. You, my ears. No one needs ears anyway, so. Monsters, thank you! Look at there. Look at there. Don't. It was perfect and can do no wrong indeed. Aside from all the atrocities I committed. Do your stinky, you won't show white boy. I will show white boy. Send me white boy. I will show white boy. Send me a picture of white boy and I will immediately show white boy. I will donate, but you hate me. That's how I show love, Ace. That's how I show love. Oh, no forgetting. They had pets. Thank you very much again, monsters. Hello, Advocate! Welcome, welcome to Pain. Ow. What do you mean, wow? Check DMs. I will. Let us see white boy. Oh, that's I love this picture. Look at this, white boy. Look, who's white boy? Loading. He wants the corn dogs. Did he get a corn dog? I hope he got a corn. Look at him. It's loading. It's loading. He looks so confused. Sleepy boy. We love white boy. See, I will show white boy. He did not get a corn dog. Damn. Did he get at least a treat? He get a treat? Yen always wants. I can't believe Yen would won. The ace you. We need to continue these videos, bitch. Yen always wants. I can confirm.
What did I miss?
Silver's girlfriend is wild.
Someone please tell Silver to get out of there, dear God.
I wish.
I'm concerned.
This was Jace's first interaction within the thread, and he said this before any allegation.
Yen, prove him wrong by not running. How about that? We all missed you here, too. I am now Mr. Drew. Oh yeah, and the fetish server is really a woman empowerment Discord? How? I will have power. Leave my DMs alone, evil do. I will never. For that alone, you will get. Bam.
Of me abusing Michael were made. I'm serious, you can check the thread yourself, but it's baffling how much Jace affirms to the confirmation bias within this whole ordeal. Oh, but don't worry, like the good confirmation bias Samaritan Jace.
Listen, Jace just hears all the things people tell them about you, and they're like, oh wow, what a crazy beach.
Is he calls me lunatic, a cunt, and calls Michael.
I mean, he called the bitch his eventual wife. I'm pretty sure he's fucking gone. It do be like that.
Delusional for wanting to be with a crazy bitch like myself. Reminder that this man knows nothing about me, aside from the lies being told in this thread.
And somehow he still hit he still hit all the points. Yes, person A revealed it to win that the server was not a fetish server, but a woman's empowerment server. How do we get from a woman empowerment server to this is my blood fetish? This is my sneeze fetish. What? It's my nose fetish. Hairdo would be a creative character name. Sounds like a hairdo. Ah yes. the famous hairdo hairstyle. Who doesn't know about it? Am I on top chat again? No, I'm on live chat. I'm so good. The J section was so necessary. They didn't say much in the server. Yeah, they were just like, what a crazy bitch. I'm getting reports that B is beating up Slug in VC right now. Oh. In Minecraft? You look at Gilla stream when I call in and Vin joins. We talk about the reveal, about the women's empowerment server in more detail. Well, after I'm done with those 2 videos.
But again, don't worry, Jace has some relationship advice of his own to give to Michael, who he clearly
DMs do. I don't trust you, fishy. If this is a fucking fish hug. Is this the moaning?
Okay,
Mute. Why did I click it? I never learn. I never learn.
cares about. Wait, who did Jace even date?
Like, the message you sent to Lyle literally
Wasn't Jace like Doodle Tones?
said, I cut it off because I know this was going to lead to trouble, and because I was going to be given an ultimatum. That does not read as, oh, Susie did fucked up shit and I don't want to be associated with that. So you did it for outside validation.
No, it's not.
Head in DMs. I love how we try to avoid the pain by just looking at animals now. Me cat. My cat Nux, way more handsome and elegant than white boy. Now it's the animal fight here. Let's see. Vote now. He's a good boy. Ah, he's black. I love black cats. And orange cats. They're both very... I love how dogs always have, here's this breed. And with cats you're like, orange cat. Black cat. Chubby cat. Bastard cat. This cat, bastard. This cat, chill bean. They have no breed, it's just, yeah, it's this kind of cat.
In hindsight, I know how that reads. I'm so... Give me a second, please.
Okay.
You have so much to catch up on, lol. I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that. Also, hello, Bupon. I can't speak today. Bubonic, tonic. Hairless cat, fat cat, exactly. I love hairless cats. I always wanted one, but they're so expensive. And I never just find one, you know. Have a beetle. So I get sent beetles. Also a very interesting type of cat. I sent you cat and beetle. Okay, we will do when the next cringe moment comes. Listen, send animal pics we can go to whenever something cringe happens.
And, after...
Torn up I was about what happened with Susie. There was a lot of the details I didn't have still. And I was kind of torn.
Listen, this will be a new stream element. Like, every hour we do a little animal break. You know, just to, as a palate cleanser.
Making a decision. Because, God, I loved her so much. And I didn't want it to be true. I think I was still in denial.
Oh.
Aren't we all in denial? Hello, Saint. I'm here for suffering and pain, as always. My friend has a hairless cat. He is also deaf, so I bully her deaf hairless cat. Amazing. I sent you my cat too. Hell yeah, let's go. I need ammunition for the breaks.
No.
Is she controlling his social media and hobbies?
I wish I knew what to say either, but yeah, it feels like that. Like, dude, I know you love her a lot, but fuck what you got ain't healthy.
That's cool, Jace. Imply people should commit suicide again, and then we'll talk about healthy after that.
Yeah.
What? Wait, what?
That's cool, Jace. Imply people should commit.
Just said this in call, but I'll say it here too. Just, you that desperate to die, Jace, I'll hand you the fucking rope.
Suicide again, and then we'll talk about healthy after that.
Again, like, dude, I get it. I love my girlfriend a lot, and I would do literally anything for her.
Bum, bum,
Womp womp.
bum, bum, bididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididididid
Shall I send you the doggo? Yes, please. I found a genie I'd wish for: laser eyes, flight, and invincibility. Basically become Homelander from The Boys.
But he doesn't get that he should have the right to be friends with whoever, do whatever without having to ask for permission. Fucking hell, man.
Jace, I don't need relationship advice from someone who dated Susie Groomer Doodle Tones. I am not going to be friends with whoever, especially if that whoever is someone who disrespects my partner, because that would make me no better. It's called respect for my partner. It's called giving a shit about my partner's feelings and boundaries. Also, you all treated my girlfriend like shit. Why would I want to be friends with you all? Now, let me be the one to give you some relationship advice, Jace. When you
I don't want relationship advice from you, Silver. I be real. You just said earlier, yeah, my girlfriend beats me sometime, but it's fine. I'm a big guy. I don't think this is the kind of relation guy I want to take my relationship advice from. I'll be real. I'll be real here.
live with someone, you don't get to make spontaneous plans or do whatever you feel like whenever. It's called making.
Silver is also a heathen simp. Oh no. Oh yeah, and he also believed the George video. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Plans. It's called scheduling. It's called respecting and understanding that I share a space with someone who may have their
The beatings shall continue until love is returned. What do you mean, Thing? That's also how I am in relationships. What do you mean? That's a healthy relationship.
own plans, and I want to ensure I don't step on their toes or make them uncomfortable with spontaneous planning.
Honestly, I think the first priority should be getting him away from that crazy bitch, if at all possible. If he keeps digging his heels in, though.
I will gladly dig my
Yeah, I know you will.
heels into the ground if it means you'll leave me the fuck alone. I'm better off with the crazy bitch you call my wife than someone who dated Susie Groomer Tones.
And I know it's hard
Bleh.
to get in touch with him because she's so controlling, but you forgot that there's still a support group that Silver is a part of.
What does it say that my first thought was, what support group? People just as toxic as that bitch? I still don't entirely know why this particular situation keeps getting me so heated.
It's because you want to fuck me.
What? Well, I'm not surprised that there are not many people who want to fuck you so well. I'll be real here.
Main fuck kingdom, Steve! I'm convinced you guys treat the word toxic with the same weight as someone listening to the Britney Spears song while also believing the conservatorship was actually justified.
Man, it really concerns me how much Jace is being borderline misogynistic towards me. I'm sorry,
Oh
but
no, not the misogyny. Not the misogyny. Everything but the misogyny.
if the only creative things Jace can call me is a bitch and cunt, hey, Yoon called me a crotch rot of a personality. If you can't get on his level of insult, shut the fuck up. I expect this level of sexism from Mr. Snotfuck, not a rando who I never even
Oh, not the sexism. Is that really... Is that really it now? I can't believe he called me a bitch. That's so sexism.
met. But don't worry, hell with it. You should.
Rishi, I will get to it when we are at least an hour in, okay? I need to make some progress here. I need to pace my interruptions. Otherwise it will just be like 2 seconds of video, the end.
Would be worried, actually. Because the creepiness doesn't stop there. Because Jace had quite a few things to say about Michael, to the point I'm starting to think Jace has infantilized Michael in his head and thinks he
Listen, you all infantilize each other, so it's fine.
As a chance with him?
Grab silver and fucking run, to be honest.
I don't know, Jace. Your blue sky is gone now, so I'm guessing the only one that you seem to have run away with was yourself. Hey, I get it. I'm a big guy. I'm pretty heavy. I don't run. I'd only slow you
Yeah, that's also why you get beat all the time.
down.
Hey Jace, stay the fuck away from my partner. He's not a fucking stuffed animal for you to save and coddle. Fuck off.
This is gonna sound really harsh probably, but
Fuck off! Stay away from my partner. Was Jace also the one... Okay, spoiler for myself here. There are some calls later, and she's like, did you have a thing for my partner? Did you have a thing for Silver? Like, playing the insane, jealous girlfriend. It was crazy. Hello, Dr. Backshots.
can't stop thinking with his dick for 5 minutes and snap out of it, then so be it. Honestly, I'd go yell some sense into him myself if I knew I would get a response. For real though, was that a bit much? Please tell me if it was.
Oh, it was more than just a bit much, Jace. In fact, this was—
I think that was appropriate.
Fucking putrid, to the point I nearly threw up in my mouth. The fact you doubled down on sexually harassing my partner sickens me.
No, stop shaking with your dick. One.
Refrain from speaking about my partner's genitals, or face the wrath of me shoving the heel of my boot far up your throat.
Do not speak of my partner's genitals, otherwise. But...
you'll be tasting nothing but leather and the blood from your broken teeth.
I'm hesitant to—
That's so hardcore, girl. So hardcore. Okay, fine. Just made you go monsters, go.
cut Silver off completely considering the things I've said to him in the past.
Doug, what did you say to me that makes it hard for you to cut me off? Huh?
Bro, don't you know, we had such a deep relationship, like, we would sit on the porch, I would chat, you said white boy is stinky. I never would say that, Slug. Don't you dare. Lies and slander.
Oh, don't worry. We know what Jay said to Michael to stop him from cutting him off. And it creeped both me and Michael out. So here it is.
Hey, I saw what you were talking about in the Cloud House chat earlier today. I just want to remind you that I think you're a good person, and the bad things that people have said about you ain't worth shit, at least in my eyes. You're my friend, and I love you, okay?
For context, this message was sent 2 years before the thread was made, but over a month after Michael and I had begun dating. Hey Jace, I dealt with one attempted homewrecker. I ain't dealing with another. Stay the fuck away from my partner, because if I could, I'd file a restraining order against your ass for the disgusting comments you made on my partner as is.
Yeah, what? Jace, looking back, it is kind of creepy that you told me, someone who barely spoke to you, that you loved me. I know there's I love you like a brother kind of I love you and the whole, like, platonic stuff, but we were not close enough for you to start saying this.
For me, it's like, I don't cut people off unless it's bad.
Okay. What are they trying to insinuate here? You can pick up my call. I was gonna show you White Boy in his comfort costume. And a picture of him in his comfort costume. Are they trying to insinuate here that Jace had a thing for Silver? Am I too neurotypical for this?
And I don't think Silver's done anything to warrant that.
Oh, don't worry about that, Jace, because you sure have warranted a block from me. From sexually harassing me to painting my partner as crazy to just overall being really fucking weird. I will say once again, we barely spoke to each other. Jace, I'm gonna be real. I don't have many words for you, because despite what you may think, we were not that close. However, I know whatever image you had of me was from your own imagination, because no one—
Bro, I don't think it's that deep. Remember, you can't tell your bots you love them. Fuck! I'm gonna get murdered.
Who genuinely cared for me would have said the things that you had said. You would have talked to me. Something I think
the true friend wouldn't tell me they love me, okay? It's cheating.
SEC is allergic to at this point. You give me the creeps given the things you said about me, but also piss me off.
What? I swear I'm too neurotypical for this. I need a translator here. I have forgotten most of the Deep and Silver stuff. I'm literally just here for Dew. Ah, thank you, Middleman. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the dono. Head pets for everyone. They're acting like Jace wants to date Silver. Yeah, it really comes off like they were gonna platonically touch dicks. It really feels like it. Like, yeah, we know what DMs you don't want to show, and it's just like, yeah, love you, buddy. It's like, what? You're neurotypical unsubbed. Fuck. It's crazy.
For the derogatory shit you spewed at my wife. In your courthouse call, all I heard was deflection. I was just following the crowd. I didn't know any better, you said. Hey, maybe fucking think for yourself for once then. If you are legitimately apologetic for the shit you said, I would have heard an apology by now. You should have expected this shit to come out of the woodworks, but no. You're only sorry because you got caught. Prove me wrong. I dare you. Maybe then I'll—
My Terraria crash. No, but bubonic tonic. No, not the Terraria. Yeah, I don't know why this was no big deal, because for it seems like Jace was just talking shit. And was like, hey buddy, love you, You don't deserve the shit you're getting. And they're like, he wanted silver stick. Obviously. We get it, he's a catch, you know. Who wouldn't want it?
Believe you're genuinely trying to make amends for all the shit you did in the Cloud Palace, but until then, please abide by the non-existent restraining order I have on your ass.
Final words. Disgusting. Absolutely atrocious is all I have to say about Jace. This isn't the first time Jace roped himself in with a situation
This is all you have to do nowadays to be atrocious.
that, quite frankly, he had no fucking business participating or being involved in. If you'd like more information on how vile of a person Jace is, I recommend the confrontation the courthouse had with him that was recorded. It'll be provided down below alongside with all other
Yeah, you mean the call that had nothing to do with you guys?
sources. You'll be seeing Jace sparsely here and there still, but let's move on to an individual who really should have kept their mouth shut. Because now, I get to tell the public how much of a spineless, vile bitch they are. As if people don't already know that enough as is, though.
Oh my
Hey,
god.
Blaze. Knock, knock. Let's talk about the skeletons you've had in that closet for quite
Oh
some
my god, Blaze.
time now.
Oh. I hate. Ah, much better. Oh.
Ever.
Are you sure about that?
But I've been thinking about silver a lot lately. Usually when I think about people out of the blue and feel compelled to message, it's not a good sign.
And yet you didn't bother because you knew that I didn't ever want to speak to your ass again. Cope.
It was only then that I realized
What?
how minimized his social life has become since meeting her. Like, I'm of the firm belief that he should date whoever he damn well pleases, even if it is Deed, but something feels more off than usual.
Blaze. Blaze. You know that's a fucking lie. On God.
On god, that's a fucking lie. Like, sure, I control his phone sometimes and everything. And I get jealous when someone says love your body. And I hit him sometimes, you know, when I get intense, but you know. How dare you?
People can just blatantly lie and get away with it. Out of everyone, you fucking know that ain't true. Michael and I began talking in 2018, and then we stopped talking in February of 2020. The reason being is because someone intervened. You know this, Blaze, because in July of that same year, I wanted to apologize to Michael and started talking to him again. You know this because you were fucking there for that. Michael's social life did not begin minimizing because he met me. I am so fucking tired of you guys getting away with blatantly lying. You know Michael and I were close before we had even started fucking dating. You are so desperate
I wish he would have left out dating. You know, before we started fucking.
to paint me as this abuser, to paint me as something that I fucking ain't. Fuck off.
Blaze, my social circle began dwindling because of Ray calling me abusive and the Avi ordeal.
You know, my social circle started dwindling because my girlfriend started calling all my old friends abusive.
Not because I met Deed. If anyone is to blame, it's Avi, and the people who chose to defend them. Such as yourself.
Bro, you ain't any better. You were like, you know what, George Raccoon saw the video, good guy. Because fuck that miner, right? That miner offended me.
Sorry, I don't know if you heard me. I said such as yourself. I was busy coughing.
Because she's unhinged. She
Yeah,
wants
please explain the joke, that always makes it better.
full control over him, and he's too passive when it comes to women to have any kind of opposition to it. Unless I know she's actually giving him love
Yeah, he's very passive.
and care, I can't trust that she's not abusing him outside of this. Because either Silver mitigated his access himself, either to save himself or not get hurt by her, or she's forcing him to not be around people as basically a hostage.
Oh, okay. Accuse me of kidnapping Michael now. Just fucking do that.
I will kidnap my own boyfriend. I put him in the cellar. Put him in the roof basement.
Why don't you? This will not be the last time this accusation is made, by the way.
Gee, I wonder why. Unexplainable.
The problem is there's nothing we can do to show him what kind of person she is. As long as she's a woman he finds attractive, he won't be able to see a single fault in her.
Like, I want him to be okay, but I don't know. My gut is screaming, the thing. Isolation is a mental abuse tactic.
And yet, everyone in this thread thought isolating Michael with his supposed abuser is perfectly fine. And I was completely isolated after the Avi ordeal. Glad to know you can recognize isolation as a...
You know the Avi situation where she talked kings with Avi? And Avi was sending king pics because they talked about kings. Crazy. Yeah, the sexual abuse. The sexual harassment. I will sweep for white woman. No, Dr. Backshots, don't.
Blaze, because that just means you admitted to abusing me, and I'm perfectly aware everyone in this thread is fine with Michael being supposedly abused too.
He won't see it as
You just had us without consent in the basement. Hey, that's not fair. I always do it with consent.
isolation or abuse if it's with her. Again, we all know how he is with women. Christ, stay gone, you fucking prick.
Can y'all stop?
Well, are they wrong though? Are they wrong though?
acting like you can read my mind. No, you don't know how I am with women, or Deed. You just fucking don't.
These were the only messages that Blaze sent within the thread, but seeing as she was willing to engage in these false allegations placed upon me, I get to talk about how Blaze and evidently her partner Caden, who I will refer to as Chris from now on, rightfully screwed me over during the whole Avi ordeal, and overall were just shitty non-existent pals to begin with. That's right, Blaze didn't just protect her perverted-ass boyfriend, she's been protecting perverts for—
Oh, I love how she really goes off all the other drama that has nothing to do with them to be like, see? Everyone who was mean to us was a terrible person. So, I am obviously the good person now. Right? Right? Like, what is this? I was told there is a puppy. Open. Fuck! Like, I cannot do videos. Ah! Wait, give me a moment. Give me a moment. Old lady on the job. Old lady on the job. Okay? I can do this. Trust. Trust. Trust in me. I can do this. I can do this. Aha. It's a papa. It's a baby. And a big boy. And a baby. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. The baby white boy. Have some eye bleach. It's baby white boy, the bigger dog is his older brother. Oh no. Ah.
quite a while now.
Thank you very much, Slug. That was blessed. And you mine too? I opened one now. Fuck. Whoop. Another baby. Another good baby. Another good baby. I love him. Love him all so much. Okay, now. Fishy, you did not send me your fucking Gundams. You did not send me your fucking Gundams. Where to God? Also, we got an orange baby. A black flower. I love orange. Orange. Chungus. Love orange chungus. DMs are full of fur babies yet, and I love them. I love them all. I want to give them all kisses.
So, let's talk about the duo from Hell, and if you're wondering, Chris was never in this thread, why are you talking about him? Well, you see, there's a very simple explanation for this. It's like Blaze told me. Anything involving her involves her boyfriend.
Chick stick giant robots, do we know this? Of course, Fishy, of course. Now know that one of them is named Biscuit and Gravy. I love him.
I could talk about my history between Blaze and Chris, but there's really no point given the fact people
Did they trace your art?
know what these people are like. Yes, they are as terrible as you think. They were shitty pals to me. They were not good people. I mean, for fuck's sakes. I helped Chris from an attempted suicide, and he ghosted me for years.
I feel like every one of you helped someone else. Wait, you helped him with suicide? Listen, I helped him when he attempted suicide. I can't believe it didn't work.
After that. The only reason we started talking again is because Blaze dragged me in a Discord call so Chris could pull a woe is me despite doing fucked up shit behind the scenes.
Crazy.
More on that later when it's relevant. But the Avi ordeal is essentially what led me to distancing myself from Chris and Blaze because despite them trying—
You cannot pull this card after you trauma dumped on me for the whole first half of this video, okay? I know way too much about you.
to act like they cared about me, they didn't. They were adamant on being Avi's biggest offenders, and it only took me until 2025, when Chris is being called out for being a pervert himself, that I finally learned the truth behind their own malicious gain for protecting Avi. So now I get to reveal the truth. I know it's been hours since I shared the timeline of events, but I briefly mentioned two individuals named V and C in my retelling of the aftermath.
Not V and C. Yeah, well, that's exactly what I mean. They really use, like, all the stories that came out before them to be like, see? All the people we don't like were shitty people.
Well, B and C are Blaze and Chris. That's right. Blaze told Chris about my trauma despite my wishes. Blaze and Chris were the ones to pressure me
To be fair, you also tell everyone about your trauma, so...
to come out publicly about Avi despite my wishes, and when I said no, they proceeded to belittle me for, quote, not going forward with this. Blaze and Chris were the ones to shame me for not telling them intimate details about the alleged fetish, and went as far as to say, maybe we shouldn't believe you. Oh.
Yeah, you know the fetish stuff where you engaged willingly in kink talk. And then we're like, this is sexual harassment. By the way, once you get to the Donnie section, expect me to talk a lot in the chat. Oh no. I used to be friend with him. Taking my lunch with you to suffer these fools. It's very brave.
And the whole we hardly even knew Avi thing? Well, just take a look at who was interacting with Blaze in the thread.
Not the crouching idiot.
Avi. And as for Chris...
Oh no, they talked to Avi, the guy I talked sexually with. Wait, I wanted to read that.
As for Chris...
I was never sexual.
Fuck! There. Unrelated to anything, I've been thinking about Silver. Oh, okay, that was the one. It was Crouching Idiot, okay, from the messages you read before. Okay, gotcha.
Avi. And as for Chris...
I was never sexual towards Julie. I knew they were a minor. I never even imagined that. I was also in a relationship with Blaze. So, sexual towards... I think the only people I've ever been jokingly sexual towards is Silver, who is reciprocated.
Haha, I was only jokingly sexual towards. Don't get it.
Avi, who is...
Was towards Silver?
Silver, who is reciprocated.
Are we gonna talk about this?
Avi, who is reciprocated, and that's it.
Hey, maybe don't drag my partner's name as a means of deflecting responsibility for being inappropriate with a minor.
I mean, if they asked. Hey, how dare you talk about my partner? Well, every time someone mentions my partner, I also get mean.
Okay, Chris, fuck off with that shit. But this proves, to me, that you two lied and even gaslit me for the past 5 years into believing you had no friendship with Avi. And before anyone tells me that it was obvious, no.
Saint, are you fat shaming again? I've seen Silver. It had to be a joke. What do you mean, Saint? What do you mean? Please explain.
It was not obvious to me, because as I stated many times, I was not in the SCC. I didn't know the ins and outs of what was going on.
You were in it! Stop! There's also a thing, she's like, I've never been in the SCC. You know, I've only been in the community discords and made content and talked to everyone in there. I do hate White Boy. I don't hate White Boy! Stop! What do you want? A White Boy stream? We'll show him in the next break, okay? Shush. Patience.
I just trusted their word, because I didn't think they would lie or even gaslight me about something so insignificant.
I say gaslight because Chris openly said I'm going to stay friends with him. And when I questioned that, he was adamant that's not what he said at all. I'm getting gaslit. It's so abusive. I cannot believe it. I will be on Monstrous side here, Saint. You always respond too slow. Respond to her faster. Or else you get whipped.
Just so they could secretly hang around him behind my back. Honesty is not in any of these people's vocabularies. However, Blaze and Chris did more than just lie to me about
Proof! Source, I made it the fuck up.
their friendship with Avi, victim blamed me, and attempted to peer pressure me into going public with.
Oh my god. I was victim blamed and peer pressure. Okay. Where?
It. So let's finally talk about it. Let's start with Chris, as me blocking Chris is what led to me following suit.
I can't believe Chris had done that.
With Blaze. As a refresher, when I found out that Avi had more than one victim, I called folks out in my private Discord server, telling them I didn't appreciate them still associating with Avi, despite what he had done to me, and the mere fact that it—
You know, despite what he has done to me, you know. Talk with me about fetishes. I agreed on. And never said stop. Yeah.
had now been proven, Avi had a history of being a creep. Apparently, that night, when I posted the message, I was in a Discord call with Michael, and I learned from him that Chris was messaging him. Michael had relayed to me that Caden was apparently upset with my message as it was harsh, and that what I was doing was guilt-tripping. And I apparently was doing guilt by association, and that I should either delete or apologize for the message.
I mean, I kinda did. Like, you talked to this person who I talked about Kings with. How dare you? Fuck you. You are in cahoots with my sexual harassment.
Same person who said he hardly even knew Avi, by the way. Gee, wonder why he cared so much for a stranger. I was essentially being gaslighted.
I even wash my hair. That is literally the biggest step above deed. We ain't the same.
By not only Chris, but by my own partner, that the message I wrote was wrong and out of place. Not only was I not committing guilt by association due to many individuals showing proof out in the public eye that they were still associating with Avi.
Well, you kinda did though.
Despite fully knowing my story, and again, many people validated my story as they knew Avi had this history of
Who
predatory
are these many people? Are they in the room with us right now?
behavior. But not only that, I was being gaslit and taught very convoluted morals by these people as well.
Oh my god, how many buzzwords can we throw into one video? I was gaslit. Everything is here. I was peer pressured. What else? Listen, get your bingo cards out.
Let me explain. Basically, I was told, you're not allowed to hang around anyone we disapprove of. It's hurtful.
I mean, that's also what you do. Hey, Luna! Just ate chicken. I'm now factually more fulfilled in my life than this bitch. The sexism, I cannot believe. I cannot believe you would do this. After deed, I cannot drink Monster because the sheer volume of empty Monster cans made me sick, so I drink Bang Energy or Goose. Bro, listen, I cannot believe they did this to my Monster, but also, no one can stop me. I need to get the VTuber off the screen because or it will make a really weird face when I drink. Still need to find a way how I can drink without it doing the weird face. There we go.
I had apparently done that in the past, so I said, got it, won't happen again. And I thought this applied to the both of us, right? So when I told people I wasn't comfortable.
So anyways, I did it again. You have the Monster and to cover your face too. Yeah, but that I also have that for the I only have that for the nun. I still need to do it on this model, okay? I'm lazy.
They were associating with my sexual harasser. What was I told? You can't control who people hang around. Despite Avi.
Oh my god, Abyssal. Can I make a PNG model Popcat for you? For you, that way you can drink Monster without making cursed faces? Oh, that would be great. I would love that. Listen, I need to save my face, so otherwise I do the blowjob face here. That would be awesome.
Admitting to what he did. People confiding in me that they too.
Can I put my white Monster peach though? Listen, this is now my new. I don't know why I get this. But this is my what do you call it, my new pickup line.
Dealt with Avi. And people even backing me up on his history of being a creep. It's apparently.
Yeah, but just because he was a creep to fucking almost a whole bunch of people doesn't mean he was a peach to you. You can't do that. Yeah, listen, I had sex with that guy who later turned out to be a rapist, so obviously I was raped. This is the same logic.
Wrong for me to tell people, if you're going to associate with me, you cannot associate with Avi. And hey, can you fucking blame me for being a bit harsh given the shit I had to go through? This was when
yes.
Scarlett referred to my sexual harassment as beef, mind you. You cannot.
It was still not sexual harassment.
Tell me that it's perfectly fine for people to hang around individuals who raped you, who traumatized you, who severely.
You cannot. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. She literally compares talking about her kings with Avi and him sending pictures towards his king. Like, would you forgive people who talk to your rapist? Bruh. This can't be serious. This can't be serious. This is a joke. This is a fucking joke, right? This is a joke. Fuck me.
Abuse someone, and you can look them in the eyes and say, I know this person did this to you, but I'm still going to hang around them. And you have to accept that. You cannot tell me that that is justified. You cannot tell me that that is okay. But in these people's eyes...
You're not the raped.
Yes. Yes, they can justify, and if they can't, well, we'll just do it behind your back then. And what I hate is that it fucking worked. Because
I hate that you exist, but here we are.
Because of the manipulation and gaslighting tactics used on me, I felt that I was at fault, that what I did was wrong, and that I stepped out of line. And for that, I took a few days to myself, and I did apologize. I did say I was sorry.
I took a few days to myself, tried to find my inner peace. Well, you need a few months. You need a few months at least.
But I have since revoked that apology, because there was nothing to fucking apologize for. Fuck everyone.
I am literally perfect, and I do not need to apologize ever. Fuck all of you.
Who protected Avi. He turned out to be worse than I ever could imagine, but my gut tells me they already
Oh, your boyfriend protected John the raccoon, so...
He knew that. After taking some time away, I spoke to Chris privately in DMs, simply wanting to talk to him because I felt defeated. I felt like I had to personally talk to him and apologize for the message I wrote in my Discord server in regards to Avi. This was also the day I officially blocked Chris and cut him out of my life because of the conversation we proceeded to have. You got—
Yes, Metalman, it's literally like, I'm sorry you felt that way. You got a sec? Stop. You're still mad at me? I wasn't mad at you, just concerned that you were letting this dominate you. Which is what happened to me years ago. That's not what Michael told me that night. I wasn't letting it dominate me. I was just sick and tired of people being around someone who did something horrible. Was continuing to do horrible things as recent as August. He was still hurting people. Nobody was realizing that. I don't remember being angry. I think he misinterpreted my text. Either way, the thing with "you know who is that for me," the no sign of evidence showing the behavior was continuing. The last time I was in call with him, he was sticking around and making sexual jokes with people that were doing the same. It's not me condoning or denying the possibility, this is just from my point of view. Unless I was presented with proof they were doing it in private without consent, I can't confirm or deny that they are still doing it. It's just how I see it. And from my point of view towards you, there was that glimmer of letting it dominate you. Why are you saying dominate? It starts as small outbursts, then it grows. That's what worried me. I saw the proof. The person trusted me, and it's why I didn't say what it was, nor show it out of respect for the fucking victim. It was in private DM, and the person not only was scared but wanted no part of any drama, possibly because it's why I'm not going public either. I don't want him hurting any more people. That's why I said what I said. To protect my homies. So selfless. I understand. Also, I love how she's like, no one spoke out for us, no one protected us, but also, yeah, so we never called anything out. Except now that they're all dead. I was tired of people defending people who abused me. Yet it happened. I'm sorry. Avi was terrible. But you weren't abused by him. You fucking sexted with him, bro. Talked about your fucking kink. You said you believed me, yet there you were, upset with me. It wasn't even just you, it was others too. Imagine someone saying that they believe that so-and-so raped you, but... Bitch, you weren't raped. Stop. But they turn around and go ahead and hang out with your rapist anyway. How are you supposed to feel or think that at the moment it would be terrible? But you weren't raped. You talked with a dude about fucking cake. Hi, Quantum. Quantum gets a little guy. Fuck me. No, dude, stop. Stop. My name. I will allow this to go to my head. Then a god complex. I've returned from an interview and was given the opportunity for a second one for a higher position. Hey, congratulations, name. Hello, Macari. Welcome to Pain.
Out a sec.
Sup?
You still mad at me?
Fuck! Why did I read the whole thing now for? Saw her BDSM shot when he was talking about it, and she said it sounded abusive. Bruh.
Nah, I wasn't mad. What happened?
Chris, don't fucking tell a victim that their sexual harasser is dominating them. Imagine.
Again, you weren't. You weren't. Hi, Akumu. Welcome to Pain.
Telling a rape victim, oh, you shouldn't let your rapist
You are not a rapist victim. You're not a fucking rape victim. Fuck.
dominate you. What the actual fuck is wrong with you? I still get an acid reflex when I think about this, because it fucking sickens me that you said this. That's not what Michael told me that night, and I wasn't letting it dominate
Why did I read all this now?
me. I was just continuing to do horse realizing it.
Either evidence showing around and don't unless I case pros.
Trust either. Back to my home, people said you believed me, abused me.
fucking
Understand.
I was tired of people defending people who abused me, and yet it happened. You said you believed me, yet
No pain, no gain. What is my gain? What is the gain here, Kumu? What is the gain? I only feel the pain.
there you were, upset with me. It wasn't even just you, it was others too. And I
Just
just
letting it submit to me. Yeah, exactly. I don't let anything dominate me.
someone saying that they believe that so-and-so raped you, but they turn around and go ahead and hang out with your rapist anyways. How are you supposed to feel or think at that moment?
Where did the rape claim come from? Okay, Akumu. Story time. Her and Avi. Somehow, apparently it was a woman empowering server. And somehow they started talking about kings. So, Avi with his fucking nose and sneeze kink, and her about her blood kink. Well, they talked about it. Avi started sending pictures depicting the king. And somehow that is sexual harassment. Because they didn't stop. Even though she was like, Teehee, you didn't have to. And apparently that was her denying. It was her not consenting. Got it? That is the rape. And then she was pissed that no one took it serious. Oh my god, Quantum! Sorry I'm late. Excuse, something, and feeding Pookie. Thank you so much, Quantum. Oh no, we got the goal. Thank you very much, Quantum. Get the goal animations. Here we go. Ding, 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 ding. Abuse. Fuck me. Listen, I want someone here in chat now be like, I can't believe Dew abuses the chat every time they hit the goal. I can't believe anyone is still talking to her. This is live abuse and no one takes it serious. This is literally the logic right here. Abused Jacques, bro. Unbelievable.
Okay, let me explain this.
She never met the guy. She accused of rape. No. They talked about fetishes. She didn't ask for pictures, but got pictures and was like, Teehee, you didn't have to. That was her not consenting. Thank you, Saint. Please write the Google Docy now.
I think you are getting the wrong message here. I don't actively hang out with him. I am in the same servers as him, and he joins calls like everyone else.
Notice how Chris is still denying he has any close relationship with Avi. So which is it, Christopher? Did you lie to Deed, or did you openly admit to being sexual around a stranger? I know the answer because you didn't hide your friendship with Avi around me.
And again, I believe you. My major thing is twofold. A, I want to confront him on what he did, but by your wishes you have told me not to, so that prevents me from trying to handle this. And B, I need proof the actions are still happening from me to be in the train, or they are still doing it, and I don't want you to share info that doesn't want to be shared, and if this is a problem, I am sorry, but this is how it is in my eyes. So
Akuma, I can't believe you do a skull emoji towards these serious accusations. My Maxime has inspired the wrong people. Oh, listen. People who were mean to me turned out to be horrible people, so now I can be like, see, they were horrible to me too.
deleted message. I'm sorry.
The chat's just into that. Never again. That's what Magneto said, and it always happens again, so... Sorry, Akuma.
I want nothing to do with you anymore. Don't message Silver over this. Talking to him to get me to talk to you will just piss me off more. I find it pretty hypocritical for Chris to say he believes me, but also picks or it didn't happen in the same breath. Especially since it was evidence that I didn't have any more, but was also given direct orders not to share with anyone.
But I was ordered by a higher power not to share this anymore. You actually ruined my village's harvest. I do every year.
Good on you for not caring about the well-being of a victim, Chris. Really shows your character, though your confrontation call showed that enough as is. Now let me explain the conversation near the end, since it was deleted. Basically, Michael had already confronted Avi, and Avi confessed to Michael what he had done. Apparently, Chris was not happy about this. He wanted to
Is Akumu the Magneto of the ACC? No, I think he would be more of... What do you think? Let me think. He might be more of the Cyclops, you know? It started small and then he became the revolutionary. Everyone hated, everyone blames everything on, and then it turns out he was right. Yeah, cool, sorry, you're now officially the Cyclops of the ACC.
be the one to confront Avi, but I told him that he doesn't need to do that because Avi had already been confronted. He doesn't need to be confronted again. All Chris could have done was ask Michael, did you see the photos? And Michael would have told him, yes, I have seen them. She's telling the truth. All Chris had to do
Well, Michael is also a simp for you, so...
was ask Michael to see the confrontation himself with sensitive details redacted, and Michael would have given it to him, but he didn't. Instead, he said, I'm doing it, or I don't believe you, and he proceeded to outwardly name-drop Avi. The reason this is important is because at the time, during all of this, I couldn't read or hear Avi's name without breaking down Saw.
Yeah, I want now the Cyclops meme of Cyclops was right, but with Akumu was right.
I understand the term trigger isn't taken as seriously as it used to, but triggers are a real thing. Because I had come to terms with what Avi had done to me, but not only that, his confession was—
Avi has done nothing to you!
very similar to the confession my rapist gave when I had confronted her. They used—
What? How are we back to rape? Wait.
very similar to the confession my rapist gave when I had—
It was him. Listen, because you compare Avi the whole time to a rapist. Now I don't. Listen, it's really hard to believe your stories.
confronted her. They used similar wording such as, I thought it made you happy, when no.
Excuse me? Excuse me? The word rape is being thrown a lot here, yeah?
No, it didn't. In fact, it did the opposite. It made me miserable. It made me traumatized.
Lady, maybe you need a therapist, not a YouTube channel. It is going to drama dump so much later on. But you already did the drama dump at the beginning. What do you mean? What do you mean? There was already the lolly cult rape in the beginning. You mean there will be more of a trauma dump? What?
So whenever I thought about Avi, I would also be reminded of my rapist. So Avi was essentially
the dude I talked with Kings about and who sent me his fucking nose fetish, apparently nose bleeding or something. What do I know? You know, he traumatized me because he reminds me a lot of my rapist.
a trigger for me for quite a while.
Everything is a trigger for you.
So Chris, name-dropping him several times in the message, told me
Choose your own adventure trauma dump. That's crazy, monster.
he did not care nor respect me. The fact he deleted it and responded with, I'm sorry, is because he knew he fucked up. But it didn't matter. I made the choice for him and just told him, I don't want to talk to you anymore about this. Mind you, I never wanted to go public with the stuff Avi did to me.
What you say? That you only meant well.
I just wanted the people who I'd befriended to respect me and my boundaries. That's it. This is when Blaze immediately starts messaging me. I'm not joking. The second I blocked Chris, Blaze started texting me, and despite me telling her to leave me alone, she continued to send me messages while I am currently having a PTSD episode. Michael can tell you from first-hand account, I am not mentally sound if you try to talk to me after something has triggered my PTSD. Do not try to have a conversation.
So great. Back with iced coffee. Avi had a sneezing fetish and Deet has the blood kink. Yep. What do you mean? What? Burn? What do you want? What do you want? That do I buy the 151 liter bottle of vodkas I see next to the register? Yes. Yes. Do.
With someone who is not mentally okay. No, I see you typing.
I'm not asking you to talk to him or even here to defend anyone. I was just going to pass along a message.
No, I see you typing. I see you type. Only talk about what's relevant to the topic. Using vague similarities to trauma dump is a big problem with people like this. They feel the need to tell everyone, yes, I know so much about her trauma. I didn't need to know. I didn't need to know. Oh my god, for bumping into a corner trigger her PTSD? Yes. But apparently doing a skit of her being fucked off the bed doesn't, so...
She wanted to share with you, which is just, I'm not going to fight this, and I wish you the best. That's it.
Triggering me doesn't make you the bigger person.
He's not trying to be...
Triggering me doesn't make you the bigger person. What can I say that doesn't trigger you? I saw what you did in K-Hack server. What do you mean? I did nothing. I am an innocent little bean.
The bigger person. Nor was he trying to trigger you. He was explaining his perspective on the matter, which is limited based on what he knows and doesn't know. He doesn't actively seek company with Avi. He just happens to be in the same server, and outside of occasional server messages and rare moments they join a server call, there's not a lot of contact with him. I'm in that server, and I couldn't tell you thing one about what he's done recently. He wasn't trying to be the bigger person. He was trying to explain himself. I'm sorry if what he said triggered you. I wasn't there. You can do with that information what you will. He's not fighting it because realistically he can't. His personal life requires more of his time as of late, especially with—
Say less. Just be like, sorry you felt that way. With Deed, it's okay to just say, sorry you felt that way.
what's going on with his mom. He wants to respect your space and move on, or he can. That's about it. And if you're not comfortable with me being in the server or talking to you just because I date him, then that's okay. I don't have to. He only wanted me to pass that message along.
I just don't know how to feel about anyone right now. Avi was already confronted. He knew what he did. It's why he left Twitter and unfriended a whole bunch of people, and what Kaden did was literally something on my trigger list. There's no excuse.
My trigger list. I'm sorry for sounding insensitive, but I don't think keeping up with people's trigger list is my job. Depending on how big it is of a trigger list. Like if you just say, hey, I don't like this topic being talked about, it's fine. I can deal with that. But if you're like, it's literally on my trigger list.
Please, leave me alone right now.
Alright.
A few things. Blaze continues to gaslight me, because this is a lie. They actively hunt around Avi. You'll find out shortly enough. 2. I wasn't even mad at Blaze for dating Chris. I don't know what the fuck she is talking about.
Oh, wait. It's not that simple in the ACC. You can't just block someone. They have to A. Produce a Google Docie, B. A Twitter hashtag, C. Remove you from any of their circles that they use for validation. Oh, I almost forget. Dogpile you too. That's very important. You cannot leave that out. Go back. What do you mean go back? Wait, did I miss something?
Actively hunt around Avi. You'll find out shortly enough. 2. I wasn't even mad at Blaze for dating Chris. I don't know what the fuck she is talking about here. And 3. If you're not comfortable, then that's okay. Major bullshit.
She seems to type like the person who can only watch a small handful of children movies. Listen, Bambi is really triggering because the mom gets shot. Beauty and the Beast gets triggering because Gaston is mean. Fuck. I am not a nerd, Burn. What the fuck is this accusation?
Given what's about
Look at the bottom. Kaden telling me I'm allowing A to I to dominate me was so fucking awful. Oh my god. They just meant you let it get out of hand. Take control of your life. Oh my god. He wasn't like, they literally said he's dominating me. He is dominating you so much. It wasn't in that fucking context. The fuck are you talking about? Is that also no sexual harassment? Oh fuck. He's censoring the name Avi. Oh my god. The name Avi is not my trigger list. I will only he who cannot be named. Call him Voldemort at this point, bruh.
Then that's okay. Major bullshit. Given what's about to fucking occur. This is
censoring names is a big thing in the SEC. Did they also send dominates me? Did they also do that with you, Akumu? Did they also only like A star 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 star? You know who's mean. The AU.
not where it ends, however, cause, oh boy, does it get worse. Despite telling Blaze to leave me be so I can—
Yes! No, Akumu, you're joking. Tell me you're joking right now. You're joking. It's a joke.
calm down and process everything, Blaze went on to post a twitlonger on her private Twitter account directed at me. I read it, I told her to fuck off, and I blocked her. There was a very good reason as to why I did this.
Yeah.
I saved this twitlonger before blocking Blaze, and before you say it's leaking private information, this has nothing to do with Blaze and everything to do with me. I didn't screenshot this, rather I kept a copy of it on Google Docs. But just for proof, here's the date the document was made, and here's the message I sent Blaze. I wouldn't have sent this if Blaze didn't write this.
Okay, before I start, let's be clear on something. 1, I had a lot of time to chill out and think about this. 2, I'm bitching here because I have now been put in a position where I literally can't talk to anyone about what's bugging me right now, and it's eating me up. 3, I tend to write out how I'm feeling before initial conversation. It helps me verbalize what I'm feeling. That being said, I'll try to make this thread short and concise. Start.
I have a feeling this will not be short and concise. They call you Akku. Fucking Voldemort shit here. They would censor or ban mention of servers. That's crazy.
I am patient and understanding to
Yeah, I would rather like to see the tweet longer instead of just them writing it.
almost no end. That being said, I'm human and I have my emotional limits. There's 3 to be exact. 1, don't mess with children.
Why are you laughing about that? Why are you laughing about that? You should not do shit with children.
2, don't mess with friends. 3, don't mess with family. I don't know Avi well enough to even care, but Chris is like family.
I can't get over this. I can't get over it because she's edgy, dude. Yeah, so edgy she fucking censors the name Avi. Really edgy.
To me. That being said, there were some emotional likes crossed with me yesterday, hence why I left the way I did. It's one thing to not want to talk to someone. It's another to essentially backtalk and insult them for not being on your side. Knowing I see this, which makes me have to take it and stay silent about it.
Blaze, could you please not type like you're on 70,000 grams of Benadryl?
I'll be real, you cannot say this. You are not the person to say this. Yeah, Kumo was an evil miner. He was an evil miner who triggered all the adults.
I don't know how to tell you this, but your partner is a grown-ass man. You do not need to constantly
Your partner is also a grown-ass man and you're a grown-ass woman.
defend him, because that's what you did the second I blocked him. You immediately went into my DM.
Are you doing the same for Silver? I'm just saying, girly. Girly pop. You're doing the same.
to try to defend him, while I was having a PTSD episode, mind you. Of course,
oh my god! When do you not have a PTSD episode? When do you not? When do you not?
Wasn't going to be rational. Of course I didn't want to talk to you. I told you that. And the fact that you're upset that you can't talk to anyone about this, oh no, you can't tell people that I was sexually harassed by Avi. Are you actually—
You were not.
Actually for real right now? You're upset because I don't want you talking about a traumatic event I fucking went through behind my back?
And then you were still mad that people didn't talk about it. What? First you were mad that people didn't all block Avi because of that, and now you're mad that people didn't talk about it, and now you're mad that people did talk about it. What?
Be so fucking for real right now.
It hurt pretty bad, and I was shaking from the anxiety of having to pretend I was fine with it. I'm not. Now, as for taking sides, neither of us have any fucking doubt in our mind over what Avi did. That wasn't up for debate. To ask about recent stuff we had no knowledge of wasn't taking sides. We genuinely didn't know. And it's even harder when it's all word of mouth, with vague descriptions.
You are the same people who literally said, maybe we shouldn't believe you, because I didn't want to—
Well, maybe we shouldn't believe you, so... Listen, how about we believe no one? In a Mexican standoff, no one is telling the truth. When is it my turn for a PTSD episode? You can have one as a treat. You can have one as a treat. You deserve a little treat.
to show you the unsolicited photos I was sent. You are also the same people who—
The unsolicited pictures where it was like, teehee, you didn't have to. And that was you not consenting. Be so for real right now. I can't with these people.
Told me for not wanting to make this a public spectacle. Also, if that's the case, why was Chris so adamant about confronting Avi then? I will say again, be so fucking for real right now.
Especially knowing how we've all been burned by people who've done that. Let's not forget the Silver and Ray fiasco.
I want to take a minute. Ray had no evidence that I was abusive because she was lying. You all knew she was lying because she said I wasn't abusive days after making that claim. And you also weren't burned by Ray from that fiasco. You and Christopher had already stopped talking to Ray before she ever said anything negative about me. Deed's statements about Avi were never public and also had multiple people backing up that they had seen the evidence, me included. Don't sit and act like that incident set a precedent for you, you preppy-ass cheerleader.
This.
What? What? Preppy-ass cheerleader, what?
This is where I snapped. This is where I told Blaze to fuck off. And
I snapped. I snapped so hard. I got the baseball bat. I cannot do this without my sip. Yeah, the smack talk in this video is so unreal. I love when Silver was like, yeah, if I get you, I will make the cartel look like kindergarten. It's like, bro, you will do nothing. You will sit in your cuck chair and cry.
Blocked her, because you know what this is? This is Blaze implying that I made false allegations. This is Blaze implying that I am no better than Rachel. Rachel, who made false abuse allegations on Michael. The person I'm fucking dating.
I'm dying.
This bitch not only implied that I'm a malicious liar, but that I'm no—
I mean, you kinda are. Fucking choked on my own spit.
better than the person who falsely accused my own partner of abuse. Sickening. Absolutely
Sickening. You sicken me with your greed.
disgusting. But you know what? There's something about the Rachel abuse allegations that people don't know about. And that is...
Look, now Dew is dying because of this video. Yes, exactly. I blame them. They abused me. Michael's about as intimidating as a puppy being scolded for pissing in the house. Don't do this to puppies.
is that no one actually cared whether Michael was innocent or not. And Blaze and Chris were the people who made me realize that. When I'd found out Rachel publicly accused Michael of being an abuser, I had...
Silver and Deed's failed attempt on shitting on the SEC because a chain reaction that led to a friend of mine being proven innocent of false grooming allegations. So thank you, Silver and Deed, for that. See, they had one positive. You lost your nice Nazi privileges. Can't with these people.
had to take time off work, because I was completely distraught over it. These were two individuals who I once knew, who I was once close with, and so it was pretty distressing to see these allegations. There's also personal reasons as to why I was so distraught by it, but I don't wish to explain any further. All you need to know...
Then why do you say it? I love this when they're like, I have more reasons why I was so distraught over it, but I cannot talk about that. Then why do you mention it? Stop fake posting.
Is that I privately told people I didn't want to hear about nor talk about the allegations, and that I was going to remain neutral. Blaze and Chris didn't like that. I was then dragged into a call. You're noticing a pattern now, yeah? Blaze and Chris did this a lot. When they didn't like
okay, see ya, cool.
something I said, they would beg me to be in the call regardless of my consent. So I was dragged into a call, and Blaze and Chris were trying to explain to me that Rachel is lying. The allegations aren't true. Now, given that these were people who were close with Michael, you would think they don't believe the allegations because they've known Michael long enough to know he isn't an abuser, right? No. That's not what they told me. What they told me, and it's something that haunts me to this day, that truly shows how Blaze, Chris, and everyone in that goddamn Cloud Palace views Michael and friendships overall. They told me, quote, the allegations aren't true because it's Rachel. They didn't believe Michael wasn't an abuser because they knew it in their hearts or because they cared about Michael. No, it's just because it was Rachel. That's where their morals stood.
Well, listen, maybe it was bit of both.
These people did not care about me. These people did not care about Michael. They didn't care about the truth.
Ooh, no one cares about anyone, surprise. So haunted, she's a house. The most haunted house in America. We will visit it today.
And that's where we'll end it. I don't see the point of reading the rest of it, as all I'll have to say is bullshit and lies. But there you go.
Okay.
That's where everything ends between me and just kidding. We didn't call this Hellfire for nothing. Now we discuss the Avi call. Despite it being called that, it's more so a call discussing Avi rather than a confrontation call with Avi.
I'm not light. Are you though, Embry? Are you though?
Individuals involved in this call were Michael, Chris, Blaze, and Avi's second victim, who I will call V. Reason being is because after talking with them, it turns out they turned around to not only downplay what Avi did to them, but what Avi had done to me. V had seen the photos.
There's nothing to downplay. Literally, I only had sex talk with him. I hate you. I hate you. I love her. Why is Deed like this?
V was one of the few people I trusted, and they turned around to backstab me.
I don't know if you're aware of this duo. Silver and Deed were scheming behind the scenes to portray two individuals in the thread as groomers. What? They got UTD to claim Ellie groomed him. What? What? I just know that they were really going hard on one person who literally almost didn't do nothing, and we're like, are they safe around children though? They work with children. Think about that. That's the only one I know about. At the time, what's this? This early, Mistress was out still getting the milk. Listen, sometimes you gotta buy some milk.
In more ways than one. Michael was on speaker, so I heard everything. In a way, I was there. But I spent more time crying in the other
In a way, I was there, in spirit.
room, so Michael will be the one to relay what happened in this call.
This retelling is all that's left as a call. Was not recorded unless it was secretly recorded illegally and without our consent. Yeah, I will surely believe Michael's retelling of it. I'm sure he will be fair, neutral, with perfect memory of what happened.
So the call's purpose was to discuss what Avi had done to Deed and how to go forward from here. This was between me.
What Avi did to Deed? I don't know how often I will have to hammer this home, but literally nothing.
Caden, Blaze, and V. I don't remember exactly every single thing that was said in this call. However, there are key moments that will stick in my head basically forever at this point. I had explained to Blaze that Deed was upset at her for comparing her to Ray. Blaze, surprisingly enough, agreed with me that Deed had a right to be angry at that and that she was wrong. V revealed that they were a victim of Avi, lied about not giving Deed permission to reveal to me that they were, and then proceeded to act like Deed lied about everything, including her own experience with Avi, in an attempt to make Deed look delusional. The most—
Ray, I mean, well, she does sound delusional. Are we real here?
egregious things were actually said by Caden, however. I wanted noted that V and Blaze were in this call and were complicit and in agreement to everything Caden said. All three of them had also confirmed that they were still in contact with Avi, despite knowing what he had done to Deed. Caden actually started the call by asking that we all promise to stay friends. I did not answer this promise at all. Quite frankly, it was the most obvious manipulation tactic, one that only could have been made more obvious if Christopher had said, "This is a manipulation tactic." Caden then proceeded to explain how Avi was asexual. I shouldn't need to explain this, but obviously—
Where? I feel my brain cells actively die while listening to this. I swear to God.
Avi becoming asexual was a few things. It was not true. Did not excuse what he did to Deed. Did not mean he could not then proceed to sexually harass others or—
Well, but the only difference is that he actually sexually harassed others, but not Deed. Crazy.
not be likely to do so. Avi is what he has been for the longest time, a straight, sexual deviant who preys on any woman he talks to. Hearing Caden say this like it excuses anything is disgusting and also damages the ace community, which, good God, they really don't fucking need your help, Christopher. Caden had also brought up—
They also don't want your help.
that Avi sexually harassed Deed as a traumatic response of being cheated on. This is hilarious, because I have been cheated on, and I don't recall making an active effort to sexually harass anyone at any point, even
That aged.
Regarding that, it's fucking disgusting to act like what Avi did was forgivable because he had been cheated on. I also recall Caden telling me if anyone can fix her, it's you. This is beyond insulting to say about someone. Deed isn't a thing to be fixed. Quite frankly, the—
I think someone should fix her, but it's definitely not you. It's a therapist.
only correct thing Caden said in that call was that Deed was someone who stuck to her values, which is correct. Granted, this was a backhanded compliment meant to actually paint Deed as stubborn and bullheaded, but I'm choosing to ignore the meaning of his message and—
Rose, spoilers. But yeah, when Lyle said he got a recorded call proving that A and Deed made up, and when separated Ray, Deed was like, what? It was recorded? It is illegal. I'm in a two-consent party state. Crazy.
instead reinterpreting it as it is blatantly written. And it's a part of her I admire. Cope and Sieve,
What?
Fucker.
After the call had ended, Michael came up to me and said, "It's okay. Avi is asexual now, so we won't hurt anyone else." This is where I stood my ground and gave Michael the ultimatum. Either.
I love how Michael is big talking and Michael came to Deed, who was still crying about getting raped by Avi, and he was like, "It's fine now, he's asexual." What? So you're really mad at the others? Not at your own boyfriend who was like, hey girly pop, it's fine, he's asexual now. I don't think that's how it works. It's fine, he can do this. No, he's asexual now, don't you get it? It's fine. He's gay now. He can't hurt another woman. Bruh.
Think about what the fuck you just said, or I'm packing my bags and I'm leaving. After a long night of heavy emotions and deep talking—
Again, I love how Silva talked all big beforehand, and she's like, yeah, so Michael came to me. Yeah, so anyway, my boyfriend came to me and was like, "It's fine, he's asexual now." Well, you can say this after he just made his big point, and you're like, yeah, so he believed that. Throwing your own boyfriend under the bus, bro. Did they talk about that?
Michael had realized what he had said, and realized how manipulative these people truly were.
It had taken me a long while to really understand how badly I was fucking up.
No, maybe your boyfriend is just stupid. Listen, he has to decide. Will he try to be the sane one, or will he be the one who is going blazing for his girlfriend, you know? He can't decide.
A better person would have cut these people off sooner, but I wasn't a better person. My desire to remain friends with
I was a bad person.
these people was a selfish one born to resolving everything and making people get along. I was living in a fairy tale, and while I do believe Caden, Blaze, V, and Avi were all attempting to manipulate me, I'm not going to sit and act like my decisions weren't mine. Obviously, I apologize to Deed. We've been together for 5 years now, so I did end up on the right side of the ultimatum, I feel.
You deserve each other. People confusing asexuals with axolotls again. Asexuals are harmless. Asexuals are wack. Harmless asexual. What? What?
That being said, this is going to be my public apology to my wife for believing in their vindictive ways, for not understanding your trauma as well as I should have, and for grossly mishandling the conversation I had with these 3 people. This experience painted how I handled this relationship from then on, and I cut these people out of my life soon after this conversation. I am deeply, deeply sorry for acting how I did and behaving how I did. I will never deserve you, but I will always be thankful.
I forgive
Not the M word. Always the manipulative one. I am a harmful ass. Majunga, no! What the fuck?
For as much as he hurt me, I'm glad by the end he realized how awful he and everyone else treated me. Truthfully, I'm glad because I had no one at that point.
I'm so glad my boyfriend realized how awful he was.
I had just moved to a new area, and the person who helped me escape my family and abusers was siding with people who did not care
Listen, at least she escaped the lolly cult. It's fine.
for me. It was a scary time for me, but I'm just glad it didn't stay that way forever. Michael and I decided to go off the grid for a while, and we began to realize these people were not only interfering with my journey of processing my trauma, but they had interfered with
Well, you still didn't seem to process it, so...
our relationship. We actually bonded over the time it was just the 2 of us, and despite-
Listen, we bonded during the time. We trauma bonded. You know, there was also... What do you call it when you're... What do they call it again when you fall in love with a kidnapper? When you're with one person a long time in isolation. What's the word? I need the word. I need word. Help.
everything. This ordeal actually led Michael and I to grow closer than ever.
Stockholm Syndrome, thank you. Listen, Stockholm Syndrome, isolation, and trauma bonding surely helped our relationship. Happy commune. Yes, Miritus, that's the word, that's the word.
While we do wish this had never happened, with an incident like this, it really puts a relationship to the test. And for us, well, we've been together for about 5 years and counting.
You said that already.
However, with Michael ultimately choosing to stay with me, and slowly distancing himself from these people, this is what led to the abuse allegations occurring. It all comes back, full circle. Which is why I felt it was necessary to talk about Caden and Blaze.
Hi, Smoutsy. Welcome to Pain. This is what BuzzFeed thought what happened to Belle from Beauty and the Beast. Listen. Little TED talk here. You know what the true crime of Beauty and the Beast was? The movie was great. But then in the end, the fucking beast turned into a human. That was the crime. Because he looked lame as a human. You know, if I was Mel, I would have gone. Fuck this. Listen, this whole thing was about me loving you as you are, and now you turn into fucking Beach Boy Wave. Motherfucker Steve? No. Fuck you. Hi, Kick-In. Yes, I have the right microphone on. She wanted the Monster Man. Exactly. You have to hear me out on the beast. Listen. This is not even hear me out. This is standard, okay? You should have stayed a beast instead of turning into Steve.
So, final thoughts. Or rather, final words. Chris, you're a fucking creep.
What a time for Kumu to come back.
And I wish I had known sooner, because I would have blocked your ass had I have known. I am not
You didn't block anyone, okay? Stop lying.
surprised at all the treatment you gave me for the majority of our friendship. Your VTubing career is over. Delete your shit and stay gone. As for you, Blaze, I always had a feeling Chris was going to be your downfall.
Chris was going to be your fountain. It was not Chris, honey. It was not Chris. Hot take. Human beast should have gotten a beard. Yes! Listen, at least he could have been Lumberjack Cheek.
The same way as you, Blaze. If you want to be with Chris, that's fine. That is your choice to make, just like it is Michael's choice
There's only 2 options for a real ending. Either he stays a beast or he turns into big beefy lumberjack.
to be with me. However, I noticed throughout my entire friendship with you and Chris, you two were like an entity. You were not 2 separate people. You were a conjoined group of one. You weren't dealing-
You were immaculation. You were a hive mind. A creature made of many bodies. Writhing and wriggling.
with Blaze. You weren't dealing with Chris. You were dealing with Blaze and Chris. I don't ever want to hear from you what a healthy relationship is.
Listen, everyone can talk big when you're kicking a horse that's already down, so...
Because what you have isn't healthy. But you've made your choice. And that's fine. I don't know what you and Chris went through for you to be adamant to be his defender no matter what. And while I understand wanting to protect your partner, wanting to defend them, unlike you, Michael has done nothing wrong. And when Michael was mistreating me during the Avi stuff, I called him out on
Michael has done nothing wrong. He's an innocent being. He could never do anything. That's why I hit him.
on it. Because my partner can make mistakes. And I shouldn't blindly defend him. But that's not how you see it. Because you will blindly defend Chris, no matter what.
I cannot believe this eldritch amalgamation of bodies was toxic.
To the point that you will dig your heels into the ground and adamantly deny that he was ever a creep towards a minor.
Because now the way she described it, I imagine like a fleshy mound of people with many faces and wiggling arms, and this is the SCC apparently. I take you're not a subscriber of Neo-Gastonism? What is that? Is there a malicious eldritch entity?
Despite him literally acknowledging it and apologizing for it. But no, you two couldn't keep your mouths shut, and now look at where you are now. You choosing to stand by Chris was your downfall. Michael and I are defending each other because lies and mistreatment were thrown our way. But we will still acknowledge wrongdoing when necessary. But you?
It's a human Hydra from Fear and Hunger. Yes! That's exactly what I imagined.
You can't face the music and admit what you or Chris have done wrong, because you don't care. You didn't care how either of you treated me, and you certainly don't care how the two of you treated Julie either. Stay bitter.
Again, writing on the back of Julie's videos. Crazy.
Caden, I think out of everyone in this list of people who fucked up regarding my partner, you were the one I was closest to. That's what makes this all fucking hurt harder than with most people. I really...
Did you also have gay sex with them?
Truly expected better of you, to at least not fuck around with children. But if you're going to act like the Grand Central Station of disappointment...
What? 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 You were mean to my girlfriend, and you fucked about with children, bruh! Bruh. There's a time and a place, okay?
Fine. It was embarrassing how you managed to take Julie's forgiveness of your actions and wasted it because you were too stupid to know how not to shut the fuck up. Your pride is so easily shattered because you can't help but fail to hurt others with your own insecurities, something I'm now learning was present since I've known you. One of the first things you did was yell at me and call me a fucking loser. I understand what caused—
I mean... Was he wrong, though? Was he wrong, though? Was he wrong, though, on that one? Listen, even a broken clock is right twice.
That it's not entirely your fault, but I think I'm learning this was just in your heart. And all this pride has now been met with—
Your heart is evil.
One of the worst fails I've ever seen. One that was entirely preventable.
You mean aside from your own fail with this whole thing?
But you couldn't help but attempt to guilt trip and manipulate people just like you did with me, and like you tried to do with my wife. I hope you reflect on every hardship you've ever faced, and how many of them you yourself have caused. I hope you do.
I still love that they call each other wife and husband, even though they're not married. I get it as a joke. You know, but I feel like they take it serious.
I certainly don't expect it. Blaze, I don't have a lot for you. Preppy-ass cheerleader is right, because you standing apart from Caden is—
What is it with a preppy-ass cheerleader?
now an impossibility. His mistakes are yours, and you can call it a marriage. I'm calling it what it is. Assimilation. What? By the end of your life, there will be
assimilation! Is that like the ritual in Fear and Hunger? When the two have the squeaky and then they merge into one creature? Is that what this is? Listen, I will turn this into a into a horror video, don't worry. I can put eldritch horror beings in this.
You, but only someone to parrot and support every bad decision Christopher makes. You are a lapdog, and you will never have
the marriage. Yes, the ritual is literally called the marriage. Yes, it's like this, you know.
Independence to stop being one. So continue what you're doing for everyone else and play dead. From this point on, we have pretty much debunked all of the abuse allegations regarding Deed allegedly abusing me. We still have much to
yeah, and we came to the conclusion she does abuse. She beats you, and you are like, I'm a big guy, I can take it. Squeaky, do listen. I try to be tasteful here, okay? And they can squeaky with one other person and merge again. Exactly.
discuss regarding the two masterminds behind all of this. Quite frankly, these two individuals
Oh
did
my god, the masterminds, finally. I'm here to just watch the chaos. Yes, purple art. There's only pain and chaos here.
Most harm and damage, and we're the most malicious out of everyone involved in this thread. But before we do that, we're going to give our final say in regards to the idea that our relationship is abusive.
And you confirmed it. Congratulations.
I'm just going to say it. These people wanted Michael to abuse me. They wanted my—
Where? What? No, they said you abuse him. Hi, Ace. Hi again. I hate everything, Ace. Ace, I'm in pain.
Michael to be all buddy-buddy with not only my sexual harasser, but people who openly defended him and diminished my trauma overall.
These people didn't just downplay what Avi did to me. You mean literally nothing? They downplayed other trauma of mine as well. Oh no, not my trauma. It's okay, dude. I will sweep.
They attempted to manipulate him into thinking that what Avi did to me wasn't a big deal, and that I was just overreacting. They wanted Michael to keep secrets from me. They wanted Michael to not—
No, they just didn't want you to have control over his phone and accounts, but who am I? Who am I to judge?
care about my boundaries, to not care about scheduling things with me, but rather he can do whatever he wants. He can talk to whoever he wants. Dee doesn't get a say in any—
Except the ones I don't like.
of this. But not only that, they wanted Michael, my only support system, the only person who was there for me at the time.
Listen, having only one person as your support system is not very healthy in a relationship. Just saying.
To go against me and be on their side. Ultimately isolating
They
me.
were not like, yeah, that's not healthy. And called you a bitch because you kinda are.
These people didn't think that Michael was being abused. These people just wanted the opposite.
I mean, he literally was abused, so you was my only support. No, 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 Ace, evil. Evil. I don't know what support system.
They wanted Michael to abuse me. And the most fucked up thing about this is some of these people knew I had previously been
Fake cry harder, please.
in an abusive relationship. One that was verbally and emotionally abusive.
Everything is abusive with you.
So they wanted me to relive that emotional abuse. But not only that.
Codependency is actually very healthy. You're wrong. Excuse me, sorry. Obviously, I do not know true love.
I was living with Michael. I was living in an area I was not familiar with. Doubling down on the isolation effect.
Well, before that it was evil because you lived in the area where the lolly cult was, so... And your abusive family, and your abusive teachers, and your abusive bus driver, and the abusive cashier.
They wanted me to be isolated, abused, and beaten down verbally to the
No one said that! No one ever said that! The fuck?
point where I more than likely would have either snapped or succumbed to submission. That's what these people wanted.
Okay.
I have no words other than... It hurts.
Try so hard to cry right now.
It's fucked up and literally messing with my head right now. Because again...
Your head is already messed up.
Many of these people are strangers to me. Fucking strangers. On the internet. Wanted my partner to...
Well, you also said this other person was like a stranger to you, and then we were like brothers.
abuse me.
No one wanted Michael to abuse you, what the fuck?
I cannot grasp the reality of this because it is so fucking scary to think that this is what could have possibly happened if
Big bucket of bomber.
it wasn't for the fact that Michael stopped talking to these people. These people weren't mad that Michael wasn't talking to them anymore. They were mad he wasn't abusing me. They were mad that they
No
weren't—
one was mad you on abuse, you crazy bitch! Fuck, how do you get this idea?
a bad influence on him anymore. These people disgust me. And
I
no
am
wonder-
now the only bad influence on him. Don't you worry. Dude literally made a victim of her own headcanon. Literally professional victim. Except she doesn't get paid. That's a secret, dude. She's always abused. Everyone wants to abuse her. It's crazy.
I was afraid for years over what these people could do to me.
Some people really want to be the victim so bad. It's crazy.
What did I ever do to you to make you want Michael to abuse me?
No one wanted Michael to abuse you, you you fucking crazy. Oh, what the fuck?
What did I do to be dehumanized like this?
Dehumanized.
Either way, stay the ever-loving fuck away from me and my husband. You
No one wants to be close to you.
heartless, sickening, parasitic deadbeats.
I almost said something unhinged, you, so you would never say anything unhinged, eh?
I want to make this abundantly clear. Dee does not manipulate, control, or commit domestic abuse on me. Period.
I mean... I told her she hits you. What?
Couples fight, yes. Dee struggles with mental disorders, yes. And they have been a struggle for me as well. But nothing, even at her lowest, would I ever paint her as abusing me. I left the Cloud Palace at my own accord. I chose to quit slideshow commentaries myself. I talk about horror because I fucking like horror. I call Dee my wife because I am damn well making her one. And I stopped talking to you fucks for a good reason. For multiple good reasons. What in God?
You deserve each other, and I hope you will have a forever happy thing, whatever it is you have.
God's name would make you think that I would want to speak to you after seeing, well, all this.
Yes, Rose. I think in the episode before we went over the abuse list that Deed posted, and literally all points were almost like fitting to her. Silver. Crazy work. Crazy work. My throat is dry. I'm sick of being dehumanized. Proceeds to use highly dehumanizing insults. It need to be like that sometime.
Unless you think I'm a deadbeat, haha, my wife chains me down shit husband. Truthfully, that says more about how the SEC thinks what healthy is and how you—
What? Kinky.
You should treat the person you claim to love. Regardless, what's crazy is, for as much as you say Deed is speaking for me, you fucks sure as hell speak for me a lot in this thread. From painting mundane tweets as cries for help, to treating me like I can't fucking think for myself, hence why it's so easy for—
I don't think you think for yourself. Imagine if Deed gaslight him to overlook it. He was like, oh, weird, this list kinda fits us, babe. No, it doesn't. No, honey. Are you saying I'm abusing you? Stop king posting on main, bro.
for Deed to apparently manipulate me. Sir,
I'm done. I'm so done. I don't want to anymore. I don't want to. You can't make me. I don't want to anymore. You cannot make me continue this shit. I'm so done with him. I'm done. I don't want to. I hate this. I hate this. Only correct gravity. Hi. Fuck this shit. Fine. Fine. I don't want to anymore. Why are you? This is stupid. I hate the sticks. Fine. I did not consent to witness baby play here.
I'm nearing my fucking 30s. I am not a damn child, but you sure as hell
Fuck, they're my age.
are all cowards. Not a single person in this thread contacted me. Not Donnie, not Blaze, not Tippy, not Jace, not Scarlet, not Sarah. Nobody contacted me.
Can we play Peak later? Then you can throw Ace off a cliff. You know what? That's a good idea. What better way to detox from this?
Rather, they let a BBEG disguised as a hero do all the dirty work by making a call to action and just demanding me to break up with Deed, sprinkled in with flat-out bullying and harassment towards me indeed. Yes, that is what these spineless fucks did, and they
Stop using big boy language, okay? You ain't that guy. You ain't that guy. I'm sorry for your loss too. Yeah, I lost my sanity.
genuinely thought it would work. I am not going to break up with Deed anytime soon, and this idea of having control of who I date or not is controlling in of itself. This is not a group of friends who are concerned about me. It's a bunch of rabid, self-centered abusers who are losing their shit over the fact that they don't have me.
Everyone is the abuser. I love how easy they use that word. Abuser, abusive, everyone is fucking abuser. I heard peek and being thrown off a cliff. We peeking, we will be peeking.
in their grasp anymore. Good. If anything, Deed has been nothing more than a good influence in the fact you all disrespected her to
a good influence that keeps beating me.
oblivion, mocking her trauma, painting her as delusional, and flat out dehumanizing her makes me sick. You wanna—
I mean, she do be delusional.
God thought I'd be okay with that. Hey buddy, open up a dictionary and go to page fuck you.
We are now going
Damn! Boom, 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 boom.
to segue into the rest of the allegations and the actions behind two individuals that we have yet to talk about. You have
There are more.
probably already guessed who these two individuals are by now. But before we do that, there's technically a third person we must discuss.
Technically? What do you mean technically?
This individual was not involved at all. This person is someone
Then why do we talk about them?
Michael and I since have no correlation with for years now. However, the two masterminds behind this whole ordeal thought it was very important to bring this individual up. For malicious reasoning, of course.
What?
It's why this individual has been brought up time and time again throughout this video. So it's finally time to explain their connection to all this. It's time we talk about Rachel.
Bomb bomb. Warning, flashing lights. What? Will there be evil pictures? Do I have to skip?
Came back the very next day, oh the bitch came back. Thought she was a goner, but the bitch came back. She couldn't stay away. Don't you know the bitch came back?
Rapture, Rachel. I can't believe Theory of a Dead Man got dragged into this.
The reason we are dedicating a segment to Rachel is because she is, in a way, intertwined with all of this merely by name. But it's also because Michael and I have had personal experiences with her, like many others within the SEC. So let's give a brief breakdown on who Rachel Kohai Mills is.
Rachel was a very prominent figure within the SEC.
I can't believe we get a Rachel drag. A Rachel baby down here, too.
Anything, she was one of the biggest people within the SEC. Many folks looked up to her, and she was even one of the founding members to create Bop. She started making commentaries in 2013 up until her departure in 2019. Quite frankly, neither of us know what happened for Rachel to have a disdain towards the SEC. More than likely it was
What was the song? Theory of a Dead Man. The bitch came back. Good song. I can't believe they done this. Hey, random web abuser, thank you! Whoop, whoop. Get paid so everyone. These people don't deserve to listen to the songs they put into their video. Very true. Very true. Be right back. See you soon, Blue. I get what Silver's trying to say. He and I are on the autism spectrum, and infantilization is a real thing. But there is a difference between infantilization and trying to help you. Yeah. Yeah. And again, I feel like many... Listen, they shit talked, okay. Get that? So nice to find out people shit talk behind your back, but it do be like that. Everyone shit talks sometimes. But again, with him, it's like most of them were like, yeah, I think his girlfriend is sus. He gotta get out of there. He gotta run. Bro gotta run. I can see why.
fighting and arguments with others within the SEC that caused it, but regardless. Rachel went from someone who enjoyed commentaries to someone who loathed the SEC, to the point you could consider her anti-SEC.
This is fun to have in the background while painting. Oh, thank you, Ravenscale. It's like, you're welcome to enjoy the pain.
There's a lot more in regards to Rachel and the SEC's relationship, but we will save that for later. For now, all you need to know is that just like with Rachel, the SEC hated her back just as much, to the point where they treated her as the starting grounds of what makes someone a morally good person, which is utterly fucked if you think about it. Basically, anything Rachel believed in, they believed in the opposite. Anyone who associated with Rachel, anyone who talked to Rachel, they were despised amongst the SEC, which is ironic given that Rachel knew a lot of these people. These people were once friends with Rachel, and they tend to forget that. As edgy as it sounds to say, the SEC treated Rachel as if she was—
Hi, Axis! Welcome to Pain. Welcome to Pain. I'm playing Ratchet and Clank while listening to the stream, hell yeah.
worse than Hitler. And that's sadly not an
Your German government.
understatement.
In fact, it got so bad that Rachel started calling the SEC a cult and vice versa. In retaliation for Rachel doing it, the SEC called her a cult leader, which neither of which are true. I'm gonna save my explanation and well-awaited tirade on this ordeal for later, but the hatred was mutual, suffice to say. I think it's appropriate for Michael and I now to explain our former—
I'm always in pain, that's my secret too. Yeah, you like the Hulk, you can just Hulk out at any moment. You're like otherwise cool.
Our relationship with Rachel, and how that friendship corroded and died. I'll be the one to start us off. My friendship with Rachel spanned from 2017 to 2020.
Rachel was pretty bad from what was claimed, but Deed ain't a victim, bro. So just like with Avi. Crazy. I'm animating a Limbus company shitpost while watching, hell yeah. Setting a blue topaz in the necklace. Hey, nice.
And it was messy, suffice to say. Looking back, it was pretty telling that Rachel wasn't a good pal, but one thing everyone can agree on is that she is charismatic. She will be nice, but once you've befriended her, she'll spend moments breaking you down like it's nothing. For example, one thing that Rachel and I both had in common was that we had PTSD. In 2018,
the bitch came back. I want to clarify, I have been using PTSD and CPTSD simultaneously. They are different diagnoses. They have different symptoms and such. When I was younger, I thought I had PTSD. Well, did you get tested? But what I actually have is CPTSD. Did you get the diagnosis? Past tense. I use PTSD, however, CPTSD. It's not recognized in the DSM-5 in the US, so I can't officially label myself with CPTSD. But I have been diagnosed with PTSD in the past and given medical notes that I do have chronic PTSD. I apologize for this flop up, as mental disorders are confusing and stressful enough as it is. What? What?
after I had moved out of my parents' place, I started to have physical symptoms of PTSD, and it's...
So people not wanting to be around Rachel or those around Rachel is bad, but Deed blocking everyone for not dropping RV is justified. K Silver. K Deed. Yeah, K. Just K.
scared me. In a way, I looked up to Rachel as an example.
Thanks. It's really nice to have a supportive friend besides me to help me through this and my PTSD. I don't know about you guys, but do you regularly talk about your friends, about your mental illnesses? I feel like I don't go to my friends every day and be like, hey, let's talk about my mental illnesses. I don't have, because they're very neurotypical, of course. I don't think I would have made it this far without the supportive words from my friends. Not gonna lie, you getting through your traumatic experience has been a big inspiration for me doing my best to get through mine. Thanks. And you openly talk about your PTSD has made me feel more comfortable about mine. And that's the next step I wanna take. Come out openly about my mental problems. Why? Like, it's fine. I meant, like, sometimes you talk about, like, yeah, this is shit's hot today, but you're not like, hey, so I have PTSD, you have PTSD. You know what? I had a real PTSD day today. So anyway, seeing how you deal with your PTSD was, like, really nice. So I think I will do this with my PTSD, too. You know, sometimes you talk to friends when you have problems, of course. But it's not, like, this concentrated on your mental illness. You're just like, yeah, I'm having a shit day, I'm having a low day. Or I'm feeling emotionally irregulated today. But like, oh my god, here's my diagnosis. What's your diagnosis, Teehee? It feels like these people only talk about that, you know? Not just the 1% when you're down and you're like, hey, sorry, having a shit day, blah blah blah.
Of what someone who struggles with PTSD is like.
Alright, I get back to you ASAP. Thanks, I just wanted to talk to someone who might understand. And you and Ray are the only ones I know who have PTSD, see? That's what I mean. PTSD may not be in the DSM-5, but many health organizations recognize it as a disorder. The more you know. If I'm having a bad mental health day, I usually just tell my friends I feel like shit and we leave it at that. Yeah. It do be like that sometimes, but you know, but this whole, I have PTSD, you have PTSD, everything is PTSD. I don't know anyone who'd ever I talked to that like.
This was a mistake. The reason I say that is because Rachel and I's PTSD and overall trauma was vastly different. I am not stating that to one-up her, I'm stating that as a fact. Her PTSD stemmed from the loss of a family pet. Mine stemmed from years' worth of multiple types of abuse I endured both at home and at school. It led to me being stalked and afraid of going out, so I became a hermit when I first lived on my own. Rachel, throughout our friendship, would joke about, mock, and disregard my trauma, going as far as defending my ex who—
Autism almost got auto-corrected to auto. Brum brum. Listen, autism will go boom boom. I did into your DMs, listen, that's something else. Trauma dump. God damn it, Quantum. How dare you? We've not PTSD, no, that's all PTSD. Vroom vroom. By the way, never trauma dump with... Never bond with people online using each other's trauma. What? You tell me not to trauma bond? Crazy. That's how I met all my friends.
Who abused me. I'll show a screenshot with details censored, but
of course everyone abused you. Knows what I'm gonna do. Maybe they're waiting in the right opportunity to control my decisions. Okay, so you're just paranoid. Maybe. Listen, girl. Not everyone is your abusive. I don't mean that in a critical way. This is something people have had to tell me all the time. You don't know. You can never know. My childhood friend became abusive. My ex turned out to be abusive. Even my fucking family don't care. Who's next? Whose mask is gonna fall next? I already abandoned and left friendship. Hey, girly pop.
this is essentially what Rachel would do. I would have panic attacks, and she would tell me to shut up and get the fuck over myself, despite me.
No, she gave you actually a sane advice here. It was actually the same thing to say, listen, not everyone is out to get you. What?
Living in an area where my life was in danger, she consistently told me, it's been years, they've forgotten about you. Get over it. Mind you, it had been—
How dare you make them look sane!
less than 5 years since what had happened to me happened. The abuse, the rape, all of it was only a mere few years ago. And even then, it doesn't matter how long it had been. If you're having to change your number to get the threats of bodily harm and promises of I'll kill you if I ever find you, it doesn't matter how many years it's been. If you still live in the same area as those who wish to harm you, that's all it takes, because it is unsafe. You're still currently living in that traumatic moment. Not to mention my rapist making the promise of, if I could, I'd do it again, alluding to the idea that if she had the opportunity to—
Listen, terrible if true, but so far you've given me very little reason to believe what you say without evidence. Big bucket of bomber once again.
rape me, she would, without any hesitation. Rachel didn't seem to understand that, because when I—
Yeah, sometimes when you're spiraling, you really do need someone to yell at you that it's not about you. Yes! Say it louder for the people in the background. Because sometimes when you have that spiral, you really feel like, everyone is out to get me. Listen, who's gonna be next? Is it you? Can I even talk to you? Will you be next? And people be like, bitch! Not everyone thinks about you all the time, trust me. I know, I had a point where I really needed that, when I really needed someone to be like, bitch, please sit down. Really, not everyone is always thinking about you, okay? You're not that important for most people. And it sucks at the first moment, of course. But then you realize, yeah, you know what? You're right.
I actually had finally reported the rape in 2019, I was on edge, waiting for a phone call. And when I finally received it, they told me there was little to no chance that I could convince a group of strangers that what happened to me happened, said that the case would be on hold for about a decade, and then hung up. I was very clearly distraught, and what did Rachel tell me? Well, you got it out of your way now, so let's just move on from it. I never once said anything as belittling as Rachel would to me. Never did I fucking tell her, it's been—
I'm sorry, but at some point, yeah, you gotta live your life. Some things will always stick with you, but also you can't make your whole life around it. I'm sorry.
years now, you need to get over it, Rachel, or you just need to accept the fact your dog is gone. Nope, never once. But oh boy, did Rachel love telling me that. Mind you, this was during the time I was slowly coming to terms with what I'd gone through as a child, and I was still living in an area where my abusers resided as well. I didn't escape that cesspit until—
Your abusers reside everywhere, and everyone you say abused you.
2021. I remember a time where I had a really bad episode, and
I'm being vague about this, as this relates to sexual trauma I don't wish to disclose. After you already disclosed all your rapes, I'm just gonna cry and hang my head in shame. I don't know, I don't fully know how to help. Not cause I think you're some freak, but because this isn't something I'm super can relate to. I don't have so I'm not sure how to give good advice on it. Oh, it's okay, I get it. Once again, this feels like the same thing to say. Sometimes when your friend has problems, and it's something you're really not familiar with, sometimes you don't know how to help someone. And the best advice you can say, I don't know what to tell you on that, I'll be real. That's why you get a professional. Because your friends don't always know how to help you. Bro, how do you make Rachel sound like the sane one? I am shooketh. It's actually a good way to explain you can't help. Yes! Because he's like, yeah, listen, I would love to help, but it's not something I really have. I don't know how to do it here. It's not dismissive. It's not pff, get over it. It's just, yeah, sorry, I can't really help you with that. Listen, friends can't always be there for you. They have their own life.
Rachel was very dismissive of my emotions, to the point she told me, honestly, I don't know how to help you because I can't relate to this, so you're on your own. I get
That's not dismissive, that's really just telling the truth. The fuck was she supposed to do? Make shit up on the go?
it's no one's responsibility to help me through my trauma, but the hypocrisy and double standard runs deep within Rachel.
What?
She expected everyone to be careful around her. She expected everyone to be respectful of her trauma and triggers, and if she found out you made fun of any dog's death, then oh boy, would you be hearing from her. I still remember the outburst she had, and you weren't allowed to say how it hurt because she was
Why would you make fun of any dog's death? What the fuck? Okay, aside from the Keemstar joke every Christmas.
emotional. She let her PTSD run rampant in that moment, as if that excuses it at all. Oh, but that's the fun part.
What?
As if that excuse.
The thing is, she's wrongfully put the blame on her PTSD too. Like, it's not that you triggered a trauma response, you just caught her at a bad time. Well, this is the same feeling I get from you, so.
Excuses it at all. Oh, but that's the fun part. She expected you to be her support system, but when you needed her, she'd miraculously be busy.
Maybe you all shouldn't be each other's support system. Maybe you should stop that.
Rachel and I became sort of this safe place to vent to and overall be a support system for each other. Well, rather, I was always there for her more than she was ever there for me, looking back. See, I would hop on Discord either through text or call with her in a heartbeat. Didn't matter if I was busy, didn't matter if I was late, even at work, I did this. However,
well, that is your mistake.
% of the time, when I tried to reach out to her, she would say, I'm busy, or I'm already with someone. Now, I can't hold that over her head too much, because it's not like she—
I have returned, but I don't assume for it to be any better. Well, Middleman, do I have bad news for you? Anything but therapy. Therapy. True blood.
He's my therapist. But there was very clearly an imbalance to the point it felt like my kindness was being taken advantage of by her. Because even when she was there for me, she would tend to say very insensitive things, i.e. the examples that I talked about previously.
Those weren't examples, those were samples of her having boundaries. I hate to tell you, but those were examples of you being like, yeah, I don't know how to help you in a way that helps you. My brother in Christ, it's not being dismissive. It's being realistic.
Oh, but it doesn't stop there. Because, as I said, Rachel—
I feel like you're being a bit abusive during your Sunday stream. Saying it was Saturday. I'm traumatized now. No, don't worry, it was Horror Saturday. It was Saturday's kick-in. Don't you worry.
Rachel and I found a common ground when it came to PTSD. It's why me and Ray talked a lot about our trauma, our PTSD, and what we had gone through.
Maybe don't do that.
It was kind of how we connected. However,
oh gee, we bonded over our PTSD. I wonder how this could have gone wrong.
every so often, when we would have conversations, she would say something along the lines of, I'm not comparing our trauma, as you obviously have gone through worse. But whenever she would say something like that, I'd awkwardly laugh at it, because quite frankly, I found it to be really uncomfortable whenever she would even bring that up in the first place. While she never tried to make it a competition of sorts.
Details about an event that occurred to me. My trauma responses haven't gotten that bad yet. But then again, your case was a bit more untreated for longer. Sorry if it seems like I'm comparing us, like suffering is a dick measuring contest, lol. Because suffering is suffering no matter what. Nah, it's cool. Suffering is suffering. Honestly, my trauma can date back to my childhood. In fact, my therapist and I talked about it last session. Bitch, you have a therapist? Again, this doesn't sound that insane to me. But also, I haven't earned empathy yet. I thought I would gain it for my 33rd birthday, but somehow I didn't. Do we want a palate cleanser? Send it! I will put it in during the break.
Or even tell me she's gone through worse than me. In fact, she'd say the opposite, going as far as saying, I wouldn't even know how to handle trauma like that. It still doesn't change the fact she would make comments like that, and it made me uncomfortable to hear it.
That's a you problem.
I never talked about my trauma to out-trauma someone or out-victim them. As I stated before, it is—
I feel like you kinda are.
just a mere fact that, yes, I had gone through a lot, And I understand that, but her telling me that she's not trying to compare our trauma, yet still adding that but, if you're not trying to compare it, then why would you say that in the first place? This leads me to the worst thing Rachel had done, and that was justify.
What? Worse than all the nothings? It's crazy. Can't believe she did something worse than nothing this far. Are we ready for the worst thing? For the worst thing she has done? Oh my god! Wait. We need a palette cleanser here. Advocate did crazy art. I forget to send Sia. I'm redoing the whole leaderboard. So cool! Look at it. This is so cool. I love Advocate's art. Crazy. I love this. I want these lames. And here's black flowers. Necklace. They did. It's so pretty. Along the blue stone. You have to look at pretty things now. Back to trauma. Yeah, the setting in the background was also amazing. Advocate does awesome art. Really check them out. Maybe your empathy got lost in transit. Probably. Probably. Made her boyfriend step on a bee? What? Need pretty things as a moral booster, like Corvids. Yes, we need sparkly things. We need pretty things. Beautiful. Anyways, back to suffering. Wow.
By the abuse my ex had put me through.
Which ex are we speaking of this time?
For nearly 4 years of my life, I was in an abusive relationship. This relationship
lot above. Give me strength. And a cigarette.
was primarily emotionally and sexually abusive. This started in high school.
Not the Silent Hill music, what the fuck?
Given the neglectful environment I grew up in, I didn't have a good representation of what a healthy relationship is like. So when I ended up in a relationship where I was love bombed, was told I am the only person.
Not the love bombing. Do I feel like nowadays they just call everything love bombing. Like if your partner sends you every morning, hey babe, good morning, hope you have an amazing day. I can't believe I got love bombed.
Person who could ever love nor understand you, and was then told that sex was a love language, therefore this is how you show your love to me, and if you don't have sex with me whenever I ask, that means you don't love me. Suffice to say, I didn't get a say in a lot of things. And while my ex did label me as his girlfriend, over the years it became very apparent that I was actually just a personal prostitute, given the on and off status we had.
Did they sell you out? Or do you mean like they just wanted you for sex?
That's the TLDR.
Damn, dude, can't believe you've been love bombing me. I love bomb you every time, exes. That's what I do.
How I was treated. Rachel was actually one of the few people who knew that the abuse was going on. I remember we were in a call, and while I don't recall what it was that caused it, Rachel could tell something was wrong, and I assured Rachel that everything was fine, as my ex and I had worked things out, and she left it at that. My ex officially left me around August of 2018, but in May of 2019, they showed up out of nowhere trying to make amends with me, and gave me a half-ass apology. The, you treated me like a king, but I treated you like trash, manipulative bullshit. Unfortunately,
you were my queen, but I couldn't see it. You were like gems in my eyes.
At the time, even though I had acknowledged that they had abused me, they still had some control over me, so I sadly accepted this apology. Given they were at least honest, they attempted to cheat on me throughout the entirety of our relationship when
I say attempted, as every person they tried to cheat on with me rejected them. Lol.
Asked if they had, as a means of receiving closure on that.
Did they just tell their friend they love them, or did they actually try to cheat? I have to ask this now, because earlier you took Jace as telling your boyfriend love your body, as Jace having feelings for them, so... I don't know how Rachel figured this out. I only trauma dumped 20 minutes instead of the usual 40. Wait, does D and Silver's DV come up in this video? What is a DV? What do you mean DV? I'm concerned now.
Then attempted to coerce me into a friends with benefits relationship, and them asking
Did they coerce you or did they ask?
for disgusting details about my rape and completely ignoring me when I was venting about my self-harm and
Oh,
suicide.
domestic violence. Oh yeah, that already did. It already did earlier when he was like, yeah, she beats me sometimes when she has a thing, but I can take it. I'm a big guy. He does not abuse me, by the way.
Is what led me to finally blocking them and never speaking to them
Domestic violence. Period. I feel like you're lying.
again. There is, however, one detail I left out.
Oh yeah?
I felt peer pressured to accept the friends with benefits relationship
Peer pressured by whomst?
because my ex had transitioned. My ex and I dated
Listen, I didn't want to be transphobic, so... What?
when they were assigned a male at birth. I had a boyfriend because I like men, but when they came back in my life, they were very early on in their transitioning. The only thing that had changed was their name and pronouns. This was also during the time where many trans people had the opinion of, if you don't date me or even reject a trans person, you're transphobic. Despite this person sexually abusing me, despite it going against my...
What? Listen. I had to do it because they were trans and I didn't want to look transphobic. I had to go down.
sexuality, I felt inclined to go along with the friends with benefits, but thankfully I did not fall into the peer pressure, and
At worst we had a one-night stand, but I refused sex afterwards, and I realized now they would have ghosted me had I not made attempts of texting them afterwards. Why did you attempt to text them afterwards? What?
fuck anyone who held this belief back in the day.
You know what? Actually, everything is trans people's fault, apparently.
You caused people more harm than good with that bullshit. This is
Of transitioning? What?
important because Rachel herself is trans. If there's one thing everyone knows about Rachel, she is very, very strongly opinionated when it comes to trans people. And while there is nothing wrong with that, Rachel took it to extreme levels, such as defending my ex who abused me. Basically, what had happened is that I was in a Discord call talking to Rachel, venting about what my ex had done to me. I was coming to the realization, and overall coming to terms with the fact that my relationship with them was abusive, and they had abused me. Rachel congratulated me, because, as she admitted to me, she had a feeling the relationship was abusive. However, I let slip that my ex is now trans, and the second I did that, her demeanor changed. She told me, yeah, I was an asshole before I transitioned. As a reminder, my ex abused me sexually and emotionally.
I'm back. What I miss? Blue. It's trans people's fault. we got to the bottom of it. And she felt peer pressured into having sex with her abusive ex because they transitioned, and so not having sex with them would be transphobic, apparently.
Rachel, even back then, when I was in denial of it, she had a feeling I was being abused. But the second I brought up that my ex is trans, her entire demeanor changed, and she was willing to defend them.
I came back to transphobia. Funnily enough, transphobia always summons Chris.
I don't think I need to say it, but it is transphobic in of itself to act like people, before they transition, are allowed to abuse people, are allowed to take advantage of people simply due to them
Who said that? Who said that?
struggling with gender dysphoria. That is not an excuse. I don't care
They did it! Everything.
who you are. I don't care what your gender identity is. You don't get to abuse people, and it's really disgusting. Because as the years went on, it turned out I had repressed memories.
Of course. Of course you had.
And the more I thought about my sexual relationship with my ex, it wasn't entirely consensual a good chunk of the time. In fact, there was a time where my ex blatantly raped me. So thanks, Rachel. You're such a...
Listen. Usually I would be dismissive of that, but your understanding of sexual harassment and rape has been very questionable to this point. I'm sorry for not believing everything you say.
good ally for defending a rapist's name. Oh, and by the way, being an asshole and sexually abusing people are two completely different things. But what do I know, given you share the same mindset as my ex? If it walks, then I can disregard its consent and fuck it if I please. No, you know what? I'm going to say this now. I am mad at everyone who despised Rachel, because
I am mad at everyone.
For as much as they hated Rachel, they made no effort on protecting people. For all the years that I had
Nobody protected me.
known Rachel,
That's what you're trying to say. Made one off-color comment calling the ex an asshole. That's not defending rape. Yeah.
only thing I ever heard.
It's also how she then went on. They wanted Michael to abuse me when no one fucking said that.
Was she was an asshole, which is why Rachel herself even admitted she was an asshole. Being an asshole is not illegal. Being an asshole is not criminal. There is a difference between being a shitty pal and doing something that crosses boundaries, that goes against people's consent. Being toxic doesn't always equal abuse. But Rachel was a massive pervert, and people knew that. People knew Rachel sexually assaulted someone, and they kept it under wraps for years. People were going around warning people about Rachel being a womanizer, and me, the person who is a rape survivor, the person who has had a lot of sexual abuse revolving around women, was not told this.
Jesus. And thing too is Deed isn't giving out the name of said rapist, so Deed isn't protecting anyone if this person actually did commit rape by keeping them in. Well, if it's someone who's not online and just in their real life, it doesn't really... I will say this won't really help. But yeah, it's just like... I'm usually willing to hear people out... to hear out people abuse stories. Deed made it so hard for me to do this. Yes, because everything Deed said to this point is like... and then shows evidence of it, it's like... That's literally not what happened. This is literally not what they say there.
If I had been warned about this, I wouldn't have spoken to Rachel.
I just had to explain some of this to my mom because I screamed as a reaction. I am so sorry, Amber. I am so sorry.
But I wasn't. So you know what I ended up doing? I ended up telling Rachel that she was one of the few women.
Honestly, you're one of the few female friends I feel very trustworthy towards. You make me feel safe and have shown it's a safe place for me. But didn't you earlier say they didn't take you serious and downplayed your trauma? So why would you say this?
That I felt comfortable being around.
She made Ray being a terrible person about herself. That is the whole video. How can we make this drama about myself?
Little did I know, I said that to a fucking rapist. And it sickens me. It sickens me that no one protected me. It sickens me that no one...
Protect you from what? Protect you from literally what? Did you get raped?
Warned me. The most I got was, she was an asshole to me, but I don't care if you're pals with her. And even then, that's a lie. But here's the thing about Rachel. Rachel is a calculated person. And I think what really grosses me out...
Deed, someone got raped. And Deed is like, how can I make this about me? How can I make this about me? Why did no one protect me, though, to talk to this person? My mom thinks Deed is stupid. Very, very, very good.
Is that I was different. Rachel treated me differently. This is merely a theory of mine, but let me explain. Rachel was openly a pervert, but...
Event happens. But how does this affect me, the protagonist of reality? Yep, that's pretty much it. That's the entire situation here. How does this affect me? Listen, I am the protagonist here and no one told me.
But not necessarily around me. When it came to her and I, we barely discussed sex, and the reason being is because I openly spoke about the sexual abuse that I went through. I mean, I talked about how earlier Rachel wasn't the best at comforting me when it came to my rape case. However, despite the dismissiveness, Rachel was fairly aware that there were a lot of things that could set off my PTSD, and that included women being inherently flirtatious and sexual towards me. She knew if she had, even as a mistake, done so, I would have freaked the fuck out, and I probably would have told someone. I think deep down, Rachel knew.
You wouldn't have told anyone, or you would have been like, she raped me.
Rachel knew she couldn't have me because I would have told someone, and if I had told the right person, a domino effect of the truth coming out would have occurred. It's why I believe she openly called George and Keyblade out. She wanted to hide her perversiveness, and so that's why she was careful around.
It is the only real person. We are all figments of their imagination. So true, Blana.
On me, but she did slip up at one point.
Bedtime. Husband gonna read some Metro to me. Bye. Have a good night, Kicken. Thanks for stopping by.
She at one point had told me that she easily develops crushes on people, and she told me that she had a slight crush on me, but followed it up with, I have a crush on you, but I won't hit on you, because I know you're into guys. Rachel was aware she couldn't have me, not only due to my sexuality of being only attracted to men, but also because of my trauma.
Maybe also she just didn't want you. I hate to tell ya, but even like sex pests sometimes don't hit on someone.
However, there is this lingering gut feeling that makes me think, maybe if she had bonded with me more over the years, if we would have met in person, possibly, she would have tried to do something. The reason I
now it just feels like, listen, she didn't do anything weird to me, but she could have. She could have.
say that is because recently I was told that Rachel is perfectly fine with playing the long game. She is willing to sit and wait until the right opportunity, the right moment occurs. Doesn't matter what your sexuality is, doesn't matter if you're in a relationship.
Listen, she could have. She could have.
She is willing to play the long game, and maybe that's why she got in between Michael and I. It's time to talk about that.
What?
Michael and I were just as close as Rachel and I was, and Rachel was aware of this. In fact, Rachel was the person who helped confirm that Michael had a crush on me. I was still dealing with my ex at the time, so I rejected Michael's feelings.
Let me know, I prefaced it with, maybe I'm too soy, but also there's no way this isn't a yes fight.
However, over time, and this is something Michael has admitted to, he kind of ghosted me afterwards, and I started to feel a little insecure about that.
Again, I feel like your boyfriend is kind of a pussy.
I was worried that me rejecting him led to him not wanting to talk to me anymore, and Rachel took advantage of that. Remember, Rachel knew that I was in an abusive relationship, and Rachel thought it'd be a good idea to make the implication that
Yeah, I'm very strong on him being an abusive, manipulative asshole. He uses people for his own goals, and that's it. That was confirmed when after cutting him off, he claimed he was never really my friend. He's fake. I wouldn't say he wanted to bang you, but he definitely wanted you as a sense of accomplishment, as a trophy. Look world, I'm a good person because I have a girlfriend. Gross. Can I be honest though?
Michael just wanted to have me to make himself feel better. The way she described it is that I was an object to Michael, not a person, which is how my ex treated me. Rachel essentially used my own trauma against me as a means of getting me to stop talking to Michael. And it unfortunately had worked. For a few months. Because shortly after, Rachel and I stopped talking. And then the false allegations Rachel placed upon Michael happened, which led me to reaching out to Michael and apologizing for the fallout we had. Blaze and Chris were actually the ones to help me get in contact with Michael. That's why I said Blaze is a fucking liar in regards to the Michael's social circle dwindling ever since he met me bullshit.
Hi, Spare Me! Hi, Spare Me! It's been so long! Spare Me, you're still alive! Crazy. I've talked about how I remember a certain YouTuber we knew hit on me early on, because I'm like, oh yeah, that was a thing. I'm just too autistic to realize it now. But that's funny. Sometimes it do be like that. How many times can you say Michael back to back? Listen, it's like Bloody Mary. Say it too often in the mirror, Michael will appear behind you.
Disgusts me that Rachel painted Michael as my ex when, after actually dating Michael for over 5 years now, not only did he help me come to terms with how abusive my ex truly was, but he has helped me realize what a healthy relationship actually looks like. Rachel?
You mean the healthy relationship where you check his phone and hit him? Crazy. Only been 5 minutes, what do you mean? 5 minutes is a long time. I stay alive! Harry, Spare Me, still alive, let's fucking go.
Is a manipulative ass liar, and you know what? I'm glad you stopped talking to me. You did me a solid by doing the job for me.
Yes, Michael is silver for those who missed it.
So let's finally talk about the dumpster fire that is Rachel and I's falling out, and the aftermath of that. Because yes, similar to Avi, instead of people comforting me, it was people essentially telling me I deserve it. I'll summarize it best I can, but context.
Again, with Avi, it's like, come on, go. Come on.
I was living in an area where I felt my life was in danger. I developed paranoia. While the threat was real, I started to second-guess things and had a habit of spiraling and jumping to conclusions. As I've stated before, Rachel is trans, and her opinions on trans rights can go to the extreme side of things. She was the type of person to do the whole die cis scum meme back when that was popular. Her justification for this was—
Or are we now talking about trans people? The fastest— oh wait, he was hitting on me, I clocked. Was in the line at Trader Joe's though. Not Trader Joe's.
fighting fire with fire. She thought wishing death upon cisgendered people was a good way of fighting bigotry. I think it goes without saying, but the whole die cis scum thing was never funny to begin with. All it really did was make people not want to be allies for trans folks, because wishing death upon people—
Why are we not talking about this?
solely due to something they cannot control, which is their gender identity, does not help your cause. So, how do I play into this? Well, I was a victim.
Well, I was cisgender.
Of death threats. And Rachel was—
because I am cisgender. I am a white cisgender woman. I am literally the most oppressed.
actively wishing death upon people. You can guess where this is going. I should have just confronted Rachel about this, but I didn't. I had been falsely accused of being homophobic.
But you could have just been like, yeah, I don't agree with it on you, I'll be real. If that's something she really thought.
Phobic and transphobic in the past, and me not having the queer card made me very reluctant to share my—
oh my god, I can't believe I am a heterosexual cis white woman, literally the most oppressed.
opinion, even if it was valid. It didn't help that I was being told I wasn't allowed to have an opinion on this discussion because I'm not trans. I wanted to, in a way, talk to her about it, but I didn't want to come off as transphobic. I basically was just trying to find a way to—
Listen, I was scared of having an opinion because I didn't want to look transphobic there.
tell her, hey, wishing death upon people, even in a joking manner, is not funny to me, because due to where I live currently—
you hetero. No. Listen, if you are cis and hetero, I still accept. It's fine. You're brave.
my life is already in danger. I don't need a so-called pal telling me I deserve to die due to my gender identity. So please stop. So I decided to have a trans person go over a—
I decided to take my token trans person. Hey Donnie, when I finish writing this, will you read this for me? Sure, thanks. I can't. Shouldn't talk about this, just way too messy. No, you're okay. You read it? I didn't get the notification. Could you send it again? Sure, sorry. I'm just scared. You're right. Opening up about stuff. I want to talk about something very important for me. At least because it's a genuine affected me, and I think it's best to talk to all of you about it. Even though it's just a small handful of you, it made me want to talk about this. Why do you make a Google Docie on this? Why do you make a Google Docie on this? Just tell the person... the joke is kinda cringe for me. I'm not a political person, whatsoever. But... I don't tend to talk about this stuff. I hope it's not offending. Just really hurt me lately. I understand. I don't agree with threats either, especially as someone who has nearly been killed. What?
Google document I wrote for approval. That person—
I understand. Really? You have no idea how comforting that is for me to hear, to say that, oh my fucking god. Like, I'm trans, so I know what it's like to experience that oppression. I just don't agree with wanting to generalize an entire group of people. Having trust issues is one thing, but threats are on a different level. Right? I feel the exact same way. I will forever be a trans ally. You see how trans ally I am because I'm saying it. But sometimes I'm treated like a transphobe, even though I'm not. It really confuses me sometimes. My best not to offend anyone in it too, cause I understand the fear you guys have towards cis people sometimes. Just really don't like the sweat and stuff. Thank you for reading and understanding. Bruh. Your brain is so smooth, it's like a chicken breast. I hope the others will understand too. Listen, if your friends are like that, then maybe don't be friends with them, you know? They should, especially if it connects to your PTSD. Everything comes back to the PTSD. Yeah, especially Ray, to be honest. She's the one who's been hurting me lately, to be honest. She's the one who invalidated my PTSD once. By saying... I can't really talk about this. I'm sorry, I don't know what to tell you. She apologized though, but it still kinda hurt. Ah, I'm really sorry that happened. It's okay. I just felt hurt lately, but hopefully writing this helps. Maybe tell her that directly and don't make a fucking Google Doc. I don't know what to tell you. Do you ever disagree with your friends and you make a Google Doc to tell them how wrong that is? Thank God you guys do have a Discord server. I was in one where they post a stream, but yes, I have my own Discord server actually by now. Wait, let me grab it, spare me. Let me grab it. Let me. Copy. I know how to do this. Bam! There you go. You're free to join.
Person was Donnie. After I had shared it, I was worried Rachel was secretly mad at me, so the guilt ate me alive, and so I told her that document was partially written because of the stuff she was doing on Twitter. She was not happy about this. She freaked out and proceeded to berate me and say a lot of stuff towards me.
Oh.
Yes, I should have just been upfront and honest with her. Back in the day, I had a really hard time setting boundaries. I had a
really hard time about transphobia. The trans people made it really hard for me.
I'm telling people how I felt, and this was a learning process for me. I certainly learned something from it. Rachel and I did talk things out in the end. Or so I thought.
Any proof? Yeah, would be nice, nah? Would be nice. Yeah, catching DewStream again. Do I miss you? Oh my god, Midnight Kid! Hey, welcome! Welcome to Pain. Can't believe you all people are still alive. After I went out to buy milk for 5 minutes.
Time had passed, and I quickly found out Rachel had blocked me. I began freaking out.
Womp womp.
It is then that Donnie himself relayed to me.
Hi Tusky, welcome to Pain. Miss Dew, please forgive me. I have to stop watching. I'm currently in a tornado watch and should pay attention to the weather. Unforgivable, but you are dismissed. Long 5 minutes, whip. Listen, the grocery store. There was a long line, okay? And listen, what I love about it while I was away, people discovered in the Discord the stupid game that there's in our Discord. What's the name again? Fuck. Like, they played so much of it. The fucking Wordle. We need a new game in the Discord that isn't Wordle. Wordless. Yes, you know what, Blana? Wordless would be the peak game. Would be a better game.
That Rachel isn't mad at me, she just needs some space.
I just want to let you know that Ray said that she doesn't dislike you or anything. She simply had a freak out and needs time to herself. Understand? Hope she's okay. Then doing well.
I never heard from her again after that. I was not a mentally sound person from 2018 to...
Next time you need milk, you can ask Lio. He knows this website where they sell all kinds of milk. He'll tell you all about it. I feel like this is a trap. Can we play Sudoku? we get crosswords next. No, dude, it's a Wordle server now. Not the Wordle server.
2022. I panicked because I was scared Rachel was going to do things behind my back. That was a deep-rooted fear I had for a very long time. Yeah, remember that. So, suffice to say, I freaked out, I began spiraling, and I ended up doing some pretty unhinged things that I have since regretted doing.
What kind of things?
Rachel's timing was also awful, given that during this time I had a multitude of people disrespect, belittle, and disregard my triggers.
Again. Dude, I looked up some Discord bots. There's an ORO tracker. Oh no. What? What? Okay. People belittled me and ignored my triggers. Yeah, sorry. Not again. I get it. Sometimes it's harsh. Or people cannot pay attention to your entire trigger list word and say names without censoring them. I'm sorry, but you are not the main character. Sorry to tell you that. Sometimes you are the NPC. And you have to take care about yourself. Make sure you are in a safe headspace. You know? Sometimes, when you notice that the Discord server isn't good for you, you leave. Or you just put your phone away, turn the PC off, go outside, smell the flowers. You know?
So I snapped.
Take a walk in the woods. Be offline for a few days if it's really that bad for you.
Ended up recording an audio file where I belittled myself, blamed myself for everything.
Why would you record yourself? What? What is it with these people and their first reaction to being like, I have a mental breakdown, let me film this. Let me record this. Listen, you can walk into the woods, and if you see a ring of little mushrooms, you step inside it. And see what happens. The surprise. There are many funny mushrooms in the woods.
And even mentioned how I shouldn't be respected at all and should be continuously triggered and abused.
Again, I would love to see the screenshot of that.
And that I am undeserving of life.
Oh no, that's the one thing you said to yourself, okay. Again, why would you?
I was essentially having a breakdown. Something in me mentally snapped. And I did end up becoming suicidal.
Do you know better than to tell people to trust the fate? No, trust me, you can go in there. Jump into the circle. Go jump in there. She can join us. You can sit with us in the circle. I want to know if she sent that shit to people. Here's a recording of me having a breakdown. Where?
Desire to live anymore, but I did not harm myself. Instead, during the time I was laying on the floor, completely numb and broken, it genuinely felt like my body itself was decomposing.
But little melodramatic here, aren't we? Little dramatic here, little dramatic. I sat on the floor. I laid on the floor, withering away, recording myself for reasons. And then I looked, because I was blocked, and I looked into the corner of my room. There was a shadow. It came closer and closer. I heard his nails scratching on the floor, and he was like, "Do a backflip."
I do regret making this audio file. I vaguely remember doing this solely because I was not mentally there, but it still was
Listen, I never had a mental breakdown where I was like, shit, I need to record this.
Unhinged to do. Something to take of note is that I vented quite often, and whenever I had vented or even sent out a cry for help because I had suicidal thoughts and was afraid to be alone, nobody would respond to me. But this
because everyone probably thought, yeah, I ain't dealing with this bitch again. Was it your ex-husband, dude? Dude, that was me. Well, I think it was Quantum.
Incident was different, because Rachel was involved. I had uploaded that rambling audio to my private Discord server.
Why, though?
The moment I did, I was sent messages by several folks, one of which being Blaze. Blaze was asking me to get into a call. I refused, but she insisted we talked. I joined a call with her, laying on the floor completely motionless, hardly.
Imagine you're on the floor having a mental breakdown, and you recorded your mental breakdown, and you send it for some reason. And so it's like, get on the call. And you're lying there on the floor still crying and get on a fucking Discord call. Bitch, at this point. No.
Wanting to speak. And on the other end was Blaze simply telling me, "We warned you." She then went on, implying that I deserved whatever Rachel had done to me with this "I told you so" attitude, and then asked me,
Rachel didn't do shit to you, she blocked you. What the fuck? Bitch, someone was raped, and you're like, I was blocked. I uploaded my animation progress to the Discord. Ooh, can I show it? 1, 2, I can show it. I would what before I got into Discord call? You mean, yeah, I wouldn't get in a Discord call while I'm having a fucking mental breakdown, what the fuck?
"Are you going to listen to us now?" After that call, I was expected to apologize to everyone I hadn't listened to. You know, the people who told me it was fine that I'd be friends.
Sure, let's go. Do this. Can I do it like this? Wait. Old woman on the job, don't you worry, I can do this. Oh my god, does this work? Does this work? Oh my god, it does work. Oh my god. Oh, Jesus. Full screen? No. No, it does not. Do this. Do this. Don't you worry. And do this. I am an expert. Open. Whoop and whoop. Don't you worry, you're pretty little.
Used to be best friends, then
Jesus, music, load. Whoop, whoop. And do, do. This is animation by Ambre.
you fucked my mom. How we supposed to be cool when you fucked my mom? We was playing 2K just like any other day. You was texting this chick a baddie, slim thick, and you said that she had the gorilla grip. I said, oh, she bad, yeah, that's cap. Then show me a pic. It was from my family vacation in 2006. How you not know? I was in the background.
Damn. Thank you, Amber. That's amazing. I love it. Oh my god, are we almost done? Oh my god, only 23 minutes more and we are done with the first video. And we have only the second video, which is also 9 hours and 20 minutes. Put me out of my misery.
Friended Rachel? Yeah, turns out they were mad at me, but kept it to themselves. Again, no one had actually warned me about Rachel, despite what Blaze had said to me. No, Blaze, you fucking didn't. You just said she was a cunt because
you fucking didn't.
She and Chris had a falling out. I didn't know.
9-hour stream, listen, knowing my timeline with all the devals, it would probably be longer.
The heinous shit Rachel
Other parts were one video, yes, this fucking video is 7 hours and 20 minutes long. The next one is even longer.
Truly done until 2022.
You will later when Ace gets sworn, don't worry.
When the Rachel document had came out. The worst she had ever done, in my eyes, was the treatment she gave me and making false abuse allegations.
What treatment she gave you?
I was left feeling guilt for ever associating with Rachel, and a part of me held on.
How dare nobody tell me about the rape they didn't know about? Freedom is so close yet so far.
To that for a long time, because I genuinely felt like a bad person. I thought I had truly hurt people without even knowing it. I was taught by everyone, it's okay if you hang around Rachel, but in actuality, it wasn't okay. So,
Wasn't that also what you were upset about everyone else being about? Just saying.
I learned from it and told myself, if anyone tells me not to hang around someone, they must be bad news. I should respect people's boundaries. Well, it turns out that's a lie as well, because it's perfectly fine for them to turn around and secretly hang around my sexual harasser. So, rules for me, but not for thee, I suppose. I have come to terms with what Rachel had done to me. She made my journey of healing harder than it needed to be. She gave me unnecessary anxiety due to how she treated me. Certain triggers of mine
I feel like you did not get over it.
Now caused even worse reactions than before, thanks to her. So overall, I do not like her. And I really wish I had known sooner how much of a vile person she is.
Well, no one else knew sooner.
Michael and I are together. She's a fucking loser and continues to be. I'm better off, and I'm glad. A part of me never wanted to publicly speak about how Rachel treated me, because I was close with Rachel, and I trusted her with a lot of information about me, including my fears. Rachel had easy blackmail on me, that blackmail being intimate details about my life that
Did she blackmail you?
I want people knowing about. But you know what? Someone had already beaten her to it.
I love this whole, listen, she could have done this and this to me. And she never did, and she's like, listen, Rachel could have hit on me. Rachel could have raped me. Thankfully she never did. She could have blackmailed me, but she didn't. What is how she said? Not. Yeah. That's what I mean, Smoutsy. It's so crazy. I also sits on you for trauma dumping, yeah. If you also, from what I got so far, they literally told everyone about their drama, and it's like, can't believe they talked about this.
I should have never been afraid of Rachel. Instead, I should have been afraid of the people who instilled guilt into me. I should have been afraid of the people behind the Rachel document, because those are the people who went on to betray me. Those are the people who went on to stalk me. Those are the people who outed things about me without my consent.
So, are you going to do the deed and silver call too? Just curious. Yes. We will do the whole fucking saga. Also blackmail you to do what? You don't know, Rose? Many things.
So congratulations. For as much as you hate Rachel, you were willing to go to lengths to hurt me that Rachel never went. Don't get me wrong, I despise Rachel, and she did go behind my back. I remember being told she was telling people not to watch my commentaries back in the day.
Listen, everyone stalked me, they looked at my public profiles and talked shit behind my back.
But what I can't stand more are people who act like they are better when they are far from better. They are worse than you could ever imagine. That's what you get for treating Rachel as the baseline for your morals, dumbass.
What?
I hope after all of this is said and done, Rachel becomes nothing more than a distant memory, because after fumbling any form of justice, at the very least, her victims deserve peace, goddammit.
God damn it. If you are a victim of Rachel, you deserve the closure you are rightfully owed, whether that's keeping your peace and moving on or standing up and telling your story. Don't be afraid to do what's right for you. I'm sorry the Cloud Palace failed people like you, and I wish I could heal the wounds they caused. But at the very least, I hope you know that what happened to you was wrong, and karma will come knocking on Rachel's door someday. Wow. So deep. This is like, bro. You just made it worse, and also, yeah, duh.
So I knew Ray for quite a long
Dear victims, did you know you did not deserve what happened to you? Boom.
time. I'd say since about 2015. We didn't have the
I
strongest
am against predators. That is my brave take. Rape is bad.
friendship at first, but eventually we did click and get along really well, and through her, I met quite a number of people. Funny enough, I do actually also remember having conversations with her as well as Deed at the same time. Ray was very charismatic, and I felt like we were close friends during the time I had gotten to know her. I showed up in her
Well, you're definitely, you know what, you're definitely not the smartest when it comes to people, so I'm not surprised.
streams often. I would help edit some of her videos.
Myriad, you deserve closure, but let me make myself a bigger victim, as I... The bones of dead online community. Deed 26. 2026. True.
And she also cameoed in some of my own commentaries. However, things would begin to change when I began to date another person who I will simply refer to as L.
Dear victim, what happened to me was awful, and I'm sorry it happened. I hope you can hear from it. Dear victims, I know you went through terrible things. Mine were terribler, but also I'm sorry. Happened to us.
Elle was someone who I had dated for about 2 years, if I recall correctly. If anyone has any recollection of this, Elle had cheated on me, and this is relevant to my experiences with Ray. Now, at the time, I had a very bad self-deprecation problem alongside self-esteem issues and suicidal ideation. I'm not going to act like I treated either Elle or Ray the best, or that I was truly ready for
Didn't you suicide bait?
a romantic relationship given my issues. However, after I had found out Elle had cheated on me, this was around the same time Ray had cut me off, saying that anything I said can be used against me, and effectively
Do I got 2 monsters. Dando Norwich, green yellow with black circles, and ultra peachy. Do the peachy. Dear victims, this is our trauma now. What is this, communism? Your trauma? No, our trauma. Your wife? Our wife.
told me to go fuck myself. This combined had led to a suicide attempt that would land me into a psych ward. After getting out of there, I began to make steps to change myself, including doing better about my self-esteem, and had gotten back onto Twitter. Admittedly, I was antagonistic. I began to prod and poke at Ray and her trauma, and this is something I regret doing. It was childish and insensitive, and it certainly did not win over any former friends I had onto my side. In particular, I remember being quite the asshole to Digital Ty, to which I'd like to extend a public apology to. Regardless, my prodding had provoked a response out of Ray, who proceeded to call me abusive, causing many close friends of mine to cut me off.
Hello, I'm here to chime in regards to the abuse allegations that Rachel made upon Michael. This is something...
Didn't you just earlier say it's cringe when you be like, speak for your man? There's someone in this called L. No, Blana, no. Communal trauma jealous. Yeah, Silver suicide bait. hell? Oh, she is Queech. Ooh. Peach is always a good choice for flavored drink, unless it's peaches.
I only ever told Michael and one other individual. But I've decided, fuck it, I'm
And Heaton swept these allegations for Silver. That's why Silver sips for her. Yeah.
going to say this, just so people really know that this was not a out-of-the-blue decision.
Rain, thank you! It's for everyone. Comrade, we share the trauma amongst the Tariat. Love white pea. It's just flavors. White pea. Comrade.
Did. Half a year prior to her coming out publicly about the allegations, she had told me privately in DMs that Michael is abusive. I don't know if
Oh, really sorry to hear, girl. I have no idea how dysphoria feels. But I do have dissociation, mostly with my body. That's what sexual trauma does to you, sadly. Didn't you say earlier you do not like comparing trauma? There's only so much I can say about now, but the TLDR, Silver still has his extremely self-destructive, self-deprecating attitude, and he still seems to only give a fuck about people he can get something out of. Specifically, romantic favors. I genuinely believe he is beyond abusive and garble. Romantic favors. I'm sorry, what? Okay, to better word myself, you remember when he was beefing with that chick, right? And he worded it to us like was being hella unfair to him. Oh, this whole Polly shit? Yeah, I remember that. Needless to say, as I've come to find out, that fucker neglected to tell us the whole story. He actively left out the parts where he was accusatory to intimidating and constantly using his self-esteem as weapon to keep from leaving, which why he quote-unquote left him on the...
She ever planned on coming out publicly, but regardless, she had decided that Michael was an abuser for a while. And no, I didn't necessarily
on the maybe status. She was literally goddamn terrified to leave. And I've experienced Silver being an intimidating fucker firsthand. I'm sorry, but have you seen him? Have you seen him? Fuck you for making Ray look sane. I have peach wings, but I love sour peach wings. So no, I 100% side with and Silver gave us a fraction of the full story. That's why claimed Silver was treating Riley like property. Because from what I've heard of side, he literally did. And still does. She left his ass and he has been dangling, potentially killing himself over her head to keep her around. I can't make this shit up. Especially since recently I've been seeing shit he's doing secondhand. Wow, first off, I'm at work right now. That's why I respond, but slow, but yikes. I would make Silver cry. I believe you, Black Flower.
go along with that narrative. Even back then, I was skeptical about it. She just started yapping, and I went, okay, yikes, I guess. The only reason why I never said anything publicly is because I didn't want people to think I was defending Michael merely due to us dating. However, this
eyesight thing redacted is in the white tier.
conversation happened long before Michael and I dated, so it doesn't matter. So there you go, some insight regarding those allegations.
It was in a short amount of time that I would respond with a document explaining my recent experiences with Ray, alongside what had happened between me and Elle, as Ray had brought her up as a means of proving, quote-unquote, my abuse. I had also apologized for making this a public spectacle in said document. Ray, in response, proceeded to back down from calling me an abuser, which...
And even then, this feels more like a retraction than anything, as Rachel still believed me to be a shitty person. Which fair, she can say, I am a shitty person, all she wants, but it crosses the line when you accuse someone of abuse. Well... Hey guys, I've been off Twitter a while because my mental health tanked really bad. The night I came out about everything, I noticed it got way bigger than I wanted, and I understand how I contributed to that, but still. The night I spoke up about everything, my mental state got so bad I ran out of my house. At 3 a.m. I swear to God had to piece it all together to even remember that I did it. All these people need therapists. I was far away from my house. I don't even know where I was going. It was insane. I had zero control. I'm back now because I got word that's... I censored Silver's name. Made a long thread being a bit more apologetic for all this, and truth be told, I'm sorry, this got out of hand. I wasn't wanting justice or some shit, I simply wanted the subtweet to stop. I understand how I flamed things worse by dropping abuser the way I did. I of course have my opinions and the such, and that's whatever, but I should have kept the topic to purely the subtweeting and left everything else out. I feel like this is not a retraction at all. This is just a sorry this got out of hand. And maybe I dropped the word abuser a bit too hard. This doesn't read like a retraction. This reads like, yeah, sorry, this got really out of hand. I just didn't like him subtweeting shit and... Okay.
Had gone to show how little she actually believed in her own argument.
I just really wanted to have some kind of closure so the pain in my chest that has been flaring up the past 2 weeks should stop. Sadly, this blowing up so bad only made it worse. Of course, I still heavily disagree with a lot that was said in threads about me, while also admitting that I have my history of being toxic and blah. So especially before 2019. 2019 being when I tried to take how I handled shit and my PTSD more serious. So with all these people in PTSD. Whether you believe any thread saying I'm trash or believe me when I try to say I'm trying to be better, that is now fine either way. I understand that all this info came out so suddenly and it's hectic as shit. I'll be upfront and definitely say there are a lot of things that were said and done against me I'm still definitely upset about, but at the end of the day, none of it should be important to me. Also, to whatever account tried sharing Silver's address, that was garbage. Don't fucking do that. Him and I aren't chill, but no one, even people I'm not a fan of, deserve to have their livelihood threatened. We're all above that shit. Again, please tell me if I'm stupid, but that doesn't feel like a retraction. That's just saying, please don't dox him. This is our problem. I'm just sorry it went out of fucking hand.
When she couldn't maintain it, even though I had still argued that she...
And even then, this feels more like a retraction. Anything much more? Okay. My birthday is soon. I really want all of us to just try our best to move on best we can. Yeah, I'm gonna be grouchy, emotional as fuck in private, most likely. I'll be upfront on that, but overall, it's not healthy for me to keep dwelling on this. I expect conversations to still be prominent for a hot bit, that's whatever, at this point. I'm still most likely not gonna be on Twitter for a bit, outside of just retweeting more cute art and me gonna posting lol. I just hope things will get better. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't pay attention to this.
Was, in fact, very much hurtful to me. I want to clarify...
That's understandable. That's understandable, Smokey. At some point it's like... It all just blends together. Again, it all merges into our amalgamation of an eldritch horror being. No, it's now a big fleshy pile of accusations where all of them are the same.
That of all the people that I know Ray had affected, I feel I was the least hurt by her. Not because I'm some tough guy, but because I feel Ray had done the least damaging stuff to me compared to others. And even then, she still attempted to ruin my reputation online by accusing me of...
But also, she hurt me.
...being an abuser. I know. You see the irony in this right now. I know. I was not made aware of her pedophilia, her abuse towards Strawberry Kiwi whilst they were living together, or...
Yeah, because no one else knew at the time!
...her sexual assault against Sassy Shark and Autumn Kohai. As far as
a homunculus even, yes.
I was aware, and to be frank, as far as people had made me believe at the time, Rachel Mills Kohai was an asshole who had abused some others, something far lighter than what I learned she truly was today.
While we may not have known at the time how vile Rachel is, we do now. From
Again, I love how they're like, listen, no one warned us, yeah, because no one else knew, you fucktards.
Fabricating abuse allegations to being an abuser herself. From manipulation tactics to using someone's trauma against them to destroy relationships. From objectifying people to
Why is
seeing
it always nonsense? It always leads back to it. It always leads back to it. But listen, might have done shit to kids. But what about us? What did she do to us adults? Did you ever think about that? No, everyone only cares. Bro, wie kann man dümmer sein als Shoyoka oder Drachenlord sein? Drachenlord got nothing against on them.
them nothing more than if it walks and is the legal age of consent in my home state, then I can fuck it. To her, literally admitting to indulging in lolicon. Her and many others' excuse for this was that it was merely a form of self-harm, when Rachel does not have any history with sexual—
Someone at this point would have pointed this out. If they were that adamant about on defending her. She has— why didn't you? Why didn't you? She has no record of being a CSA survivor, and even then, it doesn't excuse the consumption of lolicon. Well, why didn't you say anything? Well, there's one true statement, and there, Silver is definitely not a tough guy. You sure did know about George did. Wow. Listen. They didn't want to get dogpiled, okay? Everyone always says, think of the children, but when will anyone think of me? True, Blana, that's literally her right now.
abuse, both as an adult nor a child. She wasn't called the rat bitch for nothing. Rachel should be behind bars. End of. However, because of the SEC and how they handled things, they let her get away with shit. In fact, that chart—
Well, what did you do? What did you do?
I just showed? Why, it was in the Cloud Palace Rachel was openly being a creep. And no one said—
Wasn't your man also in the Cloud Palace?
a damn word. This was never brought up by anyone.
Wasn't your man also in the Cloud Palace? Tell me if I'm crazy here, but—
For as much as the slideshow commentary community hates Rachel, they protected her. And I can prove that.
Silver is the 80s wife who made the chicken to gold. He is barefoot at home.
With the disease-ridden making of the Rachel Kohai Google document.
What does this have to do with you, though?
In 2021, a thread was made in the Cloud Palace titled The Rat Doc. I know this because I was in the Cloud Palace during the making of this document. Truthfully, I didn't engage much. At most, my contribution was the author asking for my consent to copy and paste my testimony regarding Rachel.
Okay.
Given the false allegations she placed on me, and I said sure. However, knowing the disaster that is this document, a part of me wishes I had looked a little more closely on the making of this document while
You should have looked more closely at many a thing, but you didn't. Get off screen again. I'm not used to talking this much anymore. I trained my throat so good to do long streams, but now I'm weak again. I'm still here, I just don't want to make a weird face while I'm drinking. This is for the protection of all of us. This is for your own protection. We don't want an accidental ahego face.
made. Reason being is because I encouraged
Slow train argument. Listen, I literally, when I started streaming, I had to drink honey tea the entire time and have honey boncha. Because my throat was so hoarse after long streams. You know, because of my little break of 5 minutes, it kinda deteriorated again when I got so good at it.
To speak to said author about her experience with Rachel as a means of her getting closure. Little did I know this whole individual would be the bane of our existence for the next 4 years.
Of your existence,
I don't wish to describe my contribution to the document's creation.
Why not?
Yet. Rather, I want to spend time on how majorly the author of this document fucked up.
Do never take a break again. Why not? Sometimes I gotta go buy milk.
While yes, many people contributed to the making of this document,
my voice still dies when I stream. I'm so glad you get it, Smoutsy.
seeing as there was a thread created for it in the Cloud Palace, there is only one sole individual who took the reins, who wanted to essentially be given the award of taking the rat down, when in actuality, they gave Rachel everything they needed to get away with the pain and damage she has done. So let's
to you specifically.
go over everything that is wrong with this document. In no particular order, here is everything wrong with this document. The document mocked Rachel's victims and did guilt by association. It denounced the George grooming allegations when it's supposed to be about Rachel. It allowed predators to write testimonies, such as Alvy Haltman.
I'm getting the stick. Why, Chris? Why? I'm literally doing it right now. Denounced George grooming allegations. Well, you also didn't say anything about that. And your boyfriend was on their side, so we Germans are too soft-spoken for the squeegee caucus. Exactly. We are such gentle souls. We cannot do this. You can't be trusted. What do you mean? I'm the most trustworthy person I know. Because I will do Wordle and turn your server into a Wordle one. I need my leash help.
Katie Monroe, George Raccoon, etc. It added a testimony that wasn't even given consent by said person. It altered testimonies without consent. It outed and revoked the anonymity of anonymous testimonies. It was not open and honest about the Keyblade stuff, even after the update. It allowed false accusations to be placed within the document.
Damn. I was on K-Hawk stream twice in a row this week and my voice got tired. It taught me. I don't usually yap as much as I think I do. Yeah, same here. Same here. I don't usually talk as much as I do on streams and it's like, fucks your throat up, man.
And finally, it had testimonies that were a nothing burger or were over petty internet drama. For the last one, examples I was given.
Yeah, again, then why didn't you say shit earlier? Why is it all coming now? When everyone is already in the ground?
Were Mr. A's and Cody Star Warrior's testimonies, and yeah, these don't need to be here. Here's something that the author of the document doesn't realize. Quantity does not equal quality. Just because you have many, many testimonies doesn't mean it's going to make you look better. It doesn't mean the more
Well, there's this saying in your fucking videos, huh? I feel like we're throwing shit at the wall here and see if anything sticks. And sadly, you all threw it against a sealed off wall and it just slides down and now the shit is all on my feet.
testimonies, the more people are willing to believe Rachel is a terrible person. Rather, it is consistency. If there is a show.
Dude, obviously the adults were scared. What if they had blackmail too? You know what, too? I forgot. I victim blamed here.
Pattern of Rachel's behavior.
Explain what's the false allegation. No, you know, the allegation. The false accusation, you know? Don't you know?
That is enough for people to get the idea that Rachel might be this type of individual. But when you actively choose to include drama with, oh, I don't know, grooming allegations, this makes the document come off as insincere. This does not make you look good. This makes people not want to take you, nor the allegations, seriously.
You know what else makes people not want to take a document filled with serious allegations seriously? When you spend time defending a literal child groomer. What in God's name made you think this was okay? I get it. Rachel was an individual who called George out.
You cannot say this. You cannot say this. When you are literally the one who was like, you know what? George Raccoon sounds like a fine guy. Hello, lovely dude. Good luck with this event. Thanks, Deep Sea Monster. Thanks. I'm staying strong. I'm staying strong. Someone clipped it. What? What? Clip what? I didn't say anything. They must protect their poor confidence and feed you. Oh.
But she wasn't wrong. For as much as Vivian is a groomer herself, her calling out Susie for victim-blaming Leo in her stream is valid. Just because it is Rachel doesn't.
I feel like I'm in the Twilight Zone right now. I feel like I'm in the Twilight Zone, wow. Didn't Silver himself be like, you know what, George Raccoon? Yeah. Good guy. Loved the defense video. Instead of Wordle, we can get Aurora 4X on the server.
Doesn't mean Rachel can't say things that are correct. Broken clocks and all. This tarnishes the validity of the allegations. I need you to understand that the author of this document let his personal opinions and morals come first. That they decide to
Glass houses. Glass houses.
spend time on a document that should be solely focused on Rachel not defending a man who literally admitted to the shit he did. This is bad.
Well, you did too, so...
Oh, and I don't appreciate myself being lumped in with George, buddy. Thanks.
I mean... Where did you... Oh. I am under no impression that Silver is completely innocent. Would be against my basic principles to dismiss abuse victims using the situation as a case study. It was gross when I saw a handful of people trying to discredit the George Raccoon situation by invoking the Spockdot drama. Well.
Now, in regards to allowing predators to write testimonies, while it is absolutely possible for people who commit heinous crimes for they themselves to be victims of it, the problem with this is that the author knew. They knew what George had done. They knew what Avi had done. And when the allegations against
The author knew it all. They knew all the things we didn't know.
Chris came out, they can feign ignorance all they want, but they spent months before they ever updated this document. In fact, they had to be called out for it in order for them to update said doc. That is not a good thing.
I want it to be known this document to this day is still being spread around. That is why it matters so much that the author keeps it up to date with individuals involved with this document. It is, in a way, their responsibility. Oof. Enter if you dare. Yeah, join our Wordle Discord.
Allowing predatory people to make testimonies when you are accusing Rachel of being a predator herself does not help your case. There are going to be some people who, when they see creeps like George, Chris, and Avi making testimonies,
Just so you know, the author knew. The author knew. I can't believe they knew. Well, they knew it all. They know who did 9/11.
going to give a shit. There are going to be people who are unsympathetic and go, why should I care what Rachel did to them? I'm not necessarily saying it's right.
I still don't care what Rachel did to you, because it what you showed, it's literally nothing.
I'm just pointing out the unfortunate reality when it comes to cases like this. Speaking of those grooming allegations, let's talk about how the author did not vet for the ages of Rachel and the individual who falsely accused Rachel of grooming. That's right, false allegations are involved in this document. I'm going to give a huge shout out to Rin, as they are the person who brought this information to the public, but suffice to say, anonymous number 2 in the document is Yoon. Yoon implies that Rachel groomed them. However, Yoon is 3 years older than Rachel. Yoon is essentially accusing Rachel of reverse grooming, something that does not exist.
Not reverse grooming, bro.
Now, this is something Rin didn't bring up in their video, so I'm going to say it. It is absolutely possible for someone younger than you to abuse, assault, or even sexually assault you, and so forth. In fact, while it is agreed—
Rin, no! Why did Deet pull you into this?
just Yoon accused Rachel of this, Rachel still sexually harassed Yoon, full stop. However, when it comes to grooming, it is not possible for someone to sexually groom an individual who is older than them. Reverse grooming is a term that is
I feel groomed by this video.
Used towards victims, where the actual perpetrator claims that the victim groomed them, when that is just not possible.
It also doesn't help that Yoon has a history of falsely accusing people of grooming. He also implied Rin groomed them when Yoon is older than Rin. The fact that the author of this document did not even ask for the ages is negligent at best, fucking criminal, and even libel.
We are never escaping the reverse grooming, are we? Rin regrets being involved, yeah, I understand that. It's so bad for Rin.
At worst. I want to make something clear though. Rachel does have grooming victims. Yoon is just not one of them, and all it takes is one false accusation. While in this case it's more so mislabeling than outright false, it is still negligent, and all it takes is one fabricated—
Well, Deet also did have false accusations. Deet also was like, yeah, listen, they could have hit on me. They could have raped me. They could have blackmailed me.
Allegation for everyone to be skeptical about everyone else's testimonies. It is negligent, it is damning, it is placing victims in a position where they look bad, and that is exactly what happened. Rachel didn't focus on the serious accusations, she focused on the shit that didn't matter. She focused on things that made it easy for people in her circle to stay on her side, and what did the SEC do? Essentially say that they deserve it, and that if they want to stay with Rachel, then she can have them. Because that's totally how you treat victims of abuse. You tell them they deserve it, that's what you do!
Now, where do I fit into all of this? Well,
nowhere.
I was not a part of the thread in the Claw Palace. However, it's like Michael said. He encouraged me to reach out to the author of this Google document, and so I did. Now, I am a private person. I gave this person my story with the understanding that the call wasn't being recorded, screenshots would only be shared between the two of us, and lastly, any details regarding my trauma and triggers were to be redacted, and I wished to remain anonymous. Remember this. I was sent the notes he wrote during the call, and aside from a few requests I made and having certain details being redacted, I approve what was written for the document. The only reason why I even wanted to tell my story is because I thought to myself, if it helps someone come out with their story with Rachel, then it was worth it.
Listen, if my nothing burger helps you come out with your story, I will be brave. I will be brave. For you, dear victim.
Something to take of note is that the author of this document was a stranger to me, and they still are. I had to give a stranger intimate details about my trauma, which involves severe sexual—
Why? What does this have to do? I love how every time they tell someone about their trauma, it's like, I gave them intimate details. Yeah, you give them to fucking everyone. Hi, Rin! Welcome to pain. Welcome to pain, Rin.
Sexual abuse that I'd gone through, both in my childhood and in my early adult years, as Rachel had belittled that trauma of mine, and even—
It didn't even belittle that from what you've shown.
Used it against me. In fact, The retelling that I gave you now, that was what I gave, except I had gone.
I'm so sorry, Vin, that you got involved in this bullshit.
A little more into detail about my rape, my ex, and other trauma of mine. I have since
Which all had nothing to do with it. Congratulations.
regretted ever reaching out and having this Discord call. Because this person goes on to say and do very heinous things to me. They made me relive childhood trauma of mine. They did things that went against my consent.
What?
And it is beyond traumatizing. More traumatic than what Rachel had ever put me through.
Well, given that Rachel put you through, really, from what you've shown, almost nothing. Like, wow. Like when she said that what Avi did was almost was comparable to their rape. Like, what? What?
But not only that, the author of the Rachel document went out of their way to alter my testimony without my consent.
What?
Added false abuse allegations about me to this document when this was about Rachel, not me. But in doing so, they revoked my anonymity. The only
Listen, we all are abusive now.
reason I consented to sharing my story was if I remained anonymous. And that was immediately revoked without my consent, without warning, for years. Since 2022, people had known that I was anonymous #1 in the Rachel document. Those people who personally knew me and strangers.
What? Was very different from the others I've gathered thus far. This one is put together based on bullet point notes I made from a Discord call with someone who used to be close to Rachel. They asked me to keep them anonymous for purpose of breaking their privacy. As such, I'm only referring to this person. Well, maybe stop telling your story to everyone so then people could put together their... Yeah, some people put the dots together. It's not like they were like, hey, this is Deed.
Strangers easily pieced together that I was Anonymous M. And to say I am beyond embarrassed.
Hi, Shadow. Welcome to Pain. Hi, Ryan watching Dews Abuse House. What do you mean? What do you mean?
And disgusted isn't truly putting into words the pain I felt when finding out. I beg you.
Yeah, I mean, from what it looked like, it seems like she said it, she told everyone. You know what I mean? No, I don't. I'm literally the most innocent person I know. I am as wholesome as a little spring flower.
Do not seek after this document, because it is filled with altercations and lies.
Do not check the lies in it.
That is not my story. That is not my voice. It is malice. It is lies and mistrust under the guise of vigilantism, made for the sole purpose of self-centered, fabricated justice. Please, let that document be buried.
For context and clarity's sake, we do have listed a link to the copy of said doc with my testimony removed. If you are someone, like myself, who wishes to have their testimony removed as well, please contact us so we can let the copy holder know of that. Okay. Here's the document, not fully.
I want you to understand that this Google document, even to this day, was shared around for years without me knowing.
It was only this year, in 2025, that I was told my anonymity was revoked.
That my anonymity was not only revoked, but false allegations about me were placed in this document. Before you even read any of the testimonies.
Was it allegations of you hitting your boyfriends?
Regarding Rachel, you now
just sent you the doc. Thank you. I will check it out. Yeah, and then we will see. Probably the next stream, because it's almost me. Then we will read it the next, what they added there. Accusations, the evil. And her Anon is still in there. Okay, wait. Wait. Oh, I gotta check. Beep. Boop. Boop. Oh god, so many context warnings. Let's see. Rachel chastised. No. Somebody said their own person to interchangeable as M and one turned out to be a highly abusive individual in their own right. This is right. This is her, right? The anonymous testimony Anon 1. M via Artemi Musha. She's still Anon 1, so it's not removed, her anonymity. In the months since the document went fully public, it has come to my attention thanks to several other people who contributed testimonies of their own that this person referred to as interchangeably as M and Anon 1 turned out to be highly abusive individual on their own right. Second-hand descriptions and first-hand accounts I've read of their behavior from colleagues of mine, combined with multiple public outbursts from M on Twitter that I bore witness to, all show concerning parallels with Rachel's behavior, right down to holding a vague, cowardly, bitter grudge against anything remotely commentary community related that plunges into toxic levels of cynicism, psychopathy, and guilt by association. All that in addition to displaying a narcissistic disrespect of trauma triggers others than M's own. I mean, the later of which, incidentally, extends to the point of M unintentionally, at least I hope it's unintentionally, contributing to the lengthy record of harassment directed at a well-known figure on Twitter, all for the sake of M demanding that all the internet acquaintances of a specific trauma trigger, in response to an offhanded, casual description of the villains in Squid Game, of all things, and shaming others in private for their coping methods, even ones that were recommended by mental health professionals. Yeah, well, fuck the mental health professionals, what do they know? The fuck do they know? Combine all this with a lengthy crusade of crass exploitation and pushback against child predators within Western anime fandoms as an excuse to be shallow, confrontational xenophobe towards anyone even passing interested in anything vaguely Asian. Okay, that one is a cringe one. As well as their current ongoing efforts to put the social life of beloved former colleague of ours in a chokehold to the point of constantly watching their phone in a flagrant violation of basic privacy. Oh, let's talk about Silva. I am frankly shocked and disgusted at the notion that I ever saw M as entirely innocent. Because of this, I have publicly called out M. I publicly called out M by name on Twitter multiple times, and have done the same within the Affirmation colleague for willfully ignoring it all to the point of being essentially complicit. This made even worse by the fact that said colleague is one of the earliest people to be featured in this document because of their status as one of Rachel's victims. We even have racisme. Wow, the story has it all. It has everything. We have everything in here, bruh. All that being said, this won't be an issue for this segment of the document. Not only was this testimony filtered through my own words, with identifying information almost entirely scrubbed at M's request, hence why I'm also not linking the aforementioned Twitter outburst, seeing how M told me right from the start that the specific trauma trigger was itself an identifying aspect, but M's words and experiences are far too integral to provide context to some of Rachel's public actions to warrant removal. And anyway, being an abuser doesn't erase any past history of being victims of abuse. This is something that can easily be applied just as much to Rachel as much it can be to M. Yeah, so again, M is in the M word. Gonna go because soon I'm having dinner with family, made food and stuff for them. Nice, have a good meal, Ren. Thanks for stopping by. But yeah, that's crazy. The animosity was not removed and she is like, I can't believe they done this. On top of this, normally when I unperson someone in the wake, I will unperson you. That sounds so threatening. I wish I could be here longer, but still. No, you enjoy your family dinner. Listen, this is such a gangster saying. I will unperson you. In the wake of problematic behavior, it's because I don't want to give them publicity, which is a foregone conclusion when I've kept this person anonymous this whole time and still intend to do so as of writing. As a result, M's testimony will not be stricken from this document, but that comes with the qualifier that I and everyone else involved in the document do not wish to associate with M anymore due to their own track record of appalling behavior, both in public and private. One person sounds like sci-fi execution. Yes, I will turn you into a blob. Get into the blob maker. Speaking only for myself, I hereby declare that my connections, communications, and acquaintanceships with M officially begin and end with the Discord call that served as the basis for this segment of the document, plus the proofreading shortly after. Interesting, there was a proofreading. Consequently, I refuse to engage in any further one-on-one contact with them until I can be assured with the utmost certainty that they are putting the same effort into bettering themselves as a human being that everyone here is demanding of Rachel. M themselves told me that we shouldn't have to wait until more people get hurt. So as far as I'm concerned, it only makes sense that we call out, if not distance ourselves from someone who is clearly showing the same warning signs. I only wish the best for M's romantic partner and hope that said partner ends up with someone who will treat them like the actual human being. You know who you are. No, they deserve each other. Do the M's. Yes. Let's finish reading this here. Long story short, Unknown One has turned out to be an abuser, but their words and experiences still matter for this situation. And for as sincerely disgusted I am, I'm not going to use their abusive behavior as a reason to unmask them out of spite. Especially not when I initially kept them anonymous for the sake of their own personal safety. If such an unmasking ever ends up happening in this document, it'll be because M explicitly revealed their connection to this document in public of their own violation. Well, now they did. Well, now she did. Okay, what do you have there, Rose? An image? Something that I have to have known about the time. M confronted Ray about this, but they can't remember if Rachel ever apologized. Nevertheless, what M took away from all of this, when Rachel has a breakdown from PTSD, she demands, I want to be respectful. When M has a breakdown from PTSD, sometimes from Rachel making jokes that she had to know would upset them, Rachel simply did not care. M stopped talking to Rachel around early May 2020, after their relationship ended massively. This was someone who considered Rachel to be close to them, and they didn't know how Rachel truly felt about them. They hate the fact that they thought Rachel was a good person, particularly after feeling like Rachel was one of the few female friends they could trust. The relationship ended with a discussion on transgender rights, a topic Rachel talked about a lot, often to the point of unhinged extremist proselytizing in the vein of die ciscom. This was back when M identified as cis. What? Rachel made the claim that she isn't against cisgender people, but with how often Rachel kept going with these tirades, M ended up seeing those less as a joke and more as threats. That's already an awful position to be in, but it was made even worse in this case, considering that M in the past had to move to a different state because of verbal threats, so you would be correct in thinking that M... Where? Okay. This is what got sent. This was what got me to send this. Where? Because what do you mean? What do you mean? Listen. We had many reasons, but the transgender discussion really ended it here.
Now see this update painting me as racist, narcissistic, abusive, and...
I mean, again, I don't know about the racist, but narcissistic? Abusive? Toxic?
Overall, placing me on this pedestal right beside Rachel, as if we are one and the same. Yeah.
Congratulations, you didn't rape someone.
Yes, we will be going over that update, but there's still a lot more to discuss. And what better way than to segue into talking about the author themselves.
Womp womp!
Hey Musha, the bill for your actions just came due. And I want my money now, bitch.
I need to read the whole testimony, Rose. No. Fine, I will do it in the next episode, okay? I will do it in the next stream. Jesus. Anyway. Video 2, only 9 hours and 20 minutes. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Sleepy. Go to sleep, sleepy. Good luck with the Musha segment. No. So in conclusion, it's all transgenders' fault. You know what? Yeah. You know what? Transgenders were mean. They were mean to the cis people. That's how it all went on. So, let's start with the second video. I think I still got 1 hour in me. I don't want to. It was so fun. Let's do it again. 0.5 speed. No. Please. Transphobia, the video. These people have it so hard. Truly. Munchausen heroism. What? I hate everything.
So here's the grand hero of the SEC himself. Artemis Musha, formerly Akraloth 2160, is an SEC old hat that's been around the community since at least 2015. Musha has collaborated with some big names, including Ray and myself, and was a former member of both BOP and the Cloud Palace. He was
including with they have worked with many big names like me, indeed. Have a good night, Rain. I work with many great people. Like me. Where?
also the one to put together, and to my knowledge, is still the one that maintains.
The email behind the rare dog is Musha's. For privacy reasons, however, we will not disclose this email, as Musha has not made it public knowledge. Where?
The Rachel document that details her abusive behavior within the SEC. That's really something to do. Ray was so high up on the totem pole of the SEC that she could be considered to have topped it around 2016 to 2017. To dismantle and reveal the vile workings of someone who seemed so powerful like that, it's gotta give you a high that you can—
She topped it? That's crazy.
Ride for a while. For a while. Musha had been considered out of the SEC since September of 2024, after he, told someone to kill themselves, and he's in the running for being one of the most—
That's all? What? Oh, for the victim blaming the veiled backhanded suicide there, and the ludicrous comparison between her behavior and actual predators. I feel like that is a little bit more than just being like, yeah, for telling someone they killed them to kill themselves. I feel like there's a lot more than this. I mean, you did tell people to dox your enemies, so to be like that.
And he's in the running for being one of the most vindictive, spiteful, ruthless dickheads in this thread, a competition with some fierce fucking opponents. Before we even get to the atrocity that is Musha, there's something Musha said that truly paints how self-aware he was when it came to the shit he said about my partner, and I want this to stick with you throughout this entire segment. Here it is.
Silver dipping out of this server is the only reason I'm comfortable saying any of this.
If you can't—
That is a lot of censoring there.
Silver dipping out of this—
Silver dipping out of the server is the only reason I'm comfortable saying any of this. Will be revealed later, or you're edging, bro. KYS means something different in every YouTube culture. Isn't the diversity a beautiful thing? Truly. I only tell that to people I love.
Server is the only reason I'm comfortable saying any of this.
If you can't handle the heat, get the fuck out of the kitchen, Musha. Or rather—
You're not that guy. Silver, you're not that guy. I'm sorry.
If you're gonna start a Hellfire, don't be reeking of gasoline and have the gas cans out in the wide fucking open.
Remember, Musha and everyone else are the good guys fighting the good fight here, folks. That's their genuine mindset throughout all of this. Now, you've probably noticed that there is a claim that we have yet to cover, and that's the fascism claim. And the reasoning for that is because we had to wait until we got to this point, as it was Musha who decided—
Why did you have to wait?
To make this claim against me. And his reasoning behind this is drug-induced levels of hallucination, let's just say.
Oh, just like you.
Something I also want to point out. Musha isn't American, but I am. And although this claim was made in 2022, Musha has yet to retract this claim, and with the political scene nowadays, being accused of being a fascist is a really heavy claim to make upon someone. So the fact that he was—
You never told me to— You don't have to do the indicator for me, Blue. I am very neurotypical, I can return to.
willing to hold this opinion is pretty fucking atrocious, and I'd say even dangerous. So.
Oh my god, they called me a fascist. How dare them not retract that? I will be slandered. People will believe I'm a fascist.
Why does Musha think I'm a fascist? Go ahead, Musha.
I use them for myself more than anything, not gonna lie. Okay. It's fine.
Explain it yourself.
Thinking back to all the I don't like community wankery and the simply, up-to-date video, Deed's instinctive desire for destructive levels of isolation based on an unstable past history and bitter grudges have made me think up the ultimate analogy for her situation. Ever listen to Pink Floyd's The Wall? Because by my estimation, Deed is roughly around the transition between One of My Turns and Don't Leave Me Now. Maybe I've just had Floyd on the brain a lot, especially since I watched the movie version for the first time last night, after so many times listening to... Fuck no, I need to redo that, I'm sorry, dude. Also, quick side note, this dude's a fucking piece of waste of space. Jesus Christ. Like, don't make analysis go, oh, I'm a big Pink Floyd fan, so I'm going to compare you to Pink Floyd. That's fucking ridiculous.
You could say that they're a bunch of pseudo-intellectuals.
I know, right? But no pseudo-intellectual.
How do you manage to sound like pseudo-intellectuals while making fun of pseudo-intellectuals?
Compares an individual's behavior to a Pink Floyd fucking album. Only a fucking moron does that. Maybe I've just had Floyd on the brain a lot, especially since I just watched the movie for the first time last night, after so many times listening to the album, but it's ominous how Deed seems to have gone down the route of Pink, but long after wartime, and not yet the point of blowing up at everyone by imagining herself as a fascist.
From what I know, this is extremely fucking accurate. I really love The Wall, so I know exactly what you mean.
I didn't say it was drug-induced hallucinations for nothing. Hey, so, Musha? Jace? For as much as you guys seem to enjoy The Wall, neither of you actually fucking understood what The Wall is actually about, and, if anything, this proves that you both are
Is it the Berliner Wall? What wall are we talking about?
actual fucking morons who do not care about the well-beings of those who have PTSD. From Wikipedia itself, Pink Floyd's The Wall is a 1982 British live-action/animated musical surrealist drama film directed by Alan Parker, based on Pink Floyd's 1979 studio album, The Wall. The screenplay was written by Pink Floyd vocalist and bassist Roger Waters, with animation sequences directed by Gerald Scarfe. The Boomtown Rats lead vocalist, Bob...
Why are we talking about Pink Floyd's The Wall now? Is this emo?
Duff made his film debut as rockstar Pink, who, driven to neurosis by the pressures of stardom and traumatic events in his life, constructs an emotional and mental wall to protect himself. However, this coping mechanism eventually backfires.
Literally no one cares. Why?
Pink demands to be set free. So, to get this out of the way, Musha is comparing me to the main character Pink, who has PTSD, mind you. Well, it's funny you say that, Musha, because Pink isn't a fascist. Rather, he is a man down on his luck, and this whole film is a cry for fucking help. You seriously looked at—
This whole stream is my cry for help. It's like I'm torturing myself, guys. And me.
a man struggling with internal battles such as trauma, and you went, wow, what a fascist, just like Deed. You're not just bad at media literacy. Media literacy is just non-existent to you. Also, your breakdown comes off as you implying this film is pro-fascism, when, in fact, it's the opposite. The fascist scenes, especially in the film, are meant to shock and disturb. They're a visual representation of Pink's internal decay, and how alienation can lead someone to embrace extreme authoritarianism.
Oh, I get a movie breakdown now. That's crazy. Why do you put a movie breakdown in here? It just be, say, you're wrong, lol.
Ideologies as a way to feel control or power. Roger Waters has explained that this was a warning, not a promotion of those ideas. The imagery is deliberately grotesque, not aspirational. Musha, if you genuinely thought I was going down a path of fascism, you should be concerned for me, not mocking me and doubling down on this fucking claim.
I've been pissed at her for too long. Do not say this. Deed is an abusive narcissist. And I hope the years' worth of possessive self-centered behavior eventually catch up to the screeching little fascist. I feel like fascist was just kind of thrown out there as an insult. Like, I said, I don't want to say bitch. Yeah. No, like some people just use it randomly to insult someone. It's not, they don't mean literally you're a fascist. It's just what I feel like. It's just the vibe I'm getting here from this message. Abuse made me a fascist.
Aim. Both Musha and Jace completely disregarded what this film's message is truly about. The Wall is about trauma, alienation, and the psychological cost of repression and fame. It uses fascist imagery to criticize authoritarianism, not promote it. The ultimate message is that isolation is destructive, and emotional connection and empathy are needed to break down the wall. The direct opposite of what these fuckers wanted out of me. Jace did not show any empathy for me.
Okay.
No, he thought Michael should abuse me by going behind my back.
Okay, I want to see what... This is Michael... them wanting to Michael abuse her. Again, like, dude, I get it. I love my girlfriend, I will do literally anything for her. But he doesn't get that he should have the right to be friends with whoever, do whatever, without having to ask her permission. It's just fucking hell, man. This is abuse to her. This is abuse to her. For Michael to do whatever the fuck he wants without asking her for permission. This is abuse. This is the terrible abuse they wish upon them. Yeah. Terrible. I can't believe they would do this. Wish this terrible, terrible abuse of the man. I got to go. Without my permission, abuse. Abuse. Have a good day, Rose. Thanks for stopping by. It's literally just Jay saying, you know, Michael should do what he wants without always asking for permission. And that is the abuse. That is the terrible abuse they want upon her.
Associating with anyone he damn well pleased, and doing whatever he pleased. My consent or discomfort be damned. He was fine with Michael isolating me.
It is not isolating you to not ask you if he's allowed to take a shit. Bruh. It is not isolating you to have his own friends. It's not isolating you to do what he wants without having to ask you first, McQueen. Main character in it is slowly being turned fascist due to bad shit that happens in his life. It shows how those groups prey on the downtrodden. It's not a hard movie. Why is she lying about this? No, it's literally deep.
And you, Musha. You did not give me emotional connection or empathy throughout this entire
Yeah, I also wouldn't want to give you emotional connection, bruh.
thread. No. Instead, you mocked me and wanted to isolate me because you demanded Michael to dump me. The only person I had as a support system. Neither of you wanted to tear down the wall. You wanted to build the wall
That's so deep, bruh.
higher.
Jesus Christ, and I thought the Nostalgia Critics review was bad. But I think falsely accusing someone of being a fascist because
I hate you. I hate you so much.
you watched an artistic movie takes the fucking cake. And I thought Avi bringing up 1984 was bad. But Moosh.
You know what this reminds me of? I think a better movie to compare this to is The Human Centipede. They are sawn to each other's ass. And Michael is like the behind part. And he's just eating her shit and just regurgitates it. They're always together, and the mere mention that someone says, listen, maybe we should cut Michael off, you know, that doesn't seem right. And she's like, no, you can't isolate me. He's literally part of me. No, Balana, I'm spitting truth. I'm spitting the truth right now. This is the perfect allegory. The Human Centipede is the perfect allegory for this. Erasing history is bad, guy. Until my deranged ex-girlfriend needs me to change history, then it's 1984 up in the earth. Am I right?
Musha, it is fucking commentaries! No, scratch that. It wasn't even about commentaries. It was just about Deed airing her grievances on the fact that a hobby she once enjoyed disintegrated thanks to a bunch of good-for-nothing hacks who thought keeping around a pedophile is more important than the actual children who engage in their community. What the actual fuck is wrong with you? Let it be known that Musha took this a step further by saying that
Wait, let me go find the vintage quote I wrote down from you. What do you mean?
Deed should be on a no-fly list, which is primarily for criminals such as terrorists.
You know what? What if she has a PTSD episode while being up there? I'm just saying. You never know. You never know.
Are you calling Deed a terrorist now, Musha? I will repeat once more, what the actual fuck is wrong with you?
I will definitely say an emotional terrorist because I got trauma dumped on and have seen things against my will so often now, yeah.
And I'm just going to state this now before anyone, including Musha, attempts to defend the shit that he has said throughout this thread that was discussing serious allegations, mind you. There is no I was joking excuse. There was no I was exaggerating excuse. And there is certainly no I didn't mean it excuse. There is just no excuse, period. Seeing as you are the person who held the reins of taking down the rat, trademark, by making the Rachel document, I would think you would know how to take shit seriously, Musha. But if you genuinely think that it is funny to watch a movie about a man struggling with PTSD, look at my partner, who has fucking PTSD, and go,
Fuck, I didn't even remember that one. Vintage a year ago. Forget it. I said a year ago, aren't we all trapped in the straitjacket that is our own skin? Talking about silent hill creatures. Listen, I've always been a poet. Sometimes it comes.
Oh, wow. What a fascist. Then Ricky Gervais has better humor than you tenfold. There are two routes that Musha can go down if he genuinely thinks that what he said wasn't a big deal, despite, again, this entire thread discussing serious allegations.
Very deep, dude. Thank you. I contain multitudes.
Things. Either he's an insensitive liar who could care less about topics such as abuse, or he's a malicious liar and thinks calling
Well, I also feel like your girlfriend doesn't care much about abuse because every abuse is suddenly about her and everyone abused her, so...
someone a fascist is hilarious. Frankly, I'm down the middle.
Frank Kafka couldn't write.
As I think Musha is an insensitive, malicious liar.
I've been her for too long not to say this. Deed is an abusive narcissist, and I hope the year's worth of possessive, self-centered behavior eventually catches up to the screaming little fascist.
Damn, Musha, I didn't know you were a psychologist.
Listen, I subscribe to Frank Kafka, okay? Don't you worry, Balana.
And I was your patient. Took you long enough, but I was actually looking for a chronic PTSD diagnosis. Musha diagnosing me with mental disorders that have been stigmatized in our society to paint people as villainous will be a recurring factor throughout this, by the way. As for
Like the stream if you missed you doing a 5-minute milk walk. And Siggy Run, yes. The QP Mayo goes well with Bulldog? 2 times sauce? What is Bulldog 2 times sauce? What do you mean no, Shadow? What do you mean? What do you mean, huh? What do you mean no?
the fascism, yeah, he brings it up, i.e. doubles down on it quite a bit. You don't have to ask me or Musha himself. Just ask our dear old pal Doomsicle.
Hey up me duckies, it's your boy
Doomsicle.
Doomsicle66 of Death, and I'm utterly outraged and furious, as you can tell from my very tone of voice. I caught wind of that Arteming Musha person once said in the Fart Palace Discord server.
Yes, this was a real thing. Musha recorded and uploaded to the thread.
That former commentator Deed, aka Madison the Cat, was a fascist. How ridiculous and unreasonable. You can't go around calling everyone you don't like a fascist. Please pay no attention to how often he actually does that. He totally does it all the time, I swear, take my word for it. It's not even like it makes any sense either. Fascists dressed in black have severe protagonist syndrome, try to use fear and invasiveness to control people, and have an irrational hatred of the mentally ill and people who aren't white. While Deed, hold on, I'll think of something.
This man is serious and unserious at
I crave death. I want the death. I crave the sweet release.
At the same time, it is surreal. People thought this was the man who should be in charge of abuse victims' testimonies that contain intricate and sensitive information about them. It is horrifying to imagine the things this man knows that he has openly mocked, or quite possibly used for his own gain. Or worse.
Oh Christ, anything new with her?
Nope, it's just something that's been on my mind, tying back to the harshest thing I've ever said about her.
Valid.
Oh, Musha, that is the least harsh thing you have said about my fucking wife. Also, let the audience
my fucking wife! How dare you!
be aware that Musha's delusional tirade of calling Deed a fascist is valid in Donnie's eyes. He is perfectly aware and is A-okay with this kind of harsh behavior. Oh, but Musha wasn't just harsh, he was completely and utterly unhinged.
The only person who likes her is the abuse victim she kidnapped.
I mean... If Musha means slower with that, yeah.
Hey, Musha, I'll have you know that I actually enjoy this. This is my kink.
I feel sexually harassed. I did not consent to this. I did not consent to seeing your kink.
I fucking kink, you kink shamer. You guys allow pedophiles and perverts the minute that one guy, that one guy decides to get freak nasty in his own home consensually. God.
Funny skit to pull out the bullshit aside.
Very funny, yeah. Very funny. Very, very funny skit. We all laughed. I cannot do this anymore.
There is actually something really messed up about this. You see,
no one take my last message of context. Don't worry, Blue. I will take it out of context.
When I was telling Musha what Rachel had put me through, I told him that I was living in an unsafe area at the time. This is the stuff I had already relayed to you all, and something that I mentioned was that I was...
You mean the whole lot of nothing? Great.
...able to escape until 2021, and that was thanks to Michael. When Michael and I began dating in 2020, he quickly learned about my living situation, and he didn't feel comfortable with me living in the area that I resided in. So he decided to help me not only move out of that area, but move out of the state completely. This was a big decision due to everything that I had ever known was here, but even with my family, it wasn't the support I truly needed. It was not a safe area for me. So throughout the months, Michael found us a place and helped me move out of there, and that was the first time in a long time that I felt safe going outside without having to hide my identity or feel the need to bring self-defense items with me. Musha knows this because I told Musha this. Musha is aware that Michael helped me.
You tell everyone everything, so once again,
Out, and for him to turn around and claim that I kidnapped Michael, that I am holding Michael down, is not only absurd, but it's such a slap in the face to the very sensitive details I gave to him about my life. Words cannot describe how disgusted I feel that he was willing to say that, but it doesn't stop there. Not only did he double down on this claim, but Avi.
Sorry.
Not only did he double down.
I'm gonna get added to the fly list, Deed. Actually condemn the SCC because you thought they were taking social time away from the abuse victim you eventually killed. Hey.
On this claim, but Avi also implied.
Or she's forcing him not to be around people as basically a hostage. I mean...
that I kept Michael as a hostage. Avi got this idea from Musha. Musha made this claim, which implored others to spread this idea that I evidently kidnapped Michael. Which, by the way, people kidnapping their partners is a real fucking thing that has happened.
Jokes are not allowed. Jokes are not allowed anymore. Listen, you cannot make jokes about the Titanic because it literally happened. People died. How dare you make jokes of the Titanic?
So it is extremely negligent and insensitive to throw around this idea that I kidnapped Michael and keep him as a hostage when you fucking know that isn't true, Musha. What the actual fuck is wrong with you is going to become our catchphrase if you keep this abysmal shit up. Oh wait, that's right. This was the last message you posted in the thread. I'm not fucking kidding you. Musha dropped this line and just dipped. But that's not to say we don't have anything left to cover. Oh no, we are far.
I see you have a lot more to cover. That you needed 9 hours. Well, I kind of feel guilty because Jiggy, one of the people Deed Wong, shared me one of the quotes she said about Musha. And she implies she would stalk and drive Musha to suicide. What? What? But hey, the kidnapping was too far. Interesting. Very interesting. Rare.
From done talking about Musha. In fact, he still had quite a bit to say regarding my update video. Let's go over that now.
I don't like him, but oh my god, that poodle. Only Dorit is allowed to do full skits of her doing DVA and essay. But you can't make a joke about her TVing her boyfriend, exactly.
Decided to watch that update video, and boy, is it a tumble down the drain into buzzkill land. It goes from, oh, that's understandable, to, well, okay, this is kind of making me uncomfortable, to, Deed, what in Christ's name are you doing?
God, you are just so quick to stop caring, aren't you? And all it took was one thing for you to not give a shit anymore. Makes me wonder why you were starting to get uncomfortable.
And the contradictions, the inconsistent position of, I was never involved.
What contradictions? What inconsistent positions? I
mean, you had a lot in these videos, so I wouldn't be surprised. By the way, the Donnie section, there's a part that really bugged me, but I don't know if I should spoil it. Comparison game, the MTC comment. Damnation. Donnie. Ah, that's late. I don't know if we will get to it today. But if you want, you can send it. You can send it. You can spoil. You can spoil. And because I'm already late on the topic, so I guess most people already know vaguely what it's about, so it's fine. I will allow slight spoilers this time.
Made it pretty fucking clear I wasn't involved in the SCC. What the fuck were you smoking?
You were, though.
When you watched my video, my guy.
And the serious accusations without examples, all justified with, that's not what this video is about, but I'm going to say it anyway, are all just the tail end of it all. And I made it about 8 or 9 minutes in before I slammed the dislike button and clicked off.
So the other dislike is from your alt account then, huh? Jokes aside, Musha, I didn't give outright examples because
Haha, just a joke. Just a joke.
For the protection of myself and the victims. I didn't want anyone to harass me, nor the victims, because I went through fucking enough as is. You should know, given that you sure as hell love to tell victims to kill themselves. Not only that, but you stopped the video when it was at key moments too. Not only did you skip the part where I bring up that I have no ill will towards the
Okay, so, right, so Deed threatens to call /emails Donnie's parents and threatens to out his online activity and saying how much of a failure he is. Wow. That's definitely healthy. Very sensitive. I bet if anyone would have done that to her, I bet it would have been very abusive. That would have been abusive, terrible, harassment, blackmail. I've only seen the skits from the second video. You are the only person so far to brave this video. Listen, I am a pioneer.
SEC or even the anti-SEC overall, but you completely overlooked all the experiences that I went through regarding several—
By the way, that is life ruination. I'm a victim of that shit. Don't do that, deed. Yeah, that should be obvious to every sane person. You don't do that shit. Yeah.
SEC members. Typical, given you and everyone else in the SEC just love to ignore shit your community does. Not to mention, you didn't listen to the part where I had to cut some people out of my life due to having such toxic and manipulative opinions that were so bad, it literally triggered my CPTSD. But here's the thing. That doesn't matter.
Once again, very triggered.
Because I'm sure you would have found some fucking way to downplay everything that I had gone through, because that's exactly what you did to George's victims, dickhead. Yeah, you're so pissed off about this segment in the video because you know I'm talking about you. You literally had a segment in the Rachel document dedicated to protecting George. So I will say once again, stay mad. I ain't retracting shit, because you know I'm right.
It's admittedly more upfront about intentions than certain others in her position, but no less gross in how unnecessarily hostile it got.
Musha, what the fuck are you even saying right here? What nefarious intentions do you think Deed had?
What the fuck are you even saying? What do you think what nefarious intention we have? Which is really funny with what Rin just told us. What do you think what nefarious intention you think Deed could have? Yeah, hey Donnie, but you're making him a victim, threatening that. Yep. That's the problem when they make the people who did shit look like a victim. Like, yeah, they were shit, but don't try to do anything worse than to them.
This because there weren't any. Deed is pretty upfront about her intentions because, well, this isn't about you. Yeah, throughout this entire time, everyone thought it was Deed talking about the SEC. But no, it was primarily about Deed's experience with members within the SEC and shit she witnessed from those members. The only time she ever directly addressed the SEC itself was when she was calling out the abhorrent shit you guys were doing regarding the rabid raccoon in your driveway. We put it down for a reason. For fuck's sakes, Musha, you listened to that one tidbit and your entire viewpoint of the whole video muddied into that and only that.
It's only bad when someone else does it, as always. Only bad when someone else does it.
Which is straight up dishonest of you to do, by the way. For example, you claim that Deed was unnecessarily hostile in the video. Granted, you aren't using the word aggressive, and while Deed is unfriendly and not liking something, but also not agreeing with something, can you fucking blame her? She's talking about negative experiences. That wasn't your intent, though, no. Your intent was to paint Deed as aggressive. As someone who—
Well, I feel like Deed is a little aggressive, but, you know, it's only me.
Who's just, well, the ranting when she didn't raise her voice once throughout those 20 minutes. If anyone is hostile, it's you, because you are reeking with not only hostility, but—
No, you! You know, reverse card, bam.
Aggression towards Deed's video. On fucking God.
Hey, Deed, you know what's really disgusting? Derailing an update video for 5 or so minutes to accuse people of immoral and illegal acts, only to conveniently not mention what those acts were, or who was even guilty, and wrap it all up in a childish guilt by association, and thus increase the risk of bad actors blindly speculating in bad faith. I hope you enjoyed spending 5 minutes of your life being part of the problem.
Timestamp is 7:18 to 8:28. That is approximately about a minute, not 5 or so. Also, projection is the process of displacing one feeling onto a different person.
Fuck off and get added to a no-fly list, Deed.
I was called a terrorist over a fucking update video!
Stop screaming. Stop screaming, please. Also, I'm gonna get another monster because my monster is fucking empty. Leave this. I can't work like this. Me. Be right back. Put on some. Yeah. I'll get the Short King Stomp. For the Short Kings here. I'll be right back. Okay.
with the chest now. Shining from the neck down. Can't shrink this sound.
Shout out to all the short kings. I got my monster. Got to be fresh. Fresh mint. You sent me that. I will. Want the short king stomp. I will send you the short king stomp. Monster, yeah. Grab that. Might continue video. Anyway, how? Need to send that song to my puntable besties. Go. Love our short kings and queens. Whoop. Slurp, scream for me if you need me. Mousy, thank you. I think I will have like half an hour left in me and then I die. You know what? I take that back. Back. I stream everyone. Bye. Fuck me.
Anyone with pattern recognition and a sincere history with this side of the internet.
What the fuck does that even mean?
And a sincere history with this side of the internet can tell you actually condemn the SEC because you thought they were taking social media.
My guy, I literally say I condemn the SEC. In the description Slayer was bitching about. I wasn't hiding it. For real, how many monsters did you have to? 3. I mean, I want you. Oh. Thanks for the warning, Moo.
Time away from the abuse victim you eventually kidnapped, along with you making the same guilt by association leap in logic that the Monkey Man and the failed voice actor did.
I'm not even going to comment on that because my update video had fuck all to do with Michael. I don't know.
The answer is always not enough. True. My bloodstream is caffeine and sugar.
You interjected this aside to just accuse me of kidnapping my partner, but Michael wasn't even brought up.
I love how serious they take it. Like if someone told me, oh my god, you kidnapped my friend. If someone monstrous came to me and be like, you are kidnapping Saint. I would be like, lol. Like, how do you take it this seriously? The only good coffee. See, that is why you are the way you are, Shadow. The only monster I like is the mango one. What the fuck? I only drink the original monster. You share Saint with monsters now. No, monsters share them with me. That's the difference. Sometimes he is allowed to go out.
Once in my update video, but that's not my issue. My issue is that I'm going to revoke guilt by association in your vocabulary, Musha, because you don't know what the fuck that word means.
Well, you too don't, so... Wait, Saint is being kidnapped. Oh, I'm saying, it's like if monsters came to me and was like, oh my god, Dew, stop kidnapping Saint. I bet Dew is kidnapping Saint, and I would then throw a hissy fit about that, you know? Would be the same situation. No, wait. I'm stupid. It would be like if I said that Monsters is kidnapping Saint. Got it reversed. It was like if I went to Monstrous and be like, you are kidnapping Saint. And she will take it very serious. Stupid.
Oh, and for the record, Monkey Man sounds very racist if people aren't aware who Gwus is, Musha.
Now you're just mad that you were called racist.
Just, pointing that out given you're fine with people falsely accusing me of racism.
The same guilt by association leap in logic that the Monkey
Oh my god, imagine being called a racist.
Man and the failed voice actor did all because of a few already resolved external situations involving predators.
Resolved, huh? Hi, George, Tippy,
Monkey Man.
Keyblade, Avi, and Susie, all well-known predators whose situations got totally
See, everyone who was mean to us was terrible, was a terrible person. So I am right.
Resolved, and
I'll just take caffeine pills. Yeah, Shadow. That explains a lot. That explains a lot.
wasn't due to people either blatantly ignoring the problem or silencing their victims.
Once again, what did you do? Where were you?
Resolved predators who decided to engage in a thread regarding serious accusations made against me. The eyes are open, the mouth moves, but Mr. Brain has long since departed.
Banshees like you are why people tend to be needlessly quick to assume malice in anyone critical of us. I again reiterate, how does it feel being part of the problem?
God, you're still watching these? Yes, Ranger. I said I will finish them. I am working on it.
You're talking to a mirror, Musha. Maybe get your eyes checked. Anyways, to be completely blunt with you, Musha, this response to Deed's video is embarrassing in so many ways and is emblematic with one of the worst aspects of the SEC. On top of this being a bunch of victim-blaming nonsense, it's really infuriating that someone from the SEC,
Not the victim-blaming.
Confrontation community, does absolutely no confronting here. You certainly plan to, and then you shelve it, post some rat ramblings on Twitter, and then leave. You know, if someone was talking about
Isn't that what you do? Isn't that literally what you do? Literally what you did. And then you now just came out, now that they already all been burned. And you're like, yeah, the horse is already dying, let's kick it. It's already dead, you know, let's kick on top of it.
Bad things that your community did, and they didn't elaborate, maybe I wouldn't just assume that they're talking about the SEC wholesale, which she wasn't. Maybe I would believe they had a reason to hide this information and then ask about it. And if they didn't elaborate, fine. Not my problem, not your problem. The SEC doesn't need to—
Yeah, Chris literally got the stick out to get me to finish it, okay? Are you disrespecting Chris' hard work?
Have everyone in it, nor have everyone like it. A lot of people have been saying that slideshow commentators can't turn off the commentator. I only think this is partially true, because the only reason why that button stays on is because people like you and people within the Cloud Palace can't seem to switch off the asshole button either.
Oh, the SEC isn't just an asshole, but they're a dumbass too. See, the SEC—
You both are part of it! You both were part of it! The fuck are you talking about?
loves to talk about shit when they do not have the bare fucking minimum education on the topic at hand. Case in point, the cult debacle.
Well, it's the same. Oh no, not the cult talk. The cult talk.
Yes, you heard that right. The cult debacle. I have been quiet about this for years. And since Musha's head—
Again, it's very funny how she's very offended that people were quiet about some things. And then she's like, I've been quiet about this for years. It's literally there. They've been like, I can't believe everyone stayed quiet. Anyway, we stayed quiet about this because we didn't want to be dogpiled. I am DewsSnailHouse and I never get a damn thank you for it. They're ungrateful job, Chris. It's an ungrateful job.
Is so far up his own ass, he decided to, for whatever fucking reason, bring this up in the thread. Fuck it. I am finally going to be talking about this, and why I hate God—
Thank God you're finally going to talk about it. I'm sure it will be very important to the conversation. I'm sure we will all care about it very much.
Damn everyone in this situation. Quick disclaimer, however. I don't want to get into the nitty-gritty details. I don't think that's necessarily important for you to get the gist of it. So I'm going to give you a very brief TLDR on the breakdown, alright? Cool. Let's start with Rachel. Remember how we said Rachel started to grow a hatred for the SEC? Well, it got so bad that Rachel made claims that the SEC is a cult, which is completely fucking ironic given that she was the unofficial quote-unquote leader of the SEC. She was literally one of the biggest content creators that everyone looked up to before Susie took over. So, irony? It's also—
So, it's still maddening to me to think about that Susie was one of the biggest content creators anywhere.
why I found it quite ridiculous that
still mind-boggling.
Would go as far as to call the SEC a cult, given that, for those that don't know, the leaders of said cult don't—
How is Deed not hoarse at this point? Do you think they recorded this all in a day? How many days do you think this took to record? I need to know. I need an expert. What do you think how long the unedited version?
Tend to go against the cult itself and proclaim it as one. Usually that's followers that realize the psychological abuse they've been subjected to and, you know, escape. Here's the funny thing about—
Fuck this, I'm getting cake. What kind of cake, Smootzy? What kind of cake?
Escaping. Members of a cult cannot leave. But Rachel gradually did, and even if people weren't happy, no one was, oh I don't know, hunting her down for sport and planning on taking her out as a form of punishment for going against the rules. That certainly did not happen. Look, I don't want to go over everything, but the best method to determine if a group is a cult, in my opinion, is Stephen Hassan's, who is a cult expert and former cult member himself, the bite model. And I am sure looking at this, you can see similarities on the screen, such as the us versus them mentality, and the SEC overall not taking any form of criticism whatsoever, and seeing anyone outside of their community as bad.
It's many groups.
Bad people. However, that doesn't automatically make the SEC a cult. It just makes them a bunch of idiots. I do not have all the time in the world to break it down for you, but please believe me when I tell you that there is a difference between an outright cult and cult-like mentality. There is a difference.
Yeah, well, no one took it serious, I hope. Okay, why are we talking about such bullshit? Schwarzwälder Kirsch, hell yeah. Love me some Schwarzwälder Kirsch.
Between a company being an outright cult and a company using tactics that a cult would use. The best example that I can give is religion itself and MLMs. Not every MLM pyramid scheme is an outright cult. There are some that exist, but a good chunk of them aren't labeled as cults. The same goes for religion. Religion in of itself is not a cult. However, people have taken already established religions, such as Christianity, Buddhism, Satanism, etc., and have created a cult around it. For as much as I have a disdain...
Oh, you know, Satanism.
towards the SEC. For as much as I do believe that they share some traits of a cult, I do not think the SEC in of itself is a cult. People were allowed to leave. Sure.
They do not make sacrifices to the great Lord and Savior Doodletones. That's crazy.
There was favoritism. Sure, there were some people who had a hive mind-like mentality, but that was not every single member in the community. If it truly...
Well, when we go after that, cheerleaders are also kind of good. And also the emo groups are. And the goth group. And every group.
Was a cult, every single person that ever existed in the slideshow commentary community would have been in the Cloud Palace and would not be allowed to leave. They would not be allowed to make their own Discord servers. They would not be allowed to hang around anyone who was anti-SEC. They would not be allowed to leave, period. Their life and entire identity would be absorbed by nothing but the SEC.
They also have to make annual payments to the great Doodletones.
Do you understand? I want to make this clear. I am not acting like the sole expert on cults. However, unlike the SEC...
I am not acting like the sole expert on cults. But...
I have spent years of my free time reading books, watching documentaries, and listening to victims' testimony.
Shit, I've been sacrificing live goats to my Diaper Tones altar for months. No wonder my wishes haven't been granted. No, Ranger, you did it all wrong.
Of being in a cult. I have some knowledge on what the fuck I'm talking about, and it's why I do not feel comfortable with the SEC being labeled as a cult, which is why I told Rachel time and time again to knock that shit off. She wouldn't. I tried explaining this to Rachel. I tried to explain to her that what she was saying was wrong. I tried to explain to her that what she was saying was wrong, misinformed, and even insensitive to actual cult survivors, but she did not listen to me. She took the whole, the SEC is a cult bullshit.
Whenever you make a cult joke, you're very insensitive to every cult survivor that might eventually hear it. Never make a Kool-Aid joke.
From private Discord servers to public spaces such as Twitter. And apparently, to this day, she is still fucking mad at me for correcting her.
I don't know, Ray was also really weird about her stance on the word cult, mainly because Ray was so focused on calling the SEC a cult.
Mad bitch. Now, given that Rachel was openly claiming the SEC as a cult, how did the SEC themselves handle this? Not good. In retaliation, they decided to fight fire with fire and turn around and called Rachel a cult leader.
What's a cult? Deep questions you ask here at 1 AM.
It was bad. Literal warfare with a terminology that is very serious, mind you. So now I get to break down why
I can't make cult jokes anymore, that's cool.
Rachel isn't a cult leader too. While I understand Rachel is manipulative, abusive, charismatic, and allegedly a narcissist, which...
I say allegedly because people need to realize narcissism is a real thing. Bitch! And not just a label for abusers. I do not wish to stigmatize those with narcissistic personality disorder. Can't make jokes about narcissism anymore. Dude, it was Flavor Rate, fake fan. Fake fan of the cult suicide.
Are characteristics of a cult leader, but that doesn't automatically mean she herself is a cult leader too. It's more than just that. For one, I actually knew Rachel for a couple of years, and the fact that Rachel herself doesn't even understand how cults work either kind of tells me that she herself is...
Bro, they didn't even have funny cloaks. That's it. Funny ropes. They didn't even have funny ropes.
Is
saddest cult I've ever seen.
Honestly too petty to be a cult leader. Cult leaders tend to premeditate their actions and goals, while Rachel
You think cult leaders are never petty?
kind of blows up at people and cannot maintain her emotions nor anger. Other cult leaders, however, are mentally unwell and genuinely believe the delusions they have, but Rachel never really had those. The most is that she thinks it's perfectly...
She was not mentally unwell enough.
Defined to have sex with minors simply due to her state law and excuses engaging in lolicon from non-existent trauma. Supporting pedophilia, being a creep regarding state laws, and actively lying about people versus suffering from paranoia or outright delusions are two separate things.
That's so vanilla. Smoutsy new.
only that, the last thing a cult leader would want to do is have bad blood with certain individuals and would want to be in a position of power. So tell me, why the fuck would Rachel leave a literal community that looked up to her? Why would she leave that behind? A cult leader would not do that. Rachel, hypothetically,
Rachel would have, if she really was a cult leader, she would have got everyone to make a suicide pact.
All the tools to create a cult, but she threw that away due to internal arguments with members such as Susie. And while sure,
L1 Hubbard tried to kill a journalist with a rattlesnake, cult leaders can absolutely be petty. You insult me. Take this rattlesnake.
Rachel is surrounded by yes men, but Rachel did not care if people left. I remember I was a part of her Discord server at one point, and before we stopped talking, I eventually left that server. She did not throw a hissy fit. She did not care. Sure, she would talk shit about you if you two stopped talking and weren't friendly with one another anymore, but that just means that she's a bitch and a backstabber, not a cult leader. You wanna know who agrees with me? Fucking Musha. Musha outwardly said that Rachel would drop people without an explanation, block them, and stop talking
I thought we can't trust Musha. Why are we trusting Musha's word now?
to them. All of these things are not the ideal cult leader. So no.
Well,
Rachel
no one said she was a good cult leader. Listen, some people might just be a really bad cult. This is proof that Mistress Dew isn't a cult leader because she left us for 5 minutes. True, see? Moo. Oh gee, what you doing? Was hilarious. They cut the rattle off and put it in the dude's mailbox thinking it'd bite the journal. What?
is not a cult leader. But why do I even care? Because cults are a real and dangerous thing.
Do you ever think that someone might just be a really bad cult leader? Like, I don't think that every cult that ever worked out is the best. You know, I'm sure there's some cult leaders who just kind of failed. I am high as balls and have cake. Best life you can have. Best life you can have.
And using that word as if you are randomly calling someone a Karen is very negligent for you to do. And I tried explaining this to everyone I personally knew.
This is very offensive towards all Karens. Don't you know there are some real Karens out there? And they do not like the stereotype you're putting on them.
And nobody was fucking listening to me. It got pretty bad to the point I started to have a few mental breakdowns because it was infuriating to see people not—
I had a mental breakdown because people misuse the word cool. In a non-serious kind of way. That's crazy. Are you sure you went to therapy? I'm very sorry. Nah, our cults are really successful and always end well. Well, I didn't say they end well, but you know, I'm sure there were some bad, you know, some people who kind of failed at being a cult leader.
Fucking listen to me and be dismissive at best.
Like they failed at the first 100 because they couldn't keep it together, I don't know. Guys, the word cult is so triggering, sorry, I will censor it from now on.
And a stubborn asshole at worst. So, in my own space, i.e. my private Discord server, I told people to knock it off, and to also please keep this shit away from me if you're going to be insensitive regarding this topic at hand. In comes Blaze.
Also again, the cult she talks about, she's so traumatized from what I got. It really sounds like it was just like the anime, the fucking manga and anime club at their school, where everyone was apparently some lolicon lover. It was like, hey, touching tits is totally normal. It happens in manga all the time. When you run into someone and you land on top of them, you know.
Knocking on the door to my direct messages. For whatever reason, she didn't like this opinion of mine, and she demanded that I get in a Discord call with a certain individual who would, quote, explain it all. I told her no, there is nothing to discuss about. Leave me alone. She would, in fact, not leave me alone, and dragged me into a Discord call with none other than—
How do you get dragged in a Discord call? You can put your phone away. You can literally close Discord.
Chris. Just to give you an idea about me and Chris's relationship at the time, this is the first time in years I had heard from him after he had ghosted me.
Chris, I can't believe you were there. Chris, where are you? I grabbed you via VR Phantom and dragged you into the call, literally. Feel touched, dude. I feel very touched. Can't believe you do this.
Mind. Enjoy this
Chris, you were there. I can't believe that. Yes, the actual word for this is dramatization. That is the joke I was making. Jokes are always funnier if you explain them, you know? Nothing makes your joke funnier than when you explain it afterwards.
Traumatization of how that call went, with Michael doing an impression of Chris.
Haha, I called it re-dramatization instead of trauma. Haha. Get touched, chuckle nuts.
Hello?
I am now going to start this conversation by trauma dumping to you.
Oh wow, it's not even the real call. Also, you can't judge anyone for trauma dumping, bitch.
On what Rachel did to me.
That's totally not a manipulation tactic, but okay.
You see, Rachel was a meanie head to me.
And?
And I am the reason Rachel is being called a cult leader. I told everyone to do that.
Cool. Okay. Hey, so that's not okay. That's actually really messed up of you to do.
Well, at least let me explain to you why I did that.
Go on. Explain. Oh, so you have no actual legitimate evidence that Rachel is indeed a cult leader?
No, she was just mean and I wanted to get back at her, seeing that she was calling the SCC a cult.
Oh, okay then. Let me explain to you why you're a fucking idiot. I am now going to proceed to go into vast detail about the history of cults and why they are actually
Yes, a vast history of cults. But I bet you just read the Wikipedia article.
dangerous thing, and you should not be calling or labeling people you merely dislike a cult leader all willy-nilly. I understand Rachel is an asshole, but calling her a cult leader is going too far.
Wow, I didn't know any of this stuff regarding cults. I actually feel really bad now. I'm so sorry I did
And
this.
then everyone clapped. Why is she sexualizing her? See, oh yeah. Oh yeah. I feel sexually harassed because you exposed me to your kink without my consent.
I will be sure to tell everyone to stop.
I appreciate that, but the damage has kind of been done. But I do appreciate you telling people to stop, because this should have ended a while ago.
I am now going to trauma dump onto you once again, which will cause you to trauma dump
This feels... What?
back onto me, because it's really fucking weird I did- I'm sorry.
She literally admits she trauma dumped back. This is literally the Trauma Olympics here. This is the fucking Trauma Olympics.
Why did he do this? What the fuck, Chris?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, why the fuck did your girlfriend trauma dump back on him?
Cause me to have PTSD flashbacks and make me have a trauma response with—
Oh my god, when do you not have PTSD flashbacks?
which is over-explaining my trauma as a means for you to understand that you're making me uncomfortable.
You can... You can just end the call. You can just end the call.
Sure, why not? Are we done with this conversation now? I'd like to leave.
Oh, for sure we're done talking, but just one more thing. Me and Blaze actually do know a thing or two about cults because we've watched documentaries.
No, you need to understand. I know everything about cults. I read a Wikipedia article.
Yeah, I'm not fucking kidding you. Right near the end of the call, Chris decided to slip that in. I don't know why, considering he's still a fucking moron that doesn't understand anything about cults. Watch more documentaries, dickhead.
Oh. Is she literally saying, like, no, you can't be a cult expert, you need to watch more documentaries. Hey, Seven Spoons! Welcome to pain, welcome to pain. This video trauma response too. It feels like it. Feels like it.
And pay attention next time. Time passes, and now Musha. And
glad you're still... glad to see you're still in the land of the living. I am. I've been gone for 5 minutes to buy milk and cigarettes.
enters the chat. Why? Well, because the Rachel document was being produced, and I got into contact with him seeing as he was the sole writer of this document. I thought out of everyone, he would actually listen to me regarding this. And so after I gave him my testimony—
Why would ever anyone listen to you? Watch one more doc and you can be an expert on cults. We will do a stage talk in the Discord. We will all watch cult documentaries and then we all can be an expert. Welcome back, Akumu. We are still suffering. Did you get me a pack? No, those are my cigarettes.
requested him to do something. I simply requested him to spend at least a paragraph or two—
Where? Hey Musha, sorry to bother you. I had a question regarding the Google Doc on Ray. Sure thing. Well, I was wondering if there was gonna be a segment regarding Ray and the false allegations she made towards Michael on Twitter, essentially everything that transpired on Twitter during that time. Kind of, I remember including the transcript from the video I made after the fact, and my forward talks about it while linking to archives of the tweet where Ray admitted she exaggerated. Section touches on it too. Oh my god, she wrote touched. She wrote touched. Okay, well, the only reason I asked because I have a request. I want to a segment where everyone who threw the term cult around are held accountable and explain why it was no okay whatsoever for that to be tossed around. Cults aren't taken serious in society. Censored, censored. This is off the book between us, but... My brain went out of the window. So let's try to stick for a joint. Hell yeah, let's go. She said you only get the chunky mid-ranger. I did say that. I watched Mindhunter and Silence of the Lambs, so I'm basically an FBI agent. Check yourself, we're not the same. So true.
Describing the cult debacle that happened between Rachel and the SEC, and how no one is a cult. Rachel is not a cult leader, and the SEC isn't a cult, and how this whole thing should have never happened, and it's insensitive to do that. That's it. That's all I asked Musha to do. And he said...
It's very insensitive to not hold people responsible for saying he's a cult leader. They all should apologize.
That he would do it. Guess what fucking happened, given that this segment is about him? I don't know what I did to this man, except block him. But after I blocked him, holy shit.
You probably were a bitch.
Did he just go off the deep end and acted like...
You can't say that after you said you were lying on the floor, withering away. Because fucking Rachel blocked you, okay? You cannot say this. You cannot say this, ho. You were like, I was lying on the floor. I felt my body withering. And then I got dragged in a fucking Discord call. Also, I recorded myself.
Like I was this SJW snowflake who was bitching and whining to him about it, when no, I didn't. And look, if this was an Am I the Asshole post, I would label the situation, everyone's the asshole. Rachel is an asshole for calling the SEC a cult. For as much as I don't like the SEC, I don't think we should refer to it as one. For as much as I fucking despise Rachel, and I understand that the SEC took offense to what she said, that doesn't mean you get to turn around and call Rachel a cult leader. Everyone needs...
Well, maybe the true cult was the friends we met along the way.
To educate themselves before they start labeling people as things. Now granted, it's not like, I don't know, falsely accusing someone of abuse, fascism, ableism, and literal domestic abuse, but it's still pretty fucking bad to do. And
I mean, the domestic abuse.
Also insensitive to call someone a cult leader or to call a group of individuals you disagree with a cult. Real people have been deeply affected, and cult survivors have shared their thoughts on people doing this. They don't like it. Maybe we should listen to someone who has personally experienced said subject matter instead of being jackasses. But
so not you.
We know what these people are like by now. It's a lost cause. Anyways, Musha loses his fucking mind and tries to act like he knows more than I do about this topic. Spoilers, he doesn't. Let's go over that now, shall we?
My sympathy for Deed has been running on such fumes that I edited a line in Redacted's testimony that I originally cut from the doc back into her testimony because, shock of all shocks, you can use the term cult as a negative adjective and not trivialize the plight of the victims of real cults. That's why it's negative.
Okay, so I don't know if you know.
All of these people are very autistic.
But Musha just admitted to altering someone's testimony without their consent just out of sheer spite. He literally altered shit in the Rachel document just for the mere chance Deed will see it and get offended. Musha, you're a fucking loser.
Also, hey shithead, that's not how that fucking works. Just because you use the term in a negative connotation doesn't mean you can't use it inappropriately or wrongfully use the terminology. That's like...
This is so fucking autistic. Can't. Literally can't.
Saying, oh, I'm going to call this random person on the internet a Nazi because I disagree with them, and because I'm using the term...
I mean, this is what people all do the entire time. Am I supposed to be like, as a German, I find this very offensive. Nazis were real in my country. They did terrible things. We still suffer all from it. Hey, do when your cult opens membership applications, can I do the marketing and put my graphic design portfolio? Hell yeah, let's do it. Yes, Blue, of course.
Nazi in a negative connotation, it's not at all insensitive to victims of World War II. You're an actual fucking idiot.
Are any of them even still alive? So sorry. Bro.
You can't just turn around and be like, oh, it's okay if people call Rachel a cult leader. They're saying that because it's a bad...
I'll be real, I don't think the victims of World War II care about who you call a Nazi.
Thing. Let me just slap you with a dose of reality, Musha. If you are wrongfully labeling someone something they are not, that...
I mean, they found some SAs who were in the 80s, but that's about it.
That is insensitive. Like...
Again, you can't make jokes about the Titanic. People died. This is offensive to the victims of the Titanic.
Let's say I call you a pedophile, Nusha. If I label you as a pedophile in a negative connotation, not only am I discreetly wrong because I'm calling you a pedophile with absolutely fuck all to back it up, but not only that, that is a very—
I feel like calling someone pedophile like that and meaning it like that is something a little bit different, but even then, listen, good pals call each other pedophiles sometimes.
very insensitive to actual victims of CSA or grooming. Do you understand how fucking stupid you look now? Not only that, it'd be super hypocritical for you to be associating with people who have outwardly used cult in a positive—
So you haven't called Hitler an asshole yet? Fuck, yeah. Hitler was retarded, excuse me. I have to say that. I am legally forced to be like that. Legally obliged to make it clear. Hitler was retarded.
connotations, such as, oh, I don't know, refer to their Discord server as a cult, or blatantly make a joke on how they themselves—
I was gonna picture Ellie Weasel watching this, pausing the video and saying quietly, "This woman may need medical attention." What if I called you a pedo? Look, it's not my fault that I'm charismatic enough to be a cult leader and have become endearing to 99% of the SEC. What?
Are a cult leader? For those listening in, I just showed examples on the screen of that exactly happening with both Susie and Yoon, two individuals Musha associates with and who were also involved in the Cloud Palace threat on me.
But oh no, the more important part was that I crowbar in something.
You, what if I called you a pedo? How dare you, Smoutsy, how dare.
Not about using the word cult in there. Totally not manipulative and definitely shows understanding of the scope of the problem.
Hey, why is the cult debacle crowbarring but not Kirby Star Warriors testimony about fucking heterophobia? Not only did you agree to Dee's request, but I feel that shit was important to say. Just as a refresher, the Rachel document was meant to expose Rachel, and so making false allegations, such as referring to her as a cult leader when she is not, would damage the claim.
Was there serious allegations of her being a cult leader? Like, was it being taken serious or was like, yeah, she kinda like a cult leader, bruh? Honestly, not being a cult leader is just skill issue. Blana, no. I'm playing Cult of the Lamp now for the lords. Do you think she got very offended by Cult of the Lamp? Like, how dare them put a cult in a game? That is not, and it is not even very realistic. That is not how real cult works.
Is being made in the document itself. Not only that, but Rachel was calling the SEC a cult. She was doing it as well. And Dee pretty much just told you that what Rachel was doing was wrong. She was on your guys' side too. She wasn't just upset with members of the SEC calling Rachel a cult leader. No, she was also upset with Rachel calling the SEC.
Polana, you will not make fun of heterophobia. No one is as oppressed as a hetero. You're still going? Yes, Saint. Yes. I have lost my will to live. It's like Wednesday. Wednesday, my dudes. and I still have my vacation, bro.
SEC a cult. I feel like that's the part that you're forgetting, Musha, but no, it is absolutely super adamantly necessary to wrongfully accuse Rachel of being a cult leader. Oh, and to also allow child predators to make testimonies, allow sex pests to make testimonies, lie about certain testimonies, use people's testimonies without their consent, actively defend a fucking pedophile, and—
Bro, it's actually Thursday for me now, okay? L.
Oh yeah, make false allegations in the document. Gee, I wonder how Rachel got away with everything. You know what actually is manipulative, Musha? Promising to do something and then going psych and purposefully altering testimony solely to offend someone and then use their mental breakdowns as a means to paint them as insane.
To be fair, es ist Donnerstag indeed. But also, to be fair, your girlfriend has a mental breakdown like every day, okay? At some point, empathy runs out. As someone with no empathy, I can see. Enter if you dare. You're a cock. Fuck you, Saint. I need more. Fuck. I need more caffeine. Let's fucking go.
I found the tweet of her flipping out at Mars Girl over barely anything, in case you needed evidence. Surprisingly, it wasn't deleted. And I also found Mars Girl's clapback, which I feel like spoiler tagging for more tension reasons than anything else. Like, I know the full story as to why Dee is such a psychotic obsession with policing the word cult. She told me it in an interview for the doc. So just imagine how far and how maliciously you have to take it, that obsession, even when
My Wi-Fi broke. Who ate my cables? I'm so sorry, Ian. I was hungry.
I am starting to have trouble empathizing.
Cool, we get to talk about this, and I get to give the context that Musha outwardly leaves out.
True blue. If she does it every day, then a breakdown just isn't special anymore. SMH. Listen, you gotta keep your mental breakdowns for special occasions.
I genuinely do not know who Mars Girls is. All I saw was a tweet on Twitter. I didn't like it, I quote retweeted it, that's it. I didn't expect anything else out of it. After all, I have less than 100 followers, and well, it turns out, Mars Girl has thousands upon thousands of followers. Keep that in mind, because Musha likes to paint this as me bullying Mars Girl. So it turns out the timing of this was
Oh
also
my god, see, she has more followers, I cannot bully her. What?
And apparently Mars Girl was dealing with shit enough as is online, and knowing the context to that, yeah, I can understand her not being happy with my post, but she could have ignored me, because again, I had less than 100—
You could have ignored literally everyone! You could have literally ignored everyone! You could have literally ignored everyone, you can't just be like, well, she could have ignored me. Even while I was going insane at her.
followers at the time. Instead, she responded to me, blocked me so I couldn't see the response, and then her thousands of followers decided to send me death threats. I think it goes without saying—
I got dogpiled, guys, after I went insane. Isn't that crazy?
I didn't deserve that. Regardless of how unhinged my tweet allegedly was, I couldn't go on social media for several days. Michael had to be in charge of my social media to delete messages, hide comments, and block accounts, because this lasted for a weekend at the very least. So, what was the tweet? Well, it was a tweet where Mars Girl decided to make a joke calling the guards from Squid Game a cult. It is not a cult, and I told her that—
Where? TV cults. Yes, because making a cult joke and belittling serious topic that has thousands of traumatized victims will get you plenty of likes. Folks who haven't watched Squid Game know it ain't a damn cult. You're not funny. Who cares? Who cares? Where? Imagine being really that triggered by someone making one cult joke. Why do we care? Why do I care? No one cares, Saint. But D cares very much.
wasn't the case, and ultimately told her joke wasn't funny. The reason I pointed this out is because the stereotype that cult members all wear the same clothing is an outdated stereotype that hasn't occurred since the late 90s. All it does is—
You tell me there are no more matching robes? Lame. Then you only have boring cults, okay?
Continue to spread misinformation. Well, yes, there was a time that it was true. It's no longer the case, making it, ultimately, misinformation.
What you're telling me is cults got boring. Got it.
However, I still do want to make a direct apology to Mars Girl. I was completely unaware of the situation you were going through, and I'm sure my tweet didn't make your day. You have every right to be upset with me. And given that I didn't see your quote tweet, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt that your intent was—
This is really— I give you the benefit of the doubt. I'm sorry you felt that way.
Wasn't to send mass harassment and send death threats my way. I really hope that's the case. But regardless, I should have worded myself better. Instead of telling you you're not funny, I should have actually gone into depth and tried to educate you in a civil manner, rather than blowing up. My mental state—
you should have just shut your damn mouth when someone is making a fucking joke. I do have a kind heart, I'm damn near sugar. Saint, are you supposed to be lying?
Which wasn't the greatest during this time, be damned. I am a big advocate for this subject matter, and something I feel like—
I don't think they want you.
Like everyone learns when they're new to advocacy is that you should have discussions with people in a civil manner and not have this expectation—
Imagine you make a joke online and someone is like, I feel like you're not very educated in this topic. Let me tell you the history of cults. And you're like, bruh, I made a fucking joke. I made a fucking joke, bruh. Bruh. But think of the thousands of victims.
That it's obvious what you're talking about. That's not always the case, because sometimes they just don't fully grasp or have the same knowledge as you. That's why it's called educating.
Or they just make a joke.
I have learned over the years that people don't know better when it comes to cults, even though to me, it's fairly obvious that cults are real and dangerous. That's not the case with everyone, and I have since learned that. I'm sorry. Oh, and Musha, you can stop clapping.
Everyone knows that real cults are fucking dangerous. Still can joke about it. We make jokes about a lot of fucked up topics. It's fine.
Hands around like a seal because I wanted to apologize for this for a while now. I came to that decision on my own, not because you called me out. Fuck off. You ain't taking credit for shit. But don't worry, Musha wasn't the only one who decided to chime in and massively leave out context to my overall thoughts on cults. Donnie did so too.
Okay, I'm sorry for—
How about people don't fucking care about your opinion on cults?
for reviving this thread, but I need to get this off my chest. I completely forgot that she was also a fan of Camp Camp, and she would attack anything and anyone making jokes or references about cults. Yet completely excused Camp Camp's entire episode about cults making reference to Jonestown, such as Nikki shouting, "Wake up and smell the Kool-Aid," and the quartermaster tasting the poison made by the cult leader, and blatantly saying it tasted better in Jonestown. Yet attack literally every single thing else, making a reference to it. The punchline is pretty much the same as the joke she attacks other people for making. She has a history for having bias for things, people she likes, even if they do the exact same thing.
Oops. My sister used to own a tote bag that said, "Call your dad, you're in a cult." Deed would have been very offended.
She'll demonize you for, especially the Kool-Aid jokes.
Considering the blow up at Mars Girl, this doesn't surprise me. This isn't the behavior of someone who's trying to dismantle a harmful cultural perception. This is the behavior of someone who just wants to yell at people.
Cool. I'm not allowed to be a Camp Camp fan, I see. Nobody ever asked for my
No.
opinion. I see we're just making assumptions on how I feel about Daniel. Okay, let me break it down then. Daniel is the rare representation we get of cults, where the cult leader is clearly mentally unwell, i.e. Heaven's Gate. The episode that introduced him does a good job of portraying him as manic and unhinged, and his ideology...
What? The rare case where the cult leader is mentally unwell? I am not saying I'm a cult expert, but...
are clearly based off of unstable ground, which is what nearly all cults are based off of. Look up what Scientologists believe in, and you'll see that Daniel isn't a parody. He's an example. And regardless if Rooster Teeth intended that or not, it's strong writing. I liked this episode for that, and felt it did really well in portraying it. But I took issue with the Kool-Aid joke, and it personally told me that Rooster Teeth either didn't do their research with Jonestown specifically, or accidentally got Daniel right. My issue isn't that people just mistake the flavor aid, the actual brand drink used in the Jonestown poison, for Kool-Aid. It's deeper than that. It's this big, giant myth that's been pushed around by people who clearly haven't done any research or cared about the Jonestown disaster, built upon mocking the deaths of the victims of Jonestown, while also making fun of anyone who may be entering into a cult, or like, any group at all that you fucks disagree with, honestly.
Hello, Majanga. I hate everything here. Why are we still talking about this?
It's to the point where the Kool-Aid joke is bigger than the actual disaster that the brand has nothing to do with. And that shows the level.
It's a joke. It's literally a joke. Why do you take jokes so serious? What the fuck is wrong with you? You can be a victim of something. Oh, I tell you all a big secret. You can be a victim of something and still find jokes about it funny. Or just don't care. I know, crazy. Or just, try to ignore it if it triggers you that much. And don't seek it out.
Level of care that people have had about it over the years, which is next to none. There are people who bring up, "Don't drink the Kool-Aid," without knowing where that actually comes from. And while I'm all for having a quote warning people to stay away from cults, tying it to an incorrect brand related to an event that killed an entire town of people is
the only neurotypical cult leaders is just do no blah no stuff. You will get Deed very mad. No, I'm not a poser, Mom.
is distasteful. A flavor I'm certain you fuckers are familiar with, as I keep seeing.
Womp womp.
You know what else I see as distasteful? When a bunch of teenage girls are fawning over a literal cult leader and thinking that it's quirky and cute to call themselves a cult themselves, or praise Daniel like a legitimate cult leader and do some very fucked up shit. That's why I feel uncomfortable, but also concerned for anyone who genuinely does this for Daniel's character. I hate Daniel's character, but in a good way, because of his accurate portrayal. However, I also can't stand the people who fawn over him because all it does is lead young girls to being coerced into joining a legitimate cult, kind of like Midsommar. There are many women out there who genuinely think Midsommar, a movie about cults, is really a girl boss film.
Who the fuck ever thought that Midsommar is a girl boss film? I don't know what kind of people Deed talks about, but most people I know were like, Midsommar is fucking uncomfortable, bro. Who the fuck ever said that Midsommar is a girl boss? Who the fuck ever said that Midsommar is a girl boss movie? I never heard anyone say that. Aside from maybe jokes. Like, tee going to have my Midsommar, bro. But dude, it has woman in it. Bro, every movie with a woman in it is a girl. It's a girl boss movie, bro. People with zero media comprehension say it. I've never seen these people. I don't know one real person who said that. What the fuck?
Types of women who perceive the movie as such are very susceptible to falling for cults. But of course nobody knew this, because nobody fucking cares to listen.
I mean, it's a movie that touches on women bonding with other women in a psychological and more emotionally intense way, so like, I don't know, sure. Because all the people I talked to were like, yeah, this movie had such uncomfortable vibes. Because for a movie that was like spooky horror, it was like, everything seemed so bright. I would join a cult if I get some cheap rent, to be honest. Polana, no.
Listen to me. You guys love parading my fucking name around. You guys love tarnishing my reputation online. But I'm not allowed.
How did we get here? How did we get here?
To speak for myself. Go fuck yourself.
Where?
Her blocking me on Twitter was a blessing in disguise, because frankly I don't want someone as misguided and deranged as her slinking through my tweets, looking through the next opportunity to banshee shriek at me whenever I describe a movie as a cult classic, or say that Breakfast
Ranger, I disavow.
Cult is my favourite Fate RPG, or say that I'm going to use shops to pick up bottles of your cult, or whatever. Now if you'll excuse me, I'm going to put on She Sells Sanctuary and blast it at full volume.
Oh, we're doing this now, huh? 2 can play that game. I know what you're trying to do, Musha. You're trying
No, not Fear the Reaper.
to make me look like a mafia aesthetic tweet, but that's not who I am. I decided to embrace the cringe and look back at any of my tweets that involved the word cult, and funny enough, there really aren't that many tweets that were egregious. Most of the tweets that I made were just reminding people that cults are real.
Bruh, that's a long S. That's a long S. Go German posting somewhere else, Ranger, what the fuck? Nobody should have an audience that has a cult, like, a straight up cult mentality. Cult leaders are dangerous fucking people. I love how she at first just showed the first message, and then you see how she went on and on and on. Like, bruh, no wonder the person was like, oh. Which is why you should never joke with your audience on making a cult either. There's so much power and it's so easy for things to go bad. Oh, every YouTuber is cult-like. Actual brain-dead response. This is why I advocate for the education on cult. This is so easy to have, not to have a parasocial or cult-like audience. Don't give me that BS. Just wish something could be done about dangerous people. But alas, a cult isn't a crime until they do something criminal. Murders, SA, CSA, etc. It's disgusting the things they can get away with. Terrifying, actual. Please just educate yourself. Find resources and don't be afraid to speak out if you see something wrong. Anyone can fall victim to one. Bruh.
Dangerous thing, and content creators referring to themselves as a cult leader and encouraging their audience to worship them is not funny.
Cults. I want to go one day without content creators making cult jokes that are unnecessary and downright offensive and continue the misinformation about cults in general. I don't think that anyone takes it serious when someone does a fucking cult joke and they're like, yeah, that's how real cults are.
Making merchandise off of cult imagery is also very insensitive and not it's not funny. Making merchandise.
Even a small business has no shame on making apparel where they belittle cult survivors and turn their trauma into fucking joke. Anyone who owns a "let's start a cult" shirt deserves to be shunned out of in public. I don't fucking care. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Off of cult imagery is also very insensitive and not quirky.
Yeah, brands, companies that put cult in their name. Why? I mostly see it with alternative clothing brands, but cults aren't fucking quirky or cute. They're dangerous and shouldn't be treated as fucking trend by some fucking alt fucking clothing brands titling themselves Black Cult or some shit. Shirt goes hard though. That would have been Saint's response. Yeah, but shirt goes hard though.
That is pretty much all I did. Like, do you know what a cult classic is? It is a piece of media that has made such a cultural impact.
I had one that said bottoms up. The Joan Town sign. Saint, that is very insensitive of you. How dare you?
That it becomes a cult classic. Cultural. Shorten that to cult. It's one thing to call something a cult classic, it's another to say that something has a cult-like following. Or just an outright cult following. As much as I am not a fan of a lot of these terms, they unfortunately exist.
Listen, I'm not a fan of the term cult classic. I feel like we should change that.
And they have existed for quite a while. Our society doesn't fully grasp how dangerous cults are, so it makes sense that we ended up creating a lot of terminology that, looking at it now, it's kind of a little misguided and insensitive. It's actually why I prefer people referring to a YouTuber having a parasocial relationship rather than a cult following with their audience, because encouraging people to have a cult following is not a good thing. You yourself, Musha, admitted that cults are not a good thing. It is a negative connotation. So someone referring to them and their audience as a cult, what is that to you? Is that a quirky, haha funny joke, or is that insensitive because they are implying that they are a cult leader, to which, I need to remind you, cult leaders...
Who cares? Who cares? I bet she thinks Blue Oyster Cult is a bad band name. It is, they make fun. It obviously makes fun of cults. How dare them? How dare them much younger? They should change it. They are misinformed. Someone should inform them on the history of cults.
Brainwash, psychologically abuse, emotionally abuse, verbally abuse, physically, and even sexually abuse their members.
Yes, I get it. You were very much abused.
So which is it, Musha? I also don't care if you enjoy a Fate RPG game by the name Breakfast Cult. Doesn't matter to me. Although I do find it pathetic that they wanted to make a Breakfast Club joke, and the closest thing that they could come up with was Breakfast Cult. They don't even tackle cults, they tackle the occult. You know, the one that starts with an O, the one that involves magic, witches, and the paranormal. It is a poorly made joke at best. As
with your skits, you cannot judge jokes, okay? I have seen the jokes you try to sell me. They are not funny. I did not laugh once about your joke.
For your drink, it'd be one thing if you said you were going
You did not make me laugh once, bitch.
To down some Kool-Aid and then begin to pretend to choke and die. That's being insensitive. Drinking a bottle of Yakult, which was coined from Jahuto, an Esperanto word meaning yogurt, is not insensitive. That's just its name. Funny, because this is a Japanese drink. Surprised you didn't want to squeeze in that I'm racist too, but I guess you were too
What you say?
focused on being a conspiracy theorist. I could spend all day expressing my grievances, how we misunderstand cults both in media and in real life. I could talk about how many people's knowledge of
The German not finding something funny? Never. Listen.
cults is extremely outdated, to the point our stereotypes for them aren't even stereotypes anymore. It's misinformation.
What do you mean, Saint? I laugh a lot. Just not at her. People in chat, on the other hand, always make me laugh.
I could talk about how people mislabel and misuse the word cult in of itself. I could talk about the actual dangers that cults have made in society, such as the post.
No one Okay, people care. I'm not saying no one cares about cults, but why would I want to hear about it from you? Next time you stream, I will have extra tips for you. Just got to get paid. Hell yeah, don't worry, Black Flower. Just do when you can. I'm very grateful. It was great to have you here. YouTube doesn't like my words. Don't you lecture me. With your 30 haircut, boy.
The subway sarin attack, which was a chemical domestic terrorist attack perpetuated by members of the Om Jarinko cult. The sex trafficking and forced labor upon women and girls in the Nixian cult. Alongside how one of the first widely known major bioterror attacks on United States soil was from the Rajneesh movement cult. But I would be here all day if I did that. I think it goes to show Musha doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Musha is trying to, in anti-SJW terminology, make me look like a screeching SJW-triggered snowflake, to which, who are you going to listen to? Are you going to listen to someone who spirals like this, or are you going to listen to someone who's merely
educate me in a calm manner?
Actually is. Or perhaps neither, because you are your own person. At the end of the day, I wasn't the one who doubled down on the cult debacle. Musha was. If you are genuinely interested in learning more about cults overall, I recommend these two books. Cultish, The Language of Fanaticism by—
Oh my god, you actually recommend books? That's crazy. Did you read them yourself?
Amanda Montel, and Recovery from Cults, Help for Victims of Psychological and Spiritual Abuse by Michael D. Langon. I'll link their Amazon listings in the resources link we have down below, alongside a playlist I have of informal videos regarding cults and cult survivor stories.
But oh no, apparently those vague slips are enough to block me out of the blue, and the real issue is going down the same route that Ray did with the word triggered, and try in vain to police a word with no regard for the context, intent, or whether it's actually causing any definitive harm.
Musha, I had every right to block you for any reason I damn well please, and I did have a good reason.
Well, you always took forever to block anyone else, so it's kind of surprising you actually blocked someone. Listen, I will not block you. I will not block you for sexual harassment or whatever else. But I will block you if I make fun of cults.
Not only did you poorly mishandle the Rachel document, but you also disregarded my one request from you, which was to bring up the cult debacle and to briefly explain why both sides were wrong for calling each other a cult. But no, defending a literal pedophile was more important in your eyes, apparently. That was another reason I blocked you. And speaking of the Rachel trigger comparison you're making towards me, Rachel has PTSD, and the word trigger does have an actual meaning behind it. And the way—
Why are we talking about Rachel's PTSD again? I'm confusion.
the SCC used the word trigger, yeah, Rachel had every reason to be upset with you guys. Educating people on what a word actually means.
What?
And telling people to stop misusing it is not policing. Case in point, the term trigger. In the context of mental illness.
Oh
Trigger
my
is
god. Oh my god, we're getting the word trigger explained to us. Let's fucking go. Majanga, you come just in time for education.
often used to mean something that brings on or worsens symptoms. This often happens to people with a history of trauma or who are recovering from mental illness, self-harm, addiction, and or eating disorders. When someone has a history of any of these issues, being unexpectedly exposed to imagery or content that deals with that history can cause harm or relapse. Folks who have been diagnosed with PTSD or CPTSD can have triggers ranging from the 5 senses.
The internet said I needed a timeout to calm down. It do be like that sometime. Are we getting de-explained? Yes.
Taste, sound, touch, smell, and sight. However, over the years, the term trigger has been misused and, in fact, overused by many individuals.
Like you!
Who not only don't suffer from PTSD, but due to them misusing it, people started labeling it and giving it a new definition, basically meaning annoyance. I'm triggered by the sound of car alarms, but they don't actually mean that car alarms
Also triggered by the name Avi, if it's not censored.
trigger a PTSD flashback. No, they just mean that they are annoyed by the sound of car alarms. I think we all know the SJW versus anti-SJW debacle and the classic meme back in the day that kind of kickstarted the triggered meme trend.
I get dressed in the morning, I'm triggered. I take a shower, I'm triggered. I get in the car, I'm triggered. I go for a walk, I'm triggered. I leave my house, I'm triggered. I sit in my room all day, I'm triggered. I look at my thin, beautiful sisters and I'm
That's literally deed.
triggered, and I just can't get away from it.
Yeah, that whole debacle kind of tarnished the terminology for trigger, and the unfortunate reality
What do you mean? That's literally you.
is that it is still a real thing, and unfortunately, people with PTSD don't have any alternatives. People online basically took and completely ruined an actual explanation for flashbacks, for a physical condition and symptoms for those struggling with post-traumatic stress disorder, eating disorders, and those recovering from self-harm. It's pretty fucked up how the word was changed. It's why I myself even had to clarify that when I say trigger, I mean it. I'm not stating to have triggers because I'm sensitive, no. It's because I have CPTSD, and things can activate flashbacks that can lead to me having mental breakdowns or even worse.
That's when you lie on the floor and decompose. But also, I will end today's stream. We will continue. Probably tomorrow. Maybe the day after tomorrow. We will see. We will continue. We will get through this. We have got the first hour. Only 8 left. Only 8 hours and 20 minutes left. Almost there. The monster finally ran out, yes. It cannot keep me awake any longer. But we managed to get through a lot. Great. We'll do another long one. We will do another long one to get to see maybe 1 or 2 more, and then we finally get it. Also 2 in the morning. Finally go to bed. Y'all, thank you so much for coming out, for watching, donating. It was great. It's great to be back. And I will see you all very soon. Have a good night, you all. Bye-bye. But there's some music.